Restoration of Capitalism in the USSR. Martin Nicolaus. Copyright Liberator Press. Chicago, 1975. Preface. This study first appeared as a series of articles in the New York Weekly, The Guardian, under the title, Is the Soviet Union Capitalist? The entire series is reproduced here without alteration other than a more logical breakdown into chapters, as seen below. The study does not attempt to answer every important question about the USSR. The situation of national minorities, women, the state of Soviet agriculture, the foreign policy of the USSR, and several other topics are merely touched upon. The research focuses on the minimum necessary elements of economic policy and sufficient to answer the question posed in the original title. What kind of state power? What are the basic relations of production? These are the topics on which the work is concentrated. In approximately the first half of the study, the approach is chronological. The major political battles and economic changes in the USSR since 1917 are outlined here, with emphasis on the crucial transition period of 1956 to 65. The second part of the study applies a magnifying lens to the relations of production after 1965, with special attention to the labor force, the means of production, financing, planning, and the division of the social product between different classes. Social. The general thesis defended in this work goes against the dominant opinion, the opinion of the ruling classes, both in the USA and in the USSR. In the last one, it was a crime against the state to spread the opinion that capitalism was restored there. The motives that incline most US Sovietologists and other Westerners to collude with the fiction of Soviet socialism are more subtle and diverse. Anti-communism, opportunism, ignorance, and metaphysics all play a role. The sum of the factors is that it currently serves the interests of the dominant circles in both superpowers to present the relationship between them as one between different social systems. Like many other propositions on which both superpowers agree, the theory of Soviet socialism today is based on falsehoods. This unusual view advocated here is rivaling establishment circles, it is not just the authors from afar. The general thesis that a capitalist restoration took place in the USSR is today a common point of agreement among Marxist-Leninists in dozens of countries. This study is part of the growing international Marxist-Leninist literature on the subject, a literature that attests to the growing vitality and unity of the movement. Many people, upon first becoming familiar with the Marxist-Leninist point of view, refer to the thesis of capitalist restoration in the USSR as the Chinese look or the Albanian look. This is correct in some ways, but it is basically a misconception. It was the Communist Party of China and the Labour Party of Albania who rose first, most firmly, clearly, and consistently in defense of Marxism-Leninism against the revisionist line initiated by Khrushchev. It is also they who did the pioneering work on the thesis of the capitalist restoration of the Soviet Union, leading the way in solving the most difficult theoretical problems and forming reliable data. All Marxist-Leninists recognize his contributions, past and present. But this does not mean that the thesis of the restoration of capitalism arises mainly from part of the Chinese or Albanian national experience, or that it would not have been discovered without the Chinese and Albanian party. The thesis is based on international experience, not least that of Soviet workers and oppressed nationalities, and has objective validity independent of its first proponents. It has become, as mentioned, the common property of Marxist-Leninists throughout the world. Readers should also be aware that not all of those often labeled Maoists or pro-Chinese hold the view that there was a restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union. It is not uncommon to find in this period experiments on wearing the Chinese jacket while walking the Russian path. The position of the editors of the newspaper in which the study first appeared is a case in point. While sprinkling their writing with occasional references to the other superpower and Soviet social imperialism, they noted that, in a preface above each installment of the series of articles, they stated that they did not believe that the USSR had become a capitalist country. Thus the publishers did a brisk business for a time cultivating a prestigious China image while acting as apologists for Soviet social imperialism on every burning issue of world affairs. This whole issue gains vital urgency from the dark clouds of world war that are now gathering on the horizon. In many parts of the world, the question of whether the Soviet Union is a great socialist country or an imperialist superpower like the US has become a burning question. One only has to think of Angola or bring up cases like Czechoslovakia, Bangladesh, and Janbayo Island, or the violent repression of Marxist-Leninists instigated by the pro-Moscow parties of India, the Philippines, Portugal, and other countries. All these and other incidents are only the precursors of a more general conflict which, judging by the scale of the preparations, Soviet social imperialism will attempt to displace its rival superpower throughout the land mass of Eurasia and its flanking seas, and displace a large part of Africa and Latin America as well. Evading, minimizing, or disguising the capitalist character of the USSR, and painting this power as less evil, bloody, and reactionary than US imperialism, is to abandon scientific thinking and enlist in the ranks of the offensive of another superpower. MN 11/75. Note, this study is divided into 24 chapters instead of 28 installments of the newspaper series. Beginning with installment 18, newspaper installments sometimes begin in the middle of the original manuscript chapter. In this case the newspaper inserted some entry lines for continuity. At other times the newspaper began the beginning of a new chapter at the end of a previous chapter without indicating a break. This practice naturally caused some readers to lose their stride. In the present edition the material added by the newspaper, such as some superfluous footnotes, are deleted and the chapters follow the manuscript. Otherwise the text is not modified. Table of Contents. 1. Introduction. 2. Revolution. 3. NEP. 4. Collectivization. 5. Socialist economy. 6. New shoots. 7. Bourgeois law. 8. Old floor. 9. On the balance. 10. After Stalin. 11. Khrushchev coup. 12. Consolidation. 13. Expropriation. 14. The debate. 15. Slowdown. 16. The new system. 17. Workforce. 18. Means of production. 19. Means of production. 20. Prices. 21. Finance. 22. Trust formation. 23. Who benefits? 24. Conclusion. 1. Introduction. The Soviet Union today, is it a friend or an enemy? Is it socialist or is it capitalist? Is it a bulwark of peace or an aggressive imperialist power? Few differences within the broader movement against US imperialism today are as wide and deep as those on this issue. The different answers imply different points of view of the world situation, of strategy and tactics, of basic methods and philosophies. Whether liked or not, no one who is politically active against US imperialism today can forever avoid also taking a position on the character and role of the contemporary USSR. Today wherever anti-imperialists gather in the US, the question of the USSR is bound to arise. Whether it appears in an open debate or, by tacit agreement, nothing is said about it publicly, it happens anyway. Some 20 or 30 years ago the character and role of the USSR was an issue already addressed by the vast majority of people active on the left in the US. The majority believed that the USSR was a socialist country, that its leadership in their majority followed a correct revolutionary political line and that workers and oppressed peoples on all sides should see this great land as the beacon for their emancipation. Those who openly disagreed, apart from the bourgeoisie itself, were forced to eke out a political existence on the margins or in the crevices of the communist movement. Throughout the year, all the achievements and victories of the Soviet Union had discredited its declared opponents within the ranks of the left. Unity in defending Soviet leadership became an unassailable force within the broad movement against US imperialism. Obviously this is very different today. The very fact that there is such a large-scale debate shows that the champions of the current USSR lost the enormous prestige within the US anti-imperialist movement that they had enjoyed a generation ago. The ideological hegemony that was gained by the pro-Soviet position collapsed. Because what brought about this decline in the prestige and influence of the pro-Soviet position? Why is the left, once strongly united on this issue, now divided in many minds? The answer is that the Soviet Union is not what it used to be. The historical record shows unequivocally who broke the left's previous unity in the defense of the USSR and what it entailed. The beginning against the prestige and influence of the USSR among anti-imperialists was encouraged not by Chinese or Albanian Marxist-Leninists, but by a leader of the Soviet Communist Party, Nicolaus Khrushchev. In an emotionally charged speech before the 20th Congress of the CPSU in February 1956, Khrushchev, previously on record for his adulation and flattery of Stalin, suddenly unleashed a barrage of the most extreme and scurrilous accusations imaginable against the leadership of the man who led the Soviet Party for 3 decades. Stalin, after 3 years in his grave, was suddenly heaped with epithets of the most astonishing kind. He was a tyrant, he had committed crimes more monstrous than those of the Tsars, his reign was marked by blood and terror, his leadership in the World War was tantamount to treason, he was a bumbling man, and so on. It was as if the 20th Congress of a Marxist-Leninist party had suddenly been transformed into a medieval rite of exorcism. The speech, the famous secret speech, was not published in the Soviet press nor was it made available by the Soviet party leadership to the lower levels of party cadres. The CIA, however, obtained a copy almost immediately and passed it on to the New York Times and other bourgeois newspapers around the world. This is where most of the world communist movement first learned about it. The consternation, chaos, and divisions that were the consequences of this bomb within the communist movement were enormous. Each party entered into crisis at the same time. There was wave after wave of defections, expulsions, and divisions. The speech was a shot that was heard around the world that continues to resonate to this day. Why was this speech so deeply divisive? Because Joseph Stalin was not a mere idle figurehead as the leader of the Soviet people. His entire activity as a party leader was organically linked with, and reflected, the achievements and shortcomings of an entire period of Soviet development and in all the major established institutions of the country. Wherever the battle was to establish the institutions in the first place, and then to defend them, wherever there was a struggle to develop along this path or another, Stalin was in the thick of it, at the head of it. Undoubtedly Stalin and the party he led made important mistakes. To identify and critique these with surgical precision, while emphasizing that his correct decisions and achievements were the main features of his work, might be one thing. Another very different thing is what Khrushchev did. To attack Stalin's leadership in its entirety as full of errors, grave distortions, and monstrous crimes was to assault not only the individual Stalin, the party leader, but also the essential foundations of Soviet society up to that point. The Soviet state and the rest of the superstructure, and equally the Soviet economic base or infrastructure, did not develop spontaneously or fall from the sky. They had to be established, on the basis of given conditions and within the limits of what was objectively possible by the conscious, organized efforts of the Soviet working class and peasantry, and more essentially of the efforts of its leadership, the party. Each such effort came through a political struggle within the ranks of the CPSU itself, in which different leaders put forward their different positions. Thus, for example, Stalin maintained that socialism could be built in a single country, Trotsky maintained that it could not be done. Stalin maintained that the time for the collectivization of agriculture had come, Bukharin maintained that he had not come. In Khrushchev's time there were ample opportunities to review these battles and evaluate them. Who had history proven correct? Who had history condemned? To say, as Khrushchev did, that Stalin's mistakes were the main thing, was to implicitly attack the basic political line that the CPSU had adopted over the course of the previous 3 decades. It was to imply that virtually all of the major opponents whom Stalin had defeated in every major turn of Soviet policy had been right. It was to imply that the foundations of Soviet society, as it was built, were fundamentally wrong. These were the implications that troubled the international communist movement, undermined of its strength and unity, and marked by the beginning of the end of the political, moral, and organizational influence of the USSR and its champions within the broad ranks of the peoples who they oppose US imperialism. In a sense, almost every movement of the Soviet leadership since then can be read as a series of footnotes to Khrushchev's secret speech, as statements and actions that made explicit, although always under the label socialist, hidden intentions of the anticipated Khrushchevite manifesto. In the almost 20 years that have passed since this opening, the leadership of the Soviet Party has been engaged in a truly panoramic process of review and transformation. No important stone was left unturned. In matters of basic theory, the Soviet leadership had discarded the Marxist view of the state as the repressive instrument of the class in favor of the view of the state as the representative body of all the people. They similarly excised the heart of the Marxist-Leninist theory of the role of a communist party. They distorted the Marxist conception of the transition to socialism to turn it into the illusion of a peaceful overthrow of the bourgeoisie. They discarded the core of Lenin's theory of imperialism in favor of the irreversible détente myth with imperialist powers. This is just to mention a few examples. In foreign policy, the beginning of Soviet leadership with Khrushchev broke with the solidarity of the socialist side by forming an alliance with Indian expansionism against socialist China and with chauvinist Yugoslavia against socialist Albania. He imposed unjustifiable conditions on his support for these fraternal countries, and abruptly cut them off when they insisted on being treated as equals. He violated the independence of the democracies of the peoples of Eastern Europe, occupied them with his troops, proclaiming that their sovereignty was limited, and returned most of them to their client states and dependencies. This, too, was merely the beginning. More important have been the changes instituted by the new Soviet leadership in the economic basis of Soviet society. They used the power of the Soviet state to nurture, fortify, and command the traces of capitalism that survived in the relations of production, while breaking down the strongholds of the dominant socialist relations. In their economic reforms a decade ago, they completely erected the capitalist economic structure of a type of capitalist monopoly state. It is today a consolidated economic system that conforms to all the essential characteristics of the classic analyses of imperialism given by Lenin. To describe, much less analyze, all or even the vast majority of the theoretical and practical revisions carried out by the Soviet leadership beginning with Khrushchev would require a very long volume. The key elements are the changes in the Soviet superstructure, especially during the 1950s, and the subsequent transformation of economic relations, especially during the 1960s. In the present-day struggle over the role and character of the contemporary USSR, the lines drawn between the Soviet revisionists and the Marxist-Leninists constitute the main battlefield. For its part, the CPSU has made great efforts to charge that the genuine Marxist conception of the Soviet Union, which the Chinese and Albanian parties were pioneers in upholding, amounts to nothing more than Trotskyism in a new guise. It is a great irony that the Soviet revisionists themselves, through the mechanism of Khrushchev's secret speech, established the basis for the resurrection and rebirth of Trotskyism probably beyond the dreams of their prophet. It is on the part of the CPSU itself that the Trotskyists have attracted and spread the defeatist line that their original pessimism regarding the impossibility of building socialism in a single country has been vindicated. But it is precisely because of this temporary revival of Trotskyism that the Marxist-Leninists, in explaining their point of view on the Soviet Union, must also draw a well-marked line between themselves and the Trotskyists and show how, in fact, the Trotskyists and the revisionists of the CPSU are those who reconcile and cover each other, not only in their conceptions of the current world, but in their vision of the whole of Soviet history as well. For these reasons the analysis of the contemporary USSR cannot begin in 1956, but must go back to the beginning of the Soviet period. 2. Revolution. It was the beginning of the period of Soviet power in the USSR, a period that came to an end almost 40 years later with the rise to power of a new bourgeoisie. In order to gain a clearer picture of the present regime, it is useful to briefly trace some of the key aspects in the early period of Soviet development. The workers' uprising in Moscow and Petrograd, the storming of the Winter Palace, the arrest of the ministers of the old government and the proclamation of the Soviet Republic put an end to the rule of the bourgeoisie and the landowners in one of the most largest and most populous in the world. State power was torn from the hands of the old exploiting classes. The owners of the almost medieval estates, together with the owners and financial backers of some of the most modern factories in the world and their foreign allies, were at one stroke deprived of the services of Russia's centralized official apparatus for pressuring and extracting revenues from the people, suppressing the exploiting classes and fighting wars of conquest and annexation. Furthermore, they were quickly deprived of their most important private properties. All land was nationalized immediately. The banks too. The foreign debt was cancelled. The main industries were the following. Starting at first with companies whose owners closed to create difficulties for workers and sabotage the new government, the Soviet Authority expropriated more than 800 firms between November 1917 and February of the following year. By June 1918, all large-scale industries and mining became state property along with major transportation and warehouse facilities. All foreign trade was made a state monopoly. Thus, in a few months the workers took state power, the new state held the title and the keys to almost all the main means of production in the country. The dominant summit of economic life was in his hands. The fastest and largest transfer in the history of property from one class to another that had been achieved up to that time. The American writer Lincoln Steffens, after visiting Soviet Russia in 1918, returned saying, "I have been to the future and it works." This often quoted phrase, and similar remarks by other visitors at the time, reflected the enormous inspiration that the victory of the Soviet working class radiated. The new Soviet power was the herald of the future emancipation of all exploited and oppressed peoples everywhere. But few leaders of the Bolshevik Party in 1918 agreed in the literal sense with Steffens' judgment that it works. On the contrary, very little works. Firstly, the economy was devastated by 4 years of inter-imperialist world wars. The industry suffered from a shortage of raw materials. Millions of working-age peasants were on the front lines. A serious famine threatened the cities. Secondly, the new Soviet state had begun the difficult task of transforming its newly acquired properties to make them work in a socialist sense. State power had been seized. The transfer of a company from private to state hands was a relatively uncomplicated matter of issuing a confiscation decree and perhaps sending a contingent of armed workers to take physical possession of the plant and equipment. If the workers on site had not already done so. But continuing or reactivating production, and above all transforming production relations from capitalist to socialist relations, was another matter. Yesterday, Lenin wrote in May 1918, the greatest task of the moment was, as determinately as possible, to nationalize, confiscate, trample and crush the bourgeoisie, and put down sabotage. Today, only a blind man could fail to see that we have nationalized, confiscated, run over and crushed more than we had the time to count. The difference between socialization and simple confiscation is that confiscation can be carried out only with determination, without the ability to properly calculate and distribute, while socialization cannot be brought about without this ability. If the new Soviet power could not even control how many companies had been confiscated, it could even less take stock of its capabilities and needs to draw up an economic plan. The Central State Economic Municipality established at the end of 1917 for this purpose achieved only the most superficial control of economic affairs. In May 1921, Lenin wrote, "There is hardly any evidence yet of the operation of an integrated state economic plan. Only the germ of the socialist economy existed. The working class had taken state power. He controlled key positions in the political superstructure of society. But the gigantic task of reorganizing the economic basis of Soviet society still before them." As Lenin said in May 1918, and repeated 3 years later, the name Soviet Socialist Republic implies the determination of the Soviet power to achieve the transition to socialism, and not that the new economic system is recognized as the socialist order. 3 years of civil war and the invasion of 14 imperialist states, determined to crush Soviet power at its cradle, forced the young state to subordinate all other tasks to its survival. The intervention, operating in conjunction with the armed counter-revolution led by the landowners and the overthrown bourgeoisie, imposed even more terrible sacrifices on the Soviet working people between 1918 to 21. Reactionary armies cut off the urban centers of Soviet power of their sources of fuel, raw materials and, above all, grain. Extraordinary economic measures had to be taken: compulsory labor, forced requisition of surplus grain, emergency rationing among others, that had nothing in common with a peaceful advance towards a socialist economy. Defying all the predictions of the world's bourgeois, the Soviet state survived the onslaught. But he suffered surprising losses. Contemporary Soviet historians estimate that in 1917 there were just under 3 million factory workers in the Soviet Republic. About 800,000 of them fought in the Civil War. Nearly 180,000 were killed in the action. 10 to 15% of the entire industrial proletariat died of hunger and epidemics. As a result, the Soviet power counted only 1.7 million factory workers in August 1920 when the bulk of the reactionary armies had been defeated. More dangerous than the physical losses suffered by the proletariat was its economic degeneration as a result of the paralysis of industry. Due to our present deplorable conditions, Lenin wrote in May 1921, the proletarians are forced to earn their livelihood by methods that are not proletarian and that are not connected with large-scale industry. They are forced to acquire goods through methods of profit from the petty bourgeoisie, either by stealing or making them themselves in a public factory, in order to exchange them for agricultural products, and this is the main economic danger, risking the existence of the Soviet system. Thus, the ruin of large-scale industry was widespread and general. Lenin wrote in October 1921, that the proletariat had become déclassé, in other words, stripped of its class character, and had ceased to exist as a proletariat. The proletariat is the class that is engaged in the production of material values in large-scale industry. Since large-scale capitalist industry disappeared, it has sometimes figured in statistics, but it did not stay together economically. Such a situation posed special dangers for Soviet power, since the proletariat was not only the only working class, but was the ruling class as well. Unless the industry revived, Soviet power could lose its foundation and be overthrown. It was in the midst of this grave emergency, more dangerous than intervention and civil war, that Lenin proposed to the party and the country at the beginning of 1921 the new economic policy. When the Bolsheviks first took power, as Lenin put it, we assumed that we could proceed directly to socialism without a preliminary period in which the old economy would be adapted to the Soviet economy. We have assumed that by introducing state production and state distribution we had established an economic system of production and distribution that differs from the previous one. 3 years later, experience proved that this was not possible. The attempt to introduce socialist principles of production and distribution by a direct assault, that is, in the shortest and most direct way possible, had suffered defeat. The NEP meant a change in strategy based on the clear recognition of this defeat. Instead of an immediate transition to a socialist economy, there would have to be a fairly long transitional period, perhaps 5 to 10 years by Lenin's estimate, during which the working foundations for the socialist economy were carefully prepared. Instead of an all-out assault, there would be a period of strategic retreat, regrouping, and consolidation. Instead of merciless blows against the capitalists, the Soviet power would offer them concessions and encouragement within certain limits to get the economy going again. The simple fact, as Lenin put it in 1920, is that there was a firmer economic basis for capitalism in Russia than for communism. 80% of the country were peasants, and of these the majority were small landowners working on an individual plot in an individualistic way. There was a large stratum of small workshops and manufacturers who also engaged in petit bourgeois production and exchange. Even in the most advanced sectors of large-scale industry, which in Russia at that time was more concentrated than anywhere in the world, the foundations for socialism were not yet mature. The proletariat lacked sufficient organizational, cultural, and technological skills to even use them on the old capitalist base, much less operate them in a socialist, coordinated and planned way. Even a period of instruction, under the tutelage of the capitalists and their experts, was required in this core of the state sector of the economy. The analysis of Lenin's new political economy and the consequences in which it was adopted sheds important light on the transformations in the Soviet mode of production several decades later under Khrushchev, Brezhnev, and Kosygin. The two sets of measures, as will be seen, have many crucial features in common, including the dominant role given to profits, the freedom given to managers to engage in commodity exchanges, and others. In several respects, the latter even consciously copied from the former and relied on quotations from Lenin's speeches given in the period to give his work a cloak of legitimacy. A crucial difference, however, was that Khrushchev and his followers portrayed their policies as an irreversible advance to communism, while Lenin, in the directness and honesty of a Bolshevik, openly proclaimed that the NEP was a temporary retreat to state capitalism. 3. NEP. The years of imperialist intervention and civil war in Russia, from 1918 to 1921, were the baptism of fire of the new Soviet power. Did the new state command the loyalty of the majority of workers and peasants? Was the apparatus cohesive and effective? Were his leadership's policies adequate to meet the onslaught from all sides? In 1921 there were no longer many doubts. Soviet power had survived challenges that would have crumbled any other state in the world up to that point. "We have certainly learned about politics," Lenin said at the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in December 1920. "Here we are as firm as a rock. But things are bad when it comes to economic affairs. From now on, the least politics will be the best politics." Restoring the country's ruined economy became the highest political priority. Among the measures adopted in early 1921 under the name of the new political economy were the following: restoration of commercial relations between city and countryside. The wartime emergency system of military requisitioning of grain from peasants had to be stopped. In its place Lenin proposed, and the Soviet power adopted, a tax in kind. The peasantry would not have to give all its surplus grain to the state again, but only a fixed and known amount of it. There was then a material incentive to increase food production. The peasant would keep a portion of the surplus grain to regularly exchange the products of industry on the market. Restoration of retail trade. Soviet power retained the state monopoly of grain trade at the wholesale level and maintained control of wholesale trade in most products of large-scale industry operating on the national scale. But private retail trade, and limited wholesale trade on a regional and local scale, were legalized again. Private traders were encouraged to operate. Restoration of small and medium-sized private industries, working on a capitalist basis under lax state supervision. A limited opening of the Soviet economy to foreign investment, by offering concessions on a highly profitable basis for investors in raw material extraction and industry. Reorganization of nationalized industries on a large mass market scale, placing these, too, largely on a capitalist basis under the direct supervision and control of the proletarian state. Of all these measures, the last was the most drastic and audacious. For large-scale state industries working for the mass consumer market became, almost as much as the heavy machine-building industry, the main pillar of the Soviet state economy. This is the socialist bastion in which the new socialist relations of production were to take hold in the first place, and from where they were to advance to the rest of the economy. As Lenin put it in May 1921, manufactured goods made by socialist factories and exchanged for food produced by peasants are not commodities in the political economic sense of the word. In any case, not only are they not commodities, they are no longer commodities merchandise, they cease to exist as merchandise. In other words, in this sector, and only in this sector, the capitalist relations of production, based on the production of commodities, were suppressed and new socialist relations were emerging. However, a partial retreat was required here as well. Around November of the same year, the direct exchange of manufactured goods for food had broken down. The connection between town and countryside had become highly capitalist returned, with ordinary buying and selling for money and monetary profits restored in its place. As in these relations between state industry and private agriculture, a retreat in the internal structure of state industry was also required. As Lenin put it in his draft theses on the role and functions of the trade unions under the new economic policy, a free market and capitalism, both subject to state control, are now being allowed and developing. On the other hand, state-owned enterprises are being placed on a lucrative basis, in other words, they are in effect being largely reorganized along commercial and capitalist lines. He repeats, now with the free market permitted and developing, state enterprises can largely be put on a capitalist and commercial basis. In detail, this reorganization means that each state-owned enterprise must pay its own way and show profits. It meant that it is absolutely essential that all authority in factories be concentrated in the hands of management. Factory management, usually based on the principle of one man's responsibility, must have independent authority to fix and pay wages and also distribute rations, work clothes, and other supplies, must enjoy maximum freedom to maneuver, exercise strict control of the current success achieved by increasing production, in making the factory pay its way and show profits, and carefully select the most talented and capable management personnel, etc. To give them a material incentive, in addition, the directors of the factories and trusts were paid on a partial commission basis, so that their income was more dependent on the profitability of their companies. There were also experiments tying workers' salaries to the company's profitability. All this and more, will be shown, made its appearance again 40 years later in a new form. But what is remarkable looking back on this turn of Soviet policy, which was only briefly outlined here, is the absolute and complete candor with which Lenin anticipated and characterized it. Freedom to exchange means freedom for capitalism. We say it openly and we emphasize. We don't hide it in the slightest. Things would be very difficult for us if we tried to hide it. Some 40 years later, in a totally different historical context, when a totally different Soviet Party leadership undertook a much deeper restoration of the freedom to trade, and a much deeper reorganization of state enterprises on a commercial basis. Capitalist, this candor is gone, replaced by a crushing, suffocating hypocrisy. Lenin's clarity and directness about the meaning of the NEP testifies to the fact that, through this limited and temporary restoration of capitalism in the USSR, the proletariat remained the ruling class. The state capitalism that the NEP temporarily adopted was not the state capitalism found in bourgeois economic texts, in which the bourgeoisie possessing economic power collectively subordinates the state and state property to its interests. On the contrary, proletarian political power subordinated the bourgeoisie to its interests. No matter how great the freedom given to the bourgeoisie in economic matters, the proletarian power always kept the reins in its own hands and loosened or tightened them according to its own political and economic norms. The NEP period of Soviet history comprised three broad phases: the retreat in the direction of capitalism, consolidation, and the new offensive towards socialism. All three phases, and not just the withdrawal, were part of the NEP design. Taken as a whole, the NEP was the policy of transforming the capitalist economic base of the USSR into a socialist base. It was the policy of preparing the economic basis for the political achievements of the Soviet state, was the transition policy during the period when capitalism had been destroyed but socialism had not yet been built. As Lenin said in one of his last speeches, in November 1922, the Russia of the NEP will be transformed into socialist Russia. It was Lenin himself, in March 1922, who called a halt to the retreat that was the first phase of the NEP. It was up to his successors to decide how to consolidate, and when and how to go on the general offensive against capitalist elements. In all its aspects, the easiest part of the battle during the second and third phases of the NEP was the elimination of private traders and small producers from the scene. From the mid-1920s onwards, the share of the country's total trade in the hands of private companies declined, while the state's share increased. By 1932, The hated private traders, who were called the N-Eatmen, were all but gone. In manufacturing, where approximately 1/8 of the country's workers were employed by private companies, the private quota had been reduced in 1932 to less than 1%. The gradual liquidation of foreign investments and leases presented few problems, as these never amounted to a significant proportion of production. Few capitalists accepted Lenin's offer to invest in the proletarian state. More difficult and protracted was the effort to reverse the capitalist measures introduced in the state-industrial sector during the first phase of the NEP. Necessity dictated progress. The managers of the state-industrial trusts quickly used their freedom to raise prices beyond the point where the peasant and worker masses could afford to pay. In 1923 and 1924, the state took energetic measures against its trusts, first imposing rigid credit control and then price controls that severely limited the management's freedom of action. In the spring of 1924, the first serious beginning was made to design a comprehensive long-term economic plan for all branches of nationalized industry. Meanwhile, the principle of socialist planning made gradual, fragmented progress, with a branch-by-branch approach. In 1927, Stalin was able to report that the state now has every possibility of directing the nationalized industry in a planned manner, as an individual industrial enterprise, and in 1929, capitalist relations in the state sector had been suppressed until now that this possibility, with the adoption of the first five-year plan, became, at least approximately, a reality for the first time. The most difficult battle of all, during the third final phase of the NEP, however, was not in industry but in agriculture. The restoration of the free market during the first phase of the NEP had led, as was intended, to a revival of agricultural production, and to class struggle. Instead of suffering from famine as before, the Soviet state in 1922 had been able to export grain, and there was a healthy improvement in the food situation. But the resurgence of agricultural production meant the resurgence of capitalist agricultural relations, a growing concentration of land holdings, of surplus grain, of capital in the hands of the richest peasants, a growing impoverishment of the peasants. Poorest and landless workers, who were forced to flee to the cities where they aggravated the problem of unemployment. By 1928 and 1929, after a succession of good harvests, the kulaks had grown strong enough to antagonize the Soviet state. They refused to pay the grain tax, refused to sell grain except at overpriced prices, and in several areas engaged in open sabotage and armed rebellions. The agricultural cooperatives they had started, following Lenin's directives, had become like the NEP, largely a dead letter. This new emergency confronted the Soviet state once again with the specter of famine and civil war. 4. Collectivization. In the 1920s the Soviet industrial proletariat was still an island, albeit a growing one, in a vast peasant sea. While in the state industries the retreat towards state capitalism had stopped and a definite march forward to socialism was underway by the late 1920s, in the countryside, capitalism was in full bloom. Agricultural workers and poor peasants were being ground into misery. The middle peasants were being squeezed, and the rich capitalist farmers, the kulaks, were accumulating grain and power. The arrogance of the kulaks can be gauged from an anecdote of Stalin's reported in April 1929 to the party's Central Committee. In grain-rich Kazakhstan, one of our agitators tried for 2 hours to persuade the grain holders to send grain to supply the country, and the kulak stepped forward with a pipe in his mouth and said, "Make us a little dance, young man, and I'll let you have some grain PUDs." The harvest had been good, and yet the state was threatened by famine. Resistance and, in many areas, armed rebellion by the kulaks threatened to reverse progress towards socialism in the cities and undermine the power of the Soviet state. In this emergency, and after a heated struggle within the party against the left and the right-wing opposition, the Central Committee, led by Stalin, decided to launch an all-out offensive against the last great bastion of capitalism in the USSR, capitalism in agriculture. This was a campaign for the collectivization of agriculture. Its goal was to combine the millions of small and medium-sized peasant plots into tens of thousands of collective farms. In a collective farm, individual plots of land are united into large tracts of land from which farmers collectively cultivate. A part of the harvest is taxed by the state, but the rest is owned by the collective, to be sold by it at its peak, with the profits divided among the collective farmers in proportion to their work. In order to achieve the collectivization of agriculture, however, it was necessary to deprive the capitalist forces in the countryside of their main and strongest elements, the kulaks. For this purpose the party put forward the slogan of liquidating the kulaks as a class. This meant depriving them of their economic base, their property, their possibilities to exploit the medium and small peasants and workers and to resist the Soviet state. The struggle that began in agriculture at the end of L928, lasting about 5 years, led to a second Bolshevik revolution. It was a revolution carried both from above, by the Soviet state including the Red Army, and from below, by the masses of agricultural workers and poor and middle peasants. Like all genuine revolutions, it was not a festive dinner, or writing an essay, or painting a picture. It was not so refined, relaxed, and gentle, so temperate, kind, courteous, restrained and magnanimous. It was very similar to the peasant movement in Hunan described by Mao Zedong in 1927, an insurrection, an act of violence in which one class overthrows another. Therefore, it was not without instances in which the peasantry went very far, and liquidated the kulaks not only economically but also physically. But as the chief bourgeois critic of this revolution, Professor M. Lewin, admitted, in order to understand this process of mass dekulakization, it is also essential to keep in mind the misery that the millions of bedniaks they lived. Too often they were hungry, they had never had shoes or t-shirts, or any other luxury item. The tension that had built up in the camp, and the desire to evict the kulaks, were largely contributing to their misery. The condition of the bednvaks, and the hatred they were capable of feeling at times for their more fortunate neighbors, who exploited them mercilessly whenever they had the opportunity to do so. Excesses had also been committed from above, by overzealous party leaders, who were often members of the inter-party opposition with the conscious or unconscious intention of sabotaging the process. Inexperience, lack of cadres and honest mistakes played on their part too. The opposition, echoed by the foreign bourgeois press, did not miss opportunities to focus on these excesses and errors, to magnify them out of proportion and condemn the general line of the revolution for its tactical clumsiness. But there was no alternative reality elsewhere, and those members of the opposition who were dedicated to the cause of Soviet power, as Professor Lewin records, soon saw the truth. He does the job badly, said these repentant opponents of Stalin, but he finishes. The most intelligent cadre, estimated by Lewin at least, that is, the most enlightened followers of Leon Trotsky and Nikolai Bukharin, and the mainstream left and de facto leaders of the right-wing opposition, complained about the hand of iron and Stalin's despotic methods, but conceded that thanks to this man's indomitable will, Russia is being modernized. Despite its flaws, a few more years of this terrible, almost superhuman effort will bring an overall increase in prosperity and happiness. By the end of 1933, the long road of the new political economy had been completed. The initial retreat towards state capitalism, consolidation, and then the general offensive towards socialism had been successfully executed. About 2/3 of the peasants were working on collective farms, private industry had almost disappeared, socialist principles in state industries had gained the upper hand and the first 5-year plan had been triumphantly completed ahead of time, unemployment was abolished. After 16 years of political rule, the new Soviet power had managed to reshape the capitalist economic base it inherited by creating the appropriate basis for itself, the basis of a socialist economy. At the 17th Party Congress in January 1934, Stalin, speaking for the Central Committee, was able to make a historic declaration that the socialist economic formation now has undisputed dominance and is the only dominant force in the entire national economy. By the time the USSR entered a new era in its economic development, the rest of the world was plunged into the depths of the Great Depression. A front-page editorial by Pravda in 1931, on the occasion of the 14th anniversary of the October Revolution, highlighted the contrast between the achievements of Soviet power and the sufferings in the capitalist world. Proletarians. Workers from all countries. Today in the squares, in meetings, demonstrations, and rallies you will synthesize the results achieved by two economic systems, capitalism and socialism. Remember, in capitalist countries, the tens of millions of unemployed, the global crisis deepening, thousands of bankruptcies, tens of thousands of closed companies, growing poverty, hunger, and looting in the colonies, preparations for new imperialist wars. In the country where socialism is being built, powerful growth of the industry, no unemployment, large-scale creation of mechanized agricultural production on the basis of the state and collective farms, improvement of the material conditions of the working class, the concentration of workers around the Bolshevik Party and its Leninist Central Committee et.al., Outline History of the Soviet Working Class, Moscow 1973, p. 168. And in fact the triumphant march of socialism in the USSR in this new period appeared like a beacon among the darkness of the capitalist world. It was a period in which phrases that today may seem strained and trite, glorious, triumphant, brilliant, dazzling and the like, came naturally from the lips of those who lived through it or saw it. It was as Marx had predicted, the tegument of capitalist relations burst into pieces, and the tremendous potential sleeping in the lap of social labor had begun to stir. Momentary productive forces that capitalists had tried for decades, in vain, to now suddenly appear in life before finding liberation. It was as if the country had exploded with productive energy. He did not march forward, jumped, stormed, flew forward. He left his criticisms in the dust like many judgmental dwarfs. It spread terror within the bourgeois world. It outlined for the first time in history the magnificent future that opens up for the oppressed and exploited peoples of the world once they have seized state power. Today all these achievements are in danger of being slowly forgotten. The periods of socialist economy in the USSR lasted only a little more than 2 decades, from the early 1930s to the mid-1950s. The reversals that occurred in the last 20 years tended to obscure what existed during that socialist period, and erase from consciousness not only its achievements, but its very character. What is truly socialist? Was the USSR ever really socialist? If he were a socialist, how could he have become a capitalist later? To answer these questions it is necessary to take a somewhat closer look at Soviet socialism in theory and practice. 5. Socialist economy. In the early 1930s the Soviet Communist Party proclaimed that the USSR had entered a period of socialist economic development. The country could now call itself the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and not in the forward-looking sense that Lenin had used when he said in 1921, that the name implies the determination of Soviet power to achieve the transition to socialism, and not that the existing economic system is recognized as a socialist order. Instead, it was now socialist, in the current sense. What were the theoretical and practical bases for recognizing the economic order of the 1930s as socialist? Although Marx and Engels, as is well known, refrained from drawing up blueprints for the new society, they drew up certain basic deductions from their analysis of the old society that have served Marxists since their time as general rules. What began in the USSR of the 1930s was not total communism, a classless and stateless society in which the antithesis between city and countryside, of manual and mental work, had been overcome. It was very far from that. Rather, it was what Marx called the lower stage of communist society, a long period of transition between the end of capitalism and the beginning of full-fledged communism. It then contained the two seeds of the distant future and the traces of the recent capitalist past. By common use of Marxists since Marx, the first stage is defined as socialism and the term communism is reserved for the classless society. According to Marx's critique of the Gotha program, which Lenin used as a text for Chapter 5 of his work State and Revolution, the key writings on this issue. The working class during the period of socialism did not, it can dispense neither with the state, as an organ of repression of one class against another, nor with certain economic and legal relations taken from the old bourgeois society. As far as the Soviet state was concerned, this was, and remained for the period, a dictatorship of the proletariat. After the battles of 1917, the Civil War period, the NEP, and the collectivization of agriculture, there was no longer any doubt about that. The many hundreds of thousands, perhaps a few million, of defeated, expropriated and embittered former kulaks, and Eatmen, unreconciled officials of the old regime, administrators and privileged intellectuals with their families, descendants and parasites who remained in the country would have liked nothing more than the implementation of Trotsky's demand, expressed from exile abroad, for freedom. To form political parties rivaling the CPSU. But the party had no intention of allowing the state to wither as a repressive force in this way. Democracy for the vast majority of the people, and the suppression by force, that is to say the exclusion from democracy, of the exploiters and oppressors of the people, this was the role that Lenin, following Marx, proposed for the state. Proletarian in the period of socialism, and the party remained on that program, but not without making some political mistakes that proved to be very costly in the long term. Regarding economic relations, Marx and Lenin, in the aforementioned texts, had clearly established that the motto of socialist distribution could not yet be from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. This was for the communist future, where the progress of the productive forces allows the abolition of scarcity, and when social consciousness, deep-seated desire, and the sheer force of habit direct all workers to participate voluntarily according to their ability in daily production, so that the distribution of consumer items can be a matter of everyone being able to freely take from public warehouses according to their needs. The motto, rather, was, to each according to the amount of work done. This did not mean taking freely, but paying money in exchange for goods, and being paid at work not according to need but according to productivity. It was a direct exchange of merchandise money, like the one that existed not only in capitalism but even before. This necessarily resulted in unequal wages between workers of different types and ranges of jobs, and between fast and slow workers in the same job. The gap between the lowest and highest wages even increased during the 1930s, when a huge influx of new recruits from the countryside more than tripled the ranks of the industrial proletariat between 1929 and 1940. However, while a growth in wage inequality was incompatible with the advance towards communism, wage inequality and the commercial exchange relations of the distribution of consumable goods on which it rested, were not in themselves in violation of the theory of socialism. Marx and Lenin were amply clear on this point. Socialism, as Lenin pointed out, puts an end to the injustice that consists in the ownership of the means of production by private owners, but it is not capable of immediately destroying the additional injustice that consists in the distribution of articles of consumption according to the work done. The socialist order of society, unlike the higher communist order, does not eliminate the defects of distribution and inequality of bourgeois law that will continue to prevail as long as products are divided according to the work performed. As regards the distribution of consumer goods, the progress made by socialism over capitalism does not lie, therefore, in the abolition of wage inequalities. What it suppresses is rather the class of consumers who are far above even the best paid workers, who obtain stratospheric incomes not derived from wages but from profits, that is, not from their own work but from the work of others. Such a social layer did not exist under Soviet socialism. It reappeared today, however, as will be shown. There was then a wide sphere of commodity exchange relations in the USSR, encompassing not only the production of state factories of consumer goods, but also a large part of the food produced by collective farms. All this was objectively a breeding ground for what Marx and Lenin called the bourgeois right, which compels one to calculate with the coldness of a usurer whether one has not worked half an hour more than another, whether one goes to be paid less than another, to quote the state and the revolution. These were some of the traces left from the past, obstacles on the path to communism, potential nuclei, among others, of a restoration of capitalism. But, despite everything, the Soviet economy during this period was not capitalist, it was socialist. Marx, analyzing and comparing different historical forms of production to identify the specific characteristics that define capitalism, noted that money and commodities existed in many other forms of society, to varying degrees, without capitalism emerging. The historical conditions of its existence are in no way given by a mere circulation of money and merchandise. This can come to life only when the owner of the means of production and subsistence finds himself in the market with free workers selling their labor power. Or as Marx writes later in the same work, money and commodities in themselves are no more capital than the means of production and subsistence. They want to transform themselves into capital. But this transformation can only take place under certain circumstances that focus on this, namely that two very different types of commodity holders must meet face to face and in contact, on the one hand, the owners of money, the means of production, the means of subsistence, who are eager to increase the sum of values they possess, purchasing the labor power of others, on the other hand, the free workers, the sellers of their own labor power and therefore the sellers of labor. With this polarization of the merchandise market, the fundamental conditions of capitalist production occur. The capitalist system presupposes the complete separation of workers from all property in the means in which they can carry out their work. As soon as capitalist production is on its own legs, it not only maintains its separation, but reproduces on a continually extending scale. Lenin likewise, in his study of the development of capitalism in Russia, showed that only the separation of the direct producer from the means of production, that is, their expropriation, the transition from a simple production of commodities to a capitalist production. The internal market spreads with the extension of the production of merchandise from products to the labor force, and only in proportion to which the latter is transformed into a commodity, does capitalism manage to cover the entire production of the country, developing mainly due to the means of production. Thus, in order to demonstrate that a given society was capitalist, in the scientific sense of the term, it would be necessary to show not merely that articles of consumption were commodities, but also and primarily that commodity exchange, based on the expropriation of direct producers, encompasses and governs the means of production and the workforce. If the direct producers, the workers, are not divorced from the means of production, and if consequently neither these means nor the labor force function as commodities, then no survivor of bourgeois right, nor any number of other inequalities and injustices, can allow such a society to be properly called capitalist. Conversely, if the direct producers had been separated from the means of production and consequently the labor force and the means of production were both exchanged as commodities, then no amount of social welfare benefits, no nationalization, no legal restrictions on excessive speculation, nor without any improvement measures, can they conceal or modify the capitalist character of such a society. It is important to keep these elementary but necessary and sufficient characteristics of capitalism firmly in mind in order to understand the right and the left, the advance and the retreat of Soviet development. There is an enormous abundance of superficial definitions, half-truths and irrelevant notions in the literature of what capitalism is and what socialism is, all of which, whether innocently or deliberately, serve to mystify or distort the historical process and the present situation. 6 New shoots. The history of the USSR during the 1920s and 1930s was like a long march to reunite workers with the means of production. It was a complex and prolonged struggle to overturn the great historical divorce that arose at the dawn of capitalism. Between the farmer and the land, between the weaver and the loom. This schism, constantly reproduced and universalized by the capitalist order, creates and recreates, on the one hand, the millions of empty-handed workers and, on the other, the relative handful of owners of the means of production. On this separation are founded the twin commodity markets that characterize the capitalist order and distinguish it from all others, the market for labor power between the capitalist and the worker, with the workers always as sellers and the capitalist in the role of seller, buyer, and the market for the means of production, with capitalists buying and selling to each other. Once the basic schism is suspended, these markets lose their reason for being, the labor force and the means of production get rid of their commercial character and are transformed step by step into social property. Such, in general terms, was the path of Soviet development towards socialism and in the socialist period. What were some of the specific steps that were taken by the Soviet power to reunite the working class with the means of production? Certainly, the nationalization of the means of production by the workers' state was the political basis of the entire process. But if the process had ended with the signing of the nationalization papers, a paper socialism would have emerged. In fact, the nationalization decrees in many cases only legalized factory takeovers carried out by workers on their own initiative, and from then on wave after wave of initiatives and mass movements promoted the socialist transformation of Soviet society and gave it life. One of the first innovative mass movements promoted by the Soviet working class was the practice of subotniks, or communist Saturdays. The first was organized on the initiative of the workers of the main repair shop of the Moscow-Kazan Railway in May 1919. Working voluntarily and without pay after the regular shift ended, the workers worked only out of political inspiration, in order to save and strengthen Soviet power against its enemies during the Civil War. Despite weekend fatigue, workers' productivity during subotniks was regularly 2 to 3 times higher than during regular hours. The communist subotniks are extraordinarily valuable as the real beginning of communism, wrote Lenin, identifying the subotniks as one of the new shoots that point ahead of the then existing stage of social development towards the ultimate goal of a society without classes. Following early local initiatives, the party organized subotniks nationwide with excellent results throughout the Civil War period, and the practice was revived again and again. In the late 1920s, a new form of subotnik emerged, Voskresnik, voluntary overtime work to raise funds for the great industrialization campaign projected by the first 5-year plan. Like the subotniks, these initiatives were also quickly popularized by the party and government press, and mobilized millions of workers. The shock work team movement, started in 1926 by the same railroad shop that had started the subotniks, was in part an impetus to bring the subotnik spirit into regular work hours. At the same time, he placed emphasis on reorganizing work, discarding old patterns of division of labor inherited from capitalism and inventing new ones that promoted greater productivity. Led by Komsomol activist Nikolai Nekrasov, the movement produced not only increased production, but much greater enthusiasm on the part of workers as they participated in production meetings, where all aspects of production methods existing jobs were criticized and remodeled to bring out workers' initiative. The Stakhanovite movement, which began in 1935, was the successor to the shock task forces. Like the latter, he emphasized the reorganization of the division of labor and the development of teamwork to achieve greater production. But it also contributed to emphasizing the quality of the results and, above all, the improvement of work technique and technology. The redesign and innovation of machinery and machine processes by the workers themselves, often, as Stalin noted in his Economic Problems of Socialism, despite the objections of engineers and conservative technicians, was the fundamental thing of this movement. A bourgeois American academic, David Granick, in his study The Red Executive, defended the movement against Western accusations that it was primarily a form of acceleration. Primarily, it was intended to motivate workers to use improved techniques on the job, he wrote, and to innovate new ones. His emphasis was thoroughly modern, placed on rationalization rather than sweating. It was also popularized by the party, not without opposition from engineers and managers, and spread to large proportions of industry, mining, and transportation. Such a massive initiative caused extremely rapid increases in labor productivity. During the first 5-year plan, which began in 1929, labor productivity had increased by 41%. During the second plan, when the Stakhanovite movement began, it jumped to 82%, and grew another 33% on this higher base during the third plan period. By then, unemployment, the main incentive for greater labor effort under capitalism, and also the main result under capitalism of technological rationalization, had ceased to exist in the USSR. An ingenious and revealing form of mass initiative was that which emerged during the period of the first plan, which was called public tug. According to Borsisov's account, it began in the Donets Basin on the initiative of the workers of the Artem mine. At one of the production meetings, the discussion centered on a neighboring mine whose workers systematically failed to carry out the plan. A rationalizing veteran worker found a way to help them. Having once served in the Navy, he remembered that it was sometimes necessary to tow ships and barges that could not navigate under their own power, and proposed doing the same with the workers of the neighboring mine. Their proposal was approved, and soon after the first tug team arrived at the backwater mine, only to receive a hostile welcome. "You have no business being here. We can manage without your help. So turn around and head home. We have not come here to chat, but to provide help of camaraderie," responded the Artem miners. "And we will stay here until we have completed our task." With the help of the party organization, they gathered the most prominent workers around themselves and launched the socialist competition. Before long, the backward mine caught up with the plan. At the end of the 5-year plan period, public tug crews operated in many industrial enterprises. A deeper form of mass initiative was the participation of workers in criticizing the 5-year plan and in drawing up their own revised plans. This was called counter-planning. Borisova writes that it was first introduced in the summer of 1930 by the shock workers of the Karl Marx works in Leningrad. This was done in response to the speech of the shock workers of the Znamya Truda factory to the Leningrad shock workers. The speech was published in Leningradskaya Pravda on April 9, 1930 under the title "Znamya Truda shock workers are drawing up an extended counter-industrial and financial plan." Extended. At that time, workers at the Moscow Elektrozavod factory were devising opposing plans for the company as a whole and for each of its workshops and lathes. Many of them acquired a penchant for planning and enrolled in higher education institutions that offered specialized training in this field. Counter-planning, even more than the Stakhanovite movement, frequently bothered engineers and managers who had retained or acquired a basically bourgeois perspective. Many of them fled to capitalist countries, where intelligence services and academics would mine them for privileged information about Soviet conditions. One such scholar, Joseph Berliner, gave the following transcript of a renegade plant manager's counter-planning report. "All the workers, everyone is summoned to the production conference. And then the so-called counter-planning begins, in a very crude way, which quickly ends in a fiasco. They read the plan. Here our main administration has given us this or that information, this or that indexes, of course we have to comply with them, we all understand that this has to be done. Therefore, the agitation continues. We have to do this, we have to comply and over-comply. I hope that some of the workers, this is said by an engineer or a representative of the party organization, will present counter-proposals. Now everyone wants to manifest their activity. Some butterfly, some milkmaid gets up from her place and says, I think we should promise Comrade Stalin that it will be 100% overfulfilled. Without taking into account the materials, without taking into account the supply. Then another stands up and says, we should all pledge 100% and I personally pledge 150%. In short, it piles up more and more, and engineers and economists scratch their heads. However, this is called counter-planning, a manifestation of new socialist morality and greater socialist enthusiasm. All this reaches the top and there, as you will understand, there is confusion, plain confusion, a complete mess. Brimming with chauvinism, contempt, and sarcasm, a factory manager like the one who provided this account naturally saw workers' enthusiasm as contradictory to efficiency and rationality. What about the materials, and the supply? It did not occur to such bourgeois minds that, If the enthusiasm spread to the other factories that produce the materials and supplies for this factory, and so on in a chain reaction, then a leap forward in production could well be achieved in all of them. Parts. This narrow bureaucratic spirit also had its supporters in the Gosplan office, the Central State Planning Office, as recounted by the bourgeois Sovietologist M. Lewin, in his Russian Peasants and Soviet Power of 1968. At first, wrote Lewin, the Gosplan as a whole tried to stop the avalanche of unreasonable demands, coming to them from the factories below and from the Central Committee from above, demands for an enormous increase in production. But the party leadership had little tolerance for this reluctance. An atmosphere was created within the Gosplan, Lewin relates, such that it would have been an act of civic courage on the part of the planners to insist that there were sectors in which a brake should be applied. Planners were aware of the risks of arguing too much or raising objections on technical or other grounds. In the privacy of their own offices, they commented that it was better to meet the demand for rapid growth rates than to go to prison for having advocated for more moderate demands. The party leadership, by purging the most outspoken of these brakemen from the Gosplan, sided with the so-called butterflies and milkmaids who were committed to counter-planning at the point of production. When the shock team of workers in a Luhansk factory, exposing the implications of counter-planning for the entire economy, issued a call to finish the 5-year plan in 4 years, the Central Committee picked it up and spread it throughout the country. Thanks to such worker initiatives, widespread and popularized by the party leadership, the phenomenal development of the productive forces projected by the first 5-year plan was achieved in 4 years and 3 months. It was a triumph that still has political economists and bourgeois historians scratching their heads, and it was followed by more, almost equally spectacular achievements. But there really was no mystery about it. Such achievements in the development of the forces of social production were the fruit of the reunion between the working class and the means of production. Mass initiatives and movements reflected and deepened this profoundly new production relationship, whose political precondition was the dictatorship of the proletariat. However, not all elements of Soviet society were as encouraged and pleased by the triumphs of socialism as, by all accounts, the vast majority of workers and party cadres were. 7. Bourgeois law. The Soviet Union in the mid-1930s was predominantly a scene of triumph and unity. Its elementary characteristics were that state power was solidly in the hands of the working class, the main opposition blocs within the party had been exposed and defeated and party unity was strong, the alliance between the working class and the peasantry had been cemented by the collectivization of agriculture, the foundations of the socialist economy have been laid, and gigantic steps were being taken on this basis. It was this triumphant spirit that animated the 17th Party Congress of 1934, inspired the adoption of the historic Soviet Constitution of 1936, and provided the context for extensive democratization measures in the Soviet government apparatus in 1937 and the strengthening of democracy and the centralism in the party in the 17th Congress of 1939. There was nothing false or hollow at the basis of the prevailing spirit of the time. The victories in the area of political, economic, social, and cultural construction achieved by the Soviet power were as real and tangible as the victories that are being achieved today by the national liberation struggles of the peoples of Indochina. There was and is no legitimate reason for a cynical or pessimistic attitude towards them. And yet, some 20 years after the historic adoption of the Soviet Constitution of 1936, the elementary characteristics of Soviet society had undergone a complete change of character. State power passed into the hands of a bourgeois class, the party changed its nature, the worker-peasant alliance was attacked, the foundations of the socialist economy were laid under the sledgehammer and the wrecking ball, and the lower part of the structure began to fall below the advances in the development of social production. Understanding that the USSR was once socialist is not difficult in itself. It is also not so difficult to see, how it will show itself, that it is capitalist today. However, it is not so easy to grasp these two opposite and contradictory states in their interconnection and as a process, to see the seeds of the latter in the former and to mark the point where an accumulation of gradual and insignificant quantitative changes produced an abrupt turn in the whole character of society. In this connection, a very important contribution has recently appeared in the Chinese theoretical journal Red Flag. Although it is mainly addressed to current issues in the Chinese Communist Party, it also has a direct and clear reference to the ongoing discussions among Marxist-Leninists around the world about the transformations that took place in the Soviet Union. Titled On the Social Basis of the Lin Piao Anti-Party Clique by Yao Wenyuan, the article is a critique of superficial, idealistic, and vulgar interpretations of the Soviet capitalist restoration and deserves extensive quotation in the context of the present study. It is quite clear, writes Yao, a veteran communist and leader in the Cultural Revolution, that Lin Piao and the anti-party clique represent the interests of the overthrown landlords and bourgeois classes and the desire of the overthrown reactionaries to overthrow the dictatorship of the proletariat and restore the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Lin Piao's anti-party clique opposed the great proletarian cultural revolution and had an inveterate hatred for the socialist system under the dictatorship of the proletariat in our country, calling it a feudal autocracy. Khrushchev, it will be remembered, upon taking command of the Soviet Communist Party in 1956, used similar insults against the dictatorship of the proletariat of the USSR under Stalin. Yao then recalls the intra-party machinations and intrigues of the Lin Piao faction that culminated in Project 571, an attempted military coup, which failed and cost its author his life during his hasty flight to escape to the USSR in 1971. All this reflects the life and death struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the two great antagonistic classes, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, a struggle that will last for a long period. As long as the overthrown reactionary classes exist, there remains the possibility that representatives of the bourgeoisie will emerge in the party who will try to convert their hope for restoration into attempts at restoration. Therefore, we must increase our vigilance, guard against and crush all plots by reactionaries and abroad and not allow our vigilance to decrease. So far, Yao's article plays out on familiar ground. However, start going deeper with the following. But to see this much, that is, to see that the remains of the old bourgeoisie represent a danger, is still not to understand the problem in its entirety. Lin Piao's anti-party clique represented not only the hope of the overthrown landowners and bourgeoisie for restoration, but of the newly bred bourgeois elements in socialist society for usurping power. They themselves had some characteristics of the recently engendered bourgeois elements, and some of them were in fact such elements. And some of their slogans gathered and reflected the needs of bourgeois elements and those who want to take the capitalist path to develop capitalism. It is precisely this aspect of the question that deserves more detailed analysis. Chairman Mao notes, Lenin said, "Small production breeds capitalism and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously and on a massive scale. This also happens between a section of the workers and a section of the party members. Both within the ranks of the proletariat and among the personnel of state bodies there are people who follow the bourgeois lifestyle. The existence of bourgeois influence and the influence of international imperialism and revisionism are the political and ideological source of new bourgeois elements, while the existence of bourgeois right provides the vital economic basis for their emergence." The term bourgeois right is taken from Marx's critique of the Gotha program and refers to relations that are equal and free in form, but not free and unequal in essence. Thus, from each according to his abilities, to each according to the amount of work done is a relationship of apparent equality, but in reality it generates inequality because different individuals perform different amounts of work. Similarly, the motto "last hired, first fired," underlying the old capitalist union system, promotes formal equity and equality of opportunity, but in essence reinforces and reproduces discrimination and inequality in hiring. Yao then quotes both Lenin and Mao Zedong on the survival of bourgeois relations in parts of the economic base of socialist society. It is the emphasis on the economic base that is crucial here, because it would be idealistic to suppose that a new bourgeoisie can be generated within a socialist society solely on the basis of the old ideas that survive in the minds of the people. People's consciousness, Marx maintained, is a reflection of their social being. This also remains true in socialist society. If bourgeois ideas not only survive, but are reproduced and take new forms in socialist society, it is because they have a basis in social being. The program proposed by the Lin Piao clique, Yao writes, neither fell from the heavens nor was it innate in the minds of those who claim to be super geniuses, it was a reflection of the social being. The analyses made by both Lenin and Chairman Mao tell us that the bourgeois right that is obliged to exist in matters of distribution and exchange under the capitalist system must be restricted under the dictatorship of the proletariat, so that in the long course of the socialist revolution, the three great differences between workers and peasants, between city and countryside, and between manual and mental work will gradually be reduced, and the discrepancies between grades will gradually be reduced, and the material and ideological conditions to close these gaps will be gradually created. If the opposite is done, says Yao, the inevitable result will be polarization, that is, a small number of people will acquire in the course of distribution increasing quantities of goods and money through certain legal channels and numerous illegal ones. Capitalist ideas of amassing fortunes and longing for fame and personal gain, stimulated by these material incentives, will spread uncontrollably. Public property will become private property, and speculation, bribery, and corruption, theft and bribery will increase. The capitalist principle of commodity exchange will make its way into political life and even party life, undermine the socialist planned economy, and give rise to acts of capitalist exploitation such as the conversion of commodities and money into capital and labor power into commodity. There will be a change in the nature of the property system in certain departments and units that follow the revisionist line, and instances of oppression and exploitation of workers will occur again. As a result, a small number of new bourgeois and upstart elements who have totally betrayed the proletariat and the working people will emerge among the party members, the workers, the well-off peasants, and the staff of state organs. Our worker comrades have said it well: if bourgeois right is not restricted, it will slow down the development of socialism and help the growth of capitalism. When the economic strength of the bourgeoisie grows to a certain point, its agents will demand political dominance, the overthrow of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the socialist system, and a complete change of socialist property, and openly restore and develop the capitalist system. Yao also takes note of the particularities that come with an attempt at restoration by the newly engendered bourgeois elements, as opposed to the remnants of the old bourgeoisie. The new bourgeois elements that arise as a result of the erosion of bourgeois ideas and the existence of bourgeois law generally share the political traits of traders and careerists. In order to carry out capitalist activities under the dictatorship of the proletariat, they always put up a certain socialist sign, since their restorationist activities do not aim to seize any means of production from those who have been dispossessed, but rather to seize the means of production they have never possessed. They are especially greedy, eager to swallow in one gulp the wealth belonging to the entire people, or to the collective, and put it under their private property. In order to avoid such a restoration, Yao concludes that it is necessary in practice to extract the soil that feeds the bourgeoisie and capitalism, and, consciously, to be able to penetrate the new bourgeoisie in time, as it appears or as it takes shape. Here, in a nutshell, Yao has located the cardinal error committed by the Soviet Communist Party during the period when Stalin was its leader. They did not extract the economic, social, political soil that generated a new bourgeoisie quickly enough, and they did not perceive the danger it posed until the initiative had already slipped out of their hands. These issues need to be examined more closely. 8. Old floor. The emergence and gradual maturation of a potential new bourgeoisie within the fold of Soviet Socialist society was a secret and silent process that can only be fully elucidated today. There is a limited amount of data available that provides information about the daily economic situation, the material basis, by which the bourgeoisie that subsequently took power was generated. But the process by which it gradually organized itself as a class, building its own associations and acquiring collective self-consciousness prior to its rise to power is almost entirely unknown. And it had to be that way. For this potential bourgeoisie to emerge under conditions of dictatorship of the proletariat, any open adhesion or intentional defense of capitalist goals was impossible. An efficient secret police made conspiracy, historically the bourgeoisie's favorite way to organize, extremely dangerous. It is not very likely that future historians will unearth any reliable record of what went through the heads of the nascent Soviet bourgeoisie while it was an oppressed class. The content of these ideas and secret conversations can only be deduced ex post facto, from the content, for example, of Khrushchev's secret speech of 1956 and, above all, from the character of the measures taken after his rise to power. What the records do is show clearly that the residues of the old society, the pre-1917 bourgeoisie and the kulaks and nepmen * who appeared in the late 1920s and early 1930s, played no role of leadership in the transformation that occurred after Stalin's death in 1953. Biologically, many of these individuals, while they remained in the country, were still young and vigorous enough to have played some political role in the mid-1950s. But the conditions under the dictatorship of the proletariat they played against this possibility. A bourgeois origin was a handicap to obtaining party membership and an absolute disqualifier for its leadership. The financial oligarchy of the United States and the diplomat W. Averell Harriman pointed this out ironically in a book that recounted his trip to the USSR in 1959, where he met with the party and government leaders. Harriman quotes Khrushchev. "I myself was a humble worker," he said. "I started my life as a shepherd, then I was promoted to cowboy and finally I got a job in the mines, where I stayed until the revolution." As if it couldn't be topped, Harriman continues the anecdote. Deputy Prime Minister Anastas Mikoyan, who along with Deputy Prime Minister Frol Kozlov and Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko joined the discussion, said, "I was the son of a shoemaker," said Kozlov, "and I was a homeless orphan." Even Gromyko, who had remained grimly silent throughout the conversation, interjected, "And I was the son of a pauper." They looked like American politicians boasting about their origins. The seizure of power after Stalin, in short, was not a restoration of the expropriated old bourgeoisie. It was the rise of a new bourgeoisie engendered within socialism under the dictatorship of the proletariat. But where and how was this bourgeoisie generated? Classically recognized as a favorable terrain for the emergence of capitalists under socialism is agriculture, specifically collective farms. Although Soviet collective farms were no longer characterized by small-scale production that, in Lenin's words, breeds capitalism and bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously and on a large scale, there was still enough land for constitute a danger. It wasn't just the private domestic plots. More problematic was the form of ownership of the collective farm itself. It was socialist property in the sense that the proletarian state had ownership of both the entire land and most of the agricultural machinery used by the collective farmers. But apart from these primary and some secondary restrictions, each collective farm operated, in relation to other farms and the state, almost as a private company focused on the production of profits. Although several thousand people could belong to a single collective farm, each of these farms still formed a relatively small and anarchic type of production compared to the scale and planned integration of the state sector, specifically that of industry. In Stalin's last published writing, Economic Problems of Socialism, there are clear warnings concerning collective farms and the commodity exchange relations involved in this form. It would be unpardonable for blindness not to see at the same time, Stalin writes, that these factors are already beginning to hinder our powerful development of the productive forces, since they create obstacles to the full extension of government planning to the national economy, especially agriculture. There is no doubt that these factors will hinder the continued development of our country's productive forces more and more as time progresses. The task, therefore, is to eliminate these contradictions by gradually converting farm collective property into public property and by introducing, also gradually, product exchange instead of commodity circulation. We know from later events that the bourgeois elements within the USSR and its Communist Party did not agree with these assessments of Stalin. Nor did they agree with his strict mandate against the idea of selling machines and tractors to collective farms, a proposal that would lead, in Stalin's words, to the reappearance of capitalism. It is significant that, even so, neither Khrushchev nor any other senior party commander will at the time be in favor of the proposal, which was proposed in letters addressed to Stalin by two obscure individuals called Sanina and Ussr. A public discussion of Stalin's book was organized and the entire party was ordered to participate, but if Khrushchev had already agreed in 1952 with Sanina and Ussr and their comrades, he kept it secret. In public he and his allies were enthusiastically in favor of Stalin's ideas, and soon after they did the opposite. These methods were characteristic of the rising Soviet bourgeoisie. Despite the tremendous importance of the development of agriculture during and after the Soviet socialist period, however, the leading forces behind the events of the mid-1950s did not only come from this sector, the most obviously and well recognized as fertile ground of capitalism. Agriculture was one of Khrushchev's specialties. But other leaders of these new bourgeois forces that took power after Stalin's death made careers in the party, becoming more actively involved in matters related to engineering and industry. The position of the Soviet engineering and personnel management, particularly that of company directors, was contradictory during the socialist period. They had great responsibilities, greater even than those of the managers of capitalist society, but fewer powers than these. The Soviet of the company director under socialism was in charge and responsible for the organization of the production process in its human, technical and accounting form. Responsibility was concentrated on the individual, in accordance with the principle of one-man administration defended in the early 1920s by Lenin along with other measures developed in the early stages of the NEP. It was a principle designed to overcome the confusion, evasion of responsibilities and drops in production that were very frequent in the early period of the takeover of the factories and the primitive self-management of the workers, and was maintained and even reinforced during the period of the planned economy. The responsibility of the manager under the system was, in fact, even greater than that of the plant manager under capitalism, because the Soviet manager was bound both technically and legally to the economic plan whose ordinances described in considerable detail what must be produced and when. As Stalin emphasized in his speech to the 15th Party Congress in 1927, our plans are not forecasts, they are not conjectures, but directed plans that bind our leading bodies. This meant that a director who failed to complete a plan was breaking the law and could be put on trial, convicted of conscious evil, and sentenced to death as a saboteur. While carrying great and strict responsibilities, Soviet managers enjoyed much less power over workers than their capitalist counterparts. They had a strong authority, especially during the great influx of peasants in the industrialization drive carried out in the early 1930s, to assign workers different roles in the internal division of labor, punish tardiness and absenteeism with fines. And, on the other hand, running the show, although even this authority could be successfully challenged. But they did not have the most important power that their capitalist counterparts did enjoy, that is, the power to fire workers at will. They could not threaten workers with unemployment and hunger. This was a materialization of the fact that the labor force in the USS was no longer a commodity that could be sold and bought like any other. Its price was no longer reduced by the existence of an excess of unemployed and the inalienable right of merchandise buyers to refuse to buy. The right not to hire and suspend employment was not recognized. Except during times of war, workers were free to abandon their work, but managers couldn't fire them unless they proved some crime against them. Thus, in the absence of a whip, the managers were weak. What's more, workers had more than one means by which they could attack directors who abused the authority they possessed. As the British bourgeois scholar Mary Macaulay writes, there were special courts to mediate industrial disputes to which only workers had access. Management staff could only appear as defendants and were prohibited from accessing newly initiated cases, pages 54 to 55. Even before problems came to trial, there were ways that workers on the shop floor could make a problematic manager see who was boss. One of these mechanisms, the production meeting, is described by bourgeois scholar David Granick in his book, The Red Executive. Management operates under severe ideological and practical handicaps in its effort to keep worker criticism down. A factory director. He let it slip that production meetings were a real challenge for him. But when asked if the workers dared to criticize him openly, he said, "Any director who pursues criticism will be severely punished. Not only will he be fired, but he will also be reported." The combination of enormous responsibilities but relatively little power in the hands of company directors was not, in the long term, a healthy thing. The way forward would have been to progressively transfer more and more of the manager's responsibilities to the workers themselves, to equalize their power. But since the issue within the party remained static, the directors themselves took the initiative. On the one hand, they appropriated for themselves some of the power that the workers had and at the same time got rid of the responsibilities that were imposed on them in the plan. These two tendencies on the part of directors, arising from a capitalist impulse, were kept at bay and contained in Stalin's life. But its source was not eradicated. After his death, once the new party leadership consolidated its control over the party, the directors' once repressed complaints about their impotence and the onerous burden placed on them by the plan were given free rein in the press, and the demands implicit in these complaints were fully satisfied. 9. On the balance. From the end of World War II until Stalin's death in 1953, the CPSU and the government seemed strong from the outside and unbreakable as ever. Behind this strong appearance, however, there were processes in motion that allowed this bastion of socialism, the embodiment of what was once advocated by Marxism-Leninism, to be taken painlessly, as historical changes advanced. By a group of leaders with a counter-revolutionary, anti-Marxist and anti-Leninist program. The task is to understand how this radical change was possible. It is a complicated company. There are few mental models to rely on. Most of the key documents that would shed light on particular events are not available. Much was made secret. However, by observing the development in broad strokes, it is possible to identify four main causes that brought about this great setback. The first of these has already been discussed above, that is, the reflection in the most powerful circles of the party and government of the vestiges of the bourgeois relations of production that existed within the base of socialist society. In the structure of the collective farms, as has been pointed out before, certain objective bases remained for the narrow, egocentric, usurious, and anarchic behavior that characterizes capitalism. As for production in industry, likewise, an excessive concentration of responsibilities in the hands of individual directors and engineers engendered among the latter feelings of superiority and desire to accumulate power also in their hands. In both of these branches of social production, the leaders at the base operated with one finger, or even one foot, on capitalist or semi-capitalist terrain. The aspiration to move in this direction, instead of towards communism, could not fail to arise in their heads in some form or another. While in the heads of the majority this notion, at least in its most obvious facet, was undoubtedly repressed, it was to be expected that these camouflaged ideas would exert a significant influence on many and become the dominant impulse in the heads of a few. All of this is inevitable in any socialist society, as a society that emerges from capitalism, bringing with it not only the old ideas but also parts of the old structures. Even the working class in socialism is bound to be moved in its consciousness by the loopholes of what Marx called bourgeois right, because the inequalities in the salary scale, frequently supplemented in the USSR by individual bonuses, must have acted brilliantly against the spirit of collective enthusiasm and the new attitude towards work that the Soviet working class displayed par excellence. It is equally inevitable that these remnants of the capitalist relations of production at the base of a socialist society will leak into the upper echelons of the party and government, as well as other institutions. It is part of the job of the highest levels of the party to keep in touch as much as possible with the conditions below. In the countless meetings, visits, and conferences where party cadres from different levels rubbed shoulders daily, the backward aspects of grassroots reality and thinking were meant to be transmitted upward alongside the progressive ones. The collective farm manager whose underlying motives were not very different from those of a kulak, the factory director thirsting to hold the whip against the workers, the engineer who develops ravings of genius, the lower-level party cadres who want privileges, everyone is destined, sooner or later, to find a sympathetic ear at the highest levels, a leader who knows how to conceal as well as advance their interests. Swindlers, careerists and, ultimately, saboteurs like Khrushchev became the natural products of the darker side of socialist society, much as the great builders of socialism, leaders of the working class and professors of Marxism-Leninism like Stalin were the products of the brilliant socialist current. The presence of two-faced, career-seeking, and opportunistic individuals in the upper circles of the party and government of the USSR was historically inevitable and a recurring condition. As soon as society remains at the socialist stage of development, such people will rise or attempt to rise in the hierarchy, just as they do in communist parties in capitalist societies. The exposure and expulsion of one or two of them does not discourage the others, it only teaches them how to be smarter. This was the first reason why the bourgeois seizure of power was possible in the USSR. In addition to these more or less constant conditions, there were the historical conditions of the USSR during this particular period, composed of both objective and subjective elements, which made the work of the bad apples within the party more easily and tipped the balance to your favor. The party and the government in the late 1940s and early 1950s achieved an unprecedented strong and triumphant position both externally and internally. Having kept out, repelled and destroyed the German fascist invasion during the war, the USSR in 1950 was no longer an isolated socialist state, but the center of the field of socialist countries that covered most of Eurasia with almost a third of the population. World. Internally, there was a rapid reconversion and reconstruction of an economy destroyed by the war, a technological modernization and an expansion that brought significant advances in production to put it above the pre-war standard in a relatively short period of time. All this without the bouts of unemployment that marked the post-war reconstruction in capitalist countries. Although there was much to do, the CPSU and the government had cause for celebration. His achievements were spectacular. This historical juncture, however, inevitably gave rise to a certain feeling of self-satisfaction among many of the leading cadres who were involved in these achievements. There was a feeling among totally honest and committed cadres that they could rest on their laurels while maintaining their position. A sharp description of the development of this phenomenon during the last years of Stalin's rule was published in 1968 by the Albanian party newspaper Zari I Populit. The members of the Bolshevik Party, who were led by Lenin and Stalin to legendary battles, were cadres with a class origin and revolutionary vigor, tempered in the revolution, in the struggles, in the construction of socialism, in battles against Trotskyism, against deviationists and other traitors. They were politically and ideologically tempered and had a firm and legitimate confidence in their glorious Bolshevik Party, in Lenin and Stalin, in the correct line and in the norms that they had projected. For them the party was everything, it was their heart, brain, and eyes, that was why they defended it, they were educated by it and by its great leader. But while the Soviet cadres tried to carry out the correct line and norms of the party and Stalin, at first not all of them and not in a clear but gradual way, they became susceptible to a feeling of stability to which they were not accustomed, in the revolutionary sense, to development. The successes at work nourished the feelings of self-complacency and, in parallel with these events, the Soviet cadres began to lose their proletarian simplicity, they raised unjust claims, which they considered politically legitimate because these people had worked and fought. With their rise to responsibility, a feeling of tranquility and complacency took shape within them and they became even more infected by bureaucratism, intellectualism, and technocratism. Many cadres stopped listening, as they had done before, to the voice of the masses. Among them the thought that they knew everything began to prevail, that they were experts in everything, that they were above the masses, above the working class politically and ideologically, and that they could see further than them. The authority and prestige that the Bolsheviks and Stalin enjoyed among the masses of the Soviet people and the working class were confused by these cadres with their personal authority and prestige. All these anti-proletarian characteristics distorted the revolutionary ideas among these cadres. As this also affected the party line and its implementation, the revolutionary norms of the party remained a mere formality. The life of the party itself and its organization as well as the entire administration of the Soviet state were going into retreat. In short, the problems within the CPSU were more important than the presence of a few opportunists. There was a blunting of the edge of revolutionary surveillance that would have unmasked these opportunists and caused their downfall. The dedicated and sincere proletarian cadres failed to unmask the bourgeois elements among them, and even joined them to some extent because even they themselves became infected with bourgeois mentality. These conditions alone, even so, however, one more or less constant and the other due to historical circumstances, could not by themselves have ensured the seizure of power by revisionism if it had not been for serious political errors and theorists committed by the party leadership, headed by Stalin, almost 2 decades earlier and which were never corrected. This was the thesis, made public by Stalin as early as 1936, that the USSR had become a classless socialist society. Stalin consistently maintained, is free from class conflict. And that therefore there was no danger, in fact, no possibility of a regeneration of the forces of the bourgeoisie, a capitalist restoration from within society Soviet. The danger of the restoration came exclusively from outside via a foreign invasion. Even in his last writing, Economic Problems of Socialism, Stalin corrects himself only to the extent that, even under socialism there will be inert, reactionary forces that will not recognize the need to change the relations of production. But still maintains that there can be no real danger because socialist society does not include antiquated classes who can organize resistance. Because of this great error in Stalin's analysis, the long series of education campaigns, cultural purification measures and theoretical discussions within the party carried out under his leadership after the war could not awaken and mobilize the party and the people in a meaningful way enough to shake off the complacent. The campaigns largely remained mere formalities, lifeless exercises because they were not focused against the root of the problem. Stalin's theoretical development on this vital issue fell behind the demands of the practical movement and did not provide the revolutionary leadership that was necessary. This was the third great reason why revisionism triumphed. All this, however, would not have been enough to ensure a revisionist victory if there had been among Stalin's closest associates in the party a leader of comparable stature and ability to his own. As long as Stalin remained alive, the newly engendered forces of the bourgeoisie in Soviet society and their incognito representatives within the party and government did not dare to take the decisive step. Progress was made by centimeters at most. They could hint at small details here or there in their program, claim and receive the occasional small privilege that meant nothing, and occasionally probe public opinion. But there were big limits. Although Stalin did not recognize this new bourgeoisie in process as a class in his theory, this did not prevent him in practice from taking strong measures against the bourgeois program and its promoters. Just one example among many, in early 1949, the powerful chairman of the Gosplan, N.A. Voznesensky, apparently on his own account, undertook a modest but significant reorganization of the planning apparatus and an upward revision of prices in the state sector. It was a step within what Khrushchev did later and which had the effect of granting greater scope to commodity money exchange relations and the operation of the law of value. Voznesensky did not get very far. He was quickly arrested, tried as a saboteur and shot. And he was not the only one who tried something similar and ended up suffering the same fate. Of course, in the long term this method of restricting the aspirations of the bourgeoisie could not be successful. It was a damaging method used on a large scale and was used too often by Stalin and his subordinates when gentler measures would have been more productive. But as long as he remained alive, one thing was certain: the new bourgeoisie and the capitalist road walkers knew without a doubt that they were living under a dictatorship of the proletariat. They might have some status and some small material benefits, they might be seen at party celebrations with praise for a job well done, but the moment they took a step out of line they were finished. They did not achieve the most important thing, political power. 10 After Stalin. At the end of October 1952, a few months before he died, Stalin proposed more than doubling the number of members of the highest party bodies, from which a successor to his leadership would surely be drawn. His plan was approved by the Central Committee, and Stalin's list of nominees for the expanded party presidium and for the new secretariat was accepted in its entirety. It was a move that unnerved Khrushchev, if his supposed memoirs on this point are to be believed. They had not consulted him. Was Stalin preparing to expel him? Several Western Kremlinologists thought so. But no one could be sure. Whatever Stalin's intention was, he did not live to carry it out. At the point of his death there were about 36 people, members of the Presidio and the Secretariat, who could technically qualify as his successor. Most of them were probably good Marxist-Leninists. But clearly there were none, not even the best of them, Foreign Minister V.M. Molotov, with the ability to be imposing, the driving energy and a prestige even remotely approaching that of Stalin. In the midst of the growth of complacency and opportunism within the party, in the midst of the incessant and silent erosion of socialist structures and principles by the newly engendered bourgeoisie, there was only one man at that time, in the leadership, who he had the power to save the situation. And that man, Stalin himself, died on March 5, 1953. His death was mourned by millions of workers from one end of the earth to the other, and by none more deeply than by the workers of the USSR. He had led the Soviet Communist Party and the country for 3 decades full of historic achievements. He had fought titanic battles against the leftist and rightist factions that had tried to divert the Soviet power from the path of socialist construction. The struggles he led for collectivization and industrialization laid the material foundations for the great victory of the Soviet people over fascism in World War II. Whatever his errors and limits, he had been a worthy successor to Lenin. He defended Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism. With him as its leader, the Bolshevik Party led the Soviet working class and peasantry from chaos, backwardness, and isolation to the construction of a modern socialist state at the center of a growing international socialist field. Despite the mountain of slander accumulated in his memory by the sinister clown who took power after Stalin, Molotov's words at Stalin's funeral in Red Square on March 9 still express the judgment of the Marxist-Leninists. The immortal name of Stalin will live forever in our hearts, in the hearts of the Soviet people and all progressive humanity. The glory of his great deeds for the well-being and happiness of our people and the working people of the world will live on through the centuries. Even before the late leader's body was placed in his coffin, however, a struggle broke out among his potential successors that was to transform the USSR over the course of the next generation as profoundly as it had changed between 1917 and 1937, but in the opposite political direction. From the proletarian dictatorship to the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, from socialism to monopolistic state capitalism, from proletarian internationalism to socio-imperialism. Although in essence a struggle between two different classes, it initially took the form of a rivalry for power between different leaders. It quickly became a struggle within and between the leaderships of the country's main institutions, party, government, and army, and eventually spread throughout almost the entire superstructure of Soviet society. Only the briefest description can be given here of the extraordinarily complex and twisted path of the struggle for power that began with the death of Stalin and ended with the defeat of the anti-party group and the consolidation of Khrushchev's power in June 1957. Politically, the general course of events was as follows. Khrushchev grew in power and influence by posing as the heir and defender of Stalin and Marxist-Leninist ideology for more than 2 years. His power was drastically reduced when he suddenly turned against Stalin openly at the 20th Congress in 1956. He was rescued from certain overthrow in 1957 only by the intervention of the Army and Air Force General Staff. The key events in the struggle were these: various coups d'état on March 7, 1953, the struggle between Khrushchev and Malenkov during 1953 to 1955, the XX Congress in 1956 and the bloodless Khrushchev-Zhukov coup d'état of June 1957. The darkest of these turning points is what happened on the night Stalin died. At dawn on March 6, the commanders of the army units guarding Moscow were arrested and their troops confined to barracks by paramilitary units of the State Security Police under the command of LP Beria. Beria's men were in complete control of the city and the Kremlin. That night, Stalin's private secretary, General Poskrebyshev, the only one who may have known Stalin's intentions regarding the succession, mysteriously disappeared and was never heard from again. By the end of the day, 5 of the 10 members of the party secretariat and 22 of the 36 members and candidates of the Presidium elected by the Central Committee in October 1952 had been removed from their positions. Of the 52 government ministries, 27 were abolished. In the new list of leaders, Beria's position had skyrocketed to the rank of First Deputy Prime Minister, just behind G.M. Malenkov. Malenkov was also appointed First Secretary of the party, the highest position. Khrushchev was right behind him. Marshal G.K. Zhukov emerged from obscurity to become Co-Deputy Minister of Defense. There are no reliable accounts or explanations of how these drastic decisions were reached. British Sovietologist Edward Crankshaw wrote that Beria's troops had been essential to the execution of the coup. There is no other word for the destruction of Stalin's prison. Whatever the case, the surviving leadership decided in June of that year to get rid of Beria. According to the story in Khrushchev's supposed memoirs, members of the prison summoned Beria to appear. They accused him of being a careerist who had infiltrated the party. A secret button was pressed, the door opened and Marshal Zhukov entered from the next room saying, "Hands up," and arrested Beria. Beria was later shot. Control of the State Security Police fell to a crony of Khrushchev. Malenkov emerged after Stalin's death as the obvious successor, occupying both the highest positions in the party and the government. However, within 2 weeks he resigned from the party leadership, leaving Khrushchev in effective control of the party structure. In August, Malenkov, still Prime Minister, launched his new course policy. He promised sharp and rapid increases in the supply of consumer goods. In effect, he campaigned on a chicken in every pot platform. There were 2 main weaknesses in this program. One is that it involved improving light industry at the expense of heavy industry and defense production. The second is that it was announced without prior approval from the party. Khrushchev skillfully took advantage of these weaknesses. He posed as the champion of heavy industry, traditionally the leading sector in socialist construction, as a defender of the country's military preparation against the capitalist siege of the Cold War, and above all as a defender of the role of the Communist Party leadership over the government ministries where Malenkov was based. In February 1955, with its ministries openly steering a course different from that of the party, Izvestia, the government newspaper, advocated the priority of consumer goods. Pravda, the party organ, defended heavy industry. Malenkov was forced to resign as prime minister. It was during this contest that Khrushchev managed to place the label of anti-party group on Malenkov and his followers. Khrushchev triumphed over Malenkov by appearing to defend the old leadership, Stalin's leadership, against Malenkov's rightist deviations. He used the victory to remove a large number of Malenkov's supporters from the party and install his own people in their place. Thus, with his fortified position, Khrushchev confronted Molotov and foreign policy. Here the situation was different. The foreign minister had not embarked on a new course or other deviations in foreign affairs. He moved squarely along the lines established by Stalin. Nor would Molotov be provoked by calculated insults such as his exclusion from negotiations with China in December 1954 and from state visits to India, Burma, and Afghanistan a year later and his demotion at the Geneva Four-Power talks that winter. Against this implacable old Bolshevik, Khrushchev had to reveal himself ideologically. It was he, not his opponent, who had to embark on a new course. In May 1955 the first step was taken, despite Molotov's vigorous objections, with Khrushchev's visit to Yugoslavia, where he blessed the bourgeois regime of Marshal Tito as socialist. Then came Khrushchev's flattery of India's Nehru, the sworn enemy of the Chinese Revolution, and, immediately after the Four-Power Summit in Geneva at the end of 1955, Khrushchev presented his new general theory of peaceful coexistence between socialist and imperialist states. But until now he had not said anything in public against Stalin. What exactly were the forces and processes that caused Khrushchev at the end of the 20th Congress in February 1956 to launch his secret speech remains a matter of speculation today. In his general report at the opening session, which Khrushchev delivered on behalf of the Central Committee in his capacity as First Secretary, there was nothing but praise for the late leader. According to the account in Khrushchev's supposed memoirs, Khrushchev proposed to the Presidium while the Congress was sitting that a speech be made on the abuses of Stalin. Molotov, Kaganovich, Voroshilov protested. It was a stormy session. Finally, Khrushchev issued an ultimatum: "Let me remind you that every member of the Presidio has the right to speak at the Congress and express his point of view, even if it does not coincide with the line established by the general report." The others had to give in. Therefore, if memoirs are to be believed, a special closed-door session was organized in which Khrushchev delivered the secret speech. In the words of reactionary editor William Randolph Hearst Jr., who should know, nothing that anti-communist writers ever said about Joseph Stalin equaled the accusations leveled against him that night by his successor. There is little likelihood that the entire party prison saw Khrushchev's full text or knew in advance the full extent of his intention. As a result of this bombshell, any discussion of Khrushchev's theses on peaceful coexistence, peaceful competition and peaceful transition, cautiously advanced in the general report to Congress, was overshadowed by the internal turmoil of the party on the Stalin question. Suddenly, all those party members who had been associated with Stalin in one way or another, directly or indirectly, and who wasn't, were put on the defensive by accusations of complicity in alleged unspeakable crimes and atrocities. Khrushchev, controlling the secret police files, selectively released or threatened to release evidence to implicate his rivals. It no longer mattered whether a cadre defended Marxism-Leninism or the peaceful transition, whether the party was on a proletarian or bourgeois path. What became the primary concern was whether this or that individual, in 1934, 1937, or at some other time, had played a role in the political trials of the 1930s, where the defendants may or may not have been treated unfairly. Instead of questions of political line, questions of moral guilt became paramount. The political struggle became a morality play, and all those who were involved in one way or another, and who wasn't, were encouraged, following Khrushchev's own example, to place responsibility on Stalin's corpse. However, it didn't quite work according to the script. Most of the Soviet Communist Party cadres were not defeated so easily. During the rest of 1956, as the speech echoed and reverberated in the socialist camp and around the world, Khrushchev's position became increasingly unstable. His new line caused a series of disasters. Towards the end of the year he was in full retreat and was forced to make speeches in favor of Stalin. By early 1957 it was almost finished. On June 18, 1957, the Presidio voted to expel him from the party leadership. But on June 22, Marshal Zhukov and the Air Force came to his aid. 11. Khrushchev coup. In June 1957, 16 months after the 20th Congress of the CPSU, the storm unleashed by Khrushchev's anti-Stalin speech reached a dramatic climax, a final confrontation between supporters and opponents of Khrushchev's line within the leadership. Within a 2-week period, Khrushchev was expelled from the party leadership and stripped of his power, only to regain leadership at the expense of his opponents. The history of this confrontation and the role played in it by the Soviet military hierarchy sheds light on the character of Soviet society today. Virtually this entire conflict took place in a fairly narrow circle of people at the top of the Soviet superstructure. While Khrushchev's opponents never considered bringing problems to the masses of the Soviet people, this was, without a doubt, their biggest mistake. Khrushchev's supporters, for their part, did everything in their power to keep the Soviet people in the dark. Even most of the party members were kept out of it from the beginning. According to the leaked transcript of the secret speech, delegates to the 20th Congress of the CPSU in February 1956 greeted Khrushchev's 20,000-word diatribe against Stalin with tumultuous and prolonged applause that ended in ovation. Everyone got up. But, if the description is accurate, this enthusiasm was evidently greater at the highest levels of the party than at the lower levels, because for the first time in the history of the CPSU, it was decided to keep a speech at a Congress of the party's senior officials hidden to party members in general. What the party press published for all to see after the Congress was a seemingly innocuous document that formed the last half-dozen paragraphs of Khrushchev's marathon speech, 3 theses calling for an end to the cult of personality and for check unspecified erroneous visions connected to it. It was a very moderately worded document, containing no hint of the poisonous invectives. Betrayal was one of the mildest, hurled at Stalin during the closed-door session of the Congress. His name was not even mentioned. Of Khrushchev's original text, only 6,000 copies were distributed throughout the Soviet Union, all to high-ranking party officials the party at that time had with nearly 8 million members. Therefore, only a minority, less than 1 member in every 1,000, had the document. It was enough to make poison drip into the arteries of the party, to generate endless and escalating rumors and horror stories, to create suspicion, confusion, and chaos, to undermine unity and poison the atmosphere, but not enough to give to the vast majority of cadres, who had learned to respect and defend Joseph Stalin, a clear and visible target to shoot at. Among the figures who did have a copy of the full text, and whose own opinions in their field of expertise were largely reflected in it, was the then USSR Minister of Defense, Marshal G.K. Zhukov. Zhukov had been one of the Red Army's top commanders during World War II and had led several of the Army's most brilliant victories. However, success seemed to make him vain and arrogant towards superiors and subordinates. Thus, after the war, Stalin relegated him to secondary roles. The resentment apparently harbored by Zhukov due to this treatment led him to ally himself with Khrushchev. Promoted to Deputy Minister of Defense in 1953, Zhukov was appointed full Minister of Defense at the time of Malenkov's dismissal by Khrushchev in 1955. He was the first military professional to hold that position in the USSR. Khrushchev seized the opportunity and appointed nearly a dozen new marshals, the highest rank in the army. Although Khrushchev posed as the champion of party supremacy over government and other institutions, he encouraged and rewarded Marshal Zhukov's blatantly anti-party attitudes for his own benefit. Barely a week before the opening of the 20th Congress, Zhukov had published in the Army's official organ the following unequivocal advice so that the party would stop telling the generals what to do. Some efforts have been made in the district to subject the official activity of the commanders to criticism at party meetings. These efforts are reprehensible. Our task is to comprehensively strengthen the authority of commanders, to provide support to demanding officers and generals. On February 23, as the Congress concluded its regular session, on the eve of Khrushchev's secret speech, Zhukov expressed similar sentiments, this time with a more clearly anti-Stalin bias, as he addressed a meeting of senior officials in Moscow. About the 38th anniversary of the Red Army. A week later Zhukov was promoted to candidate for member of the party Presidium, an extraordinary advance for a military man. Some time later Khrushchev would say of Zhukov that the marshal had Bonapartist tendencies and had planned a South American-style military takeover of our country. That is not implausible from the evidence. He got into politics and clearly had personal ambitions for power. But this seems to have bothered Khrushchev somewhat later. Meanwhile, Zhukov was proving too useful in Khrushchev's own plans. What the masses of average Soviet workers and collective farmers were thinking and doing politically during the first months after Khrushchev's speech is difficult to know with certainty. According to the account of an underground group of Marxist-Leninists that operated briefly in the USSR before being repressed in the early 1970s, rank-and-file members of the party requested that the Central Committee make an objective analysis of Stalin's contribution. This demand from the members was so insistent that the opportunist leaders of the CPSU were forced to resort to attacks and persecutions against many party members and to dismantle many party organizations known for their militancy. As for the masses outside the party, not even these indications are available. But judging by the series of small economic crumbs that were thrown at them during this period, Khrushchev borrowed freely from Malenkov's new course program that he had previously denounced. There must have been a certain measure of dissatisfaction. Palachy Horvath speaks of considerable unrest, of demonstrations and spontaneous strikes, although not all of this activity may have been progressive. A large number of people detained by the dictatorship of the proletariat years before, among them staunch reactionaries of all kinds, had been released under a general amnesty decreed by Khrushchev and were actively moving. In any case, in the fall of 1956, Palachy Horvath writes, the armed forces and security services of the Soviet state conducted their annual maneuvers closer than normal to cities and towns, as a precaution and warning. But the explosions that nearly destroyed Khrushchev came not from within the USSR but from its Eastern European allies. In the summer and autumn of 1956 there was the Polish workers' uprising and the attempted counter-revolution in Hungary. Both events were widely blamed on Khrushchev's anti-Stalin line and his preaching of peaceful coexistence. His handling of these crises brought him more criticism. By late fall he was in serious trouble, in imminent danger of being overthrown, according to Crankshaw. Their position was extremely insecure, according to Palachy Horvath. He was almost never seen in public that winter, and when he made an occasional speech, it was to pose once again as a loyal disciple of Stalin and praise Stalin to the heavens. He seemed to have abandoned the main theme of his speech at the Congress. Isolated both in public opinion and in the party presidium, Khrushchev launched in February 1957 his most audacious and, except for Zhukov, probably his last counter-attack plan. He proposed to the Central Committee, which he had filled with his own supporters long ago, a drastic package of economic decentralization that was actually much more than that. Among his measures, which will be discussed later, was the proposal to sell state tractor and machine stations to collective farms, thus giving collective farms the unique distinction in socialist society of owning their own means of production. In the industrial sphere, the plan provided for the abolition at a stroke of the central ministries of economic planning carefully built by Lenin and Stalin with effort over years. Even Khrushchev's loyal Central Committee would not accept this all-out attack on socialist property and socialist planning institutions. The best Khrushchev could achieve, after weeks of fighting, was to publish the proposal in the press for public discussion. This took place in the spring of 1957. Khrushchev, perhaps knowing it was his last chance, scoured the country to drum up support. Crankshaw says that Khrushchev, in his campaign, offered key men of all stripes in the provinces the promise of a breakthrough never dreamed of, greater reach and promotion for tens of thousands of local and regional officials, once the bureaucracy of Moscow was abolished. Khrushchev's opponents in the party presidium meanwhile, Malenkov, Molotov, and Kaganovich, Molotov's ally, still had their seats there, remained completely silent on the issue of the proposal. It is likely that they hoped to win without an open fight. The program was manifestly unpopular, Palachy Horvath writes, even the party press, controlled by Khrushchev, published numerous criticisms of it. But the plan had at least one prominent supporter, who backed it for reasons of national security. The latter was never very clear what he was referring to, Marshal Zhukov. Crankshaw speculates that Zhukov's support came because Zhukov believed that the army would face less opposition from dispersed regional economic councils than from powerful centralized ministries. The decentralization scheme, whether intentional or not, was uniquely designed to provoke a confrontation. Because, on the one hand, it brought together in one package practically all the most advanced demands of the bourgeois forces in the USSR in its stage of development at that time, and on the other hand, not only the Marxist-Leninists, but all those who, MLS or not, were against his power and not inconsiderable privileges of his connection with the Central Economic Ministries, united against Khrushchev. Thus it was that a majority of the Presidium in mid-June 1957 summoned Khrushchev after a trip to Finland for a special meeting called in accordance with the party statutes. When Khrushchev arrived, attending to Crankshaw's version of the event, he found himself isolated. He was savagely attacked, voted out of the first secretariat by a large majority of the Presidium, then confounded the victors by refusing to resign until this verdict had been confirmed by the Central Committee in session. "But we are 7 and you are 4, exclaimed Bulganin, to which Khrushchev replied, "Certainly in arithmetic 2 and 2 make 4. But politics is not arithmetic. It's something different." The account by John Dornberg, a Brezhnev biographer, gives the additional detail that the majority of the Presidium accused Khrushchev of pursuing opportunist and Trotskyist policies. Regardless of what was specifically said, Khrushchev demanded an immediate meeting of the Central Committee. A long battle broke out in the Presidium during the procedure. Meanwhile, to return to Crankshaw's account, as the discussion became more and more rabid, the Khrushchev faction organized a spectacular operation. With the help of Marshal Zhukov and army transport planes, Khrushchev's supporters were brought to Moscow from the most remote provinces, while those already there staged a filibuster until the majority in favor of Khrushchev was assured. And then, Crankshaw continues, according to reports in the Polish press, Zhukov went one step further. He directly attacked Molotov, Kaganovich, and Malenkov for their behavior during the years of the Great Purge and said that if they were not careful, would prove his point by publishing relevant documents of the time. Zhukov's intervention on behalf of Khrushchev brought out his importance not only for the provision of timely transportation for Khrushchev's supporters and for the threat of producing documents. Zhukov, as Minister of Defense, spoke on behalf of the entire Soviet military apparatus. His speeches had more weight than ordinary ones. They carried a clear warning that the armed forces would not support a Molotov-Malenkov-Kaganovich anti-party group government. In reward for his services when it was all over, Molotov was exiled as ambassador to Mongolia, Malenkov ended up running a power plant in Siberia, the others were consigned to similar oblivion. Zhukov was promoted to full member of the Presidium. 3 months later, when Zhukov's coup d'état no longer served Khrushchev, he was framed and fired. After June, Molotov-Malenkov-Kaganovich's allies and sympathizers were one after another dismissed from leadership positions or completely expelled from the party and government, while Khrushchev and his group placed their followers in all positions relevant. The fighting was over, Khrushchev's program had triumphed. Although no blood was shed between the antagonists in the final confrontation of June 1957, Molotov, Malenkov and Kaganovich and their allies were essentially removed from power by military intervention. The takeover was bloodless and completely legal according to party rules, but nevertheless, it was essentially a right-wing military coup that ensured Khrushchev's victory. Without a doubt, its power arose from the barrel of a gun, not only from the gun of the revolutionary soldiers and peasants, but from the gun of a corps of bourgeois officers. 12. Consolidation. The palace coup of June 1957 expelled from the wheelhouse of the Soviet state the only leading group that had some potential, at that time, to take the helm and return to a Marxist-Leninist course. Today, it is easy, with the benefit of hindsight, to sit in the chair and give advice on what Molotov and his allies should have done to avoid their defeat. Surely they should not have allowed the struggle to be confined mainly to the highest circles of the superstructure. They should have boldly brought it to the masses. As one Sovietologist records, during the months immediately following the 20th Congress, there were stormy factory meetings at which even members of the Presidium were hailed as representatives of the Nouveau Riche. If Molotov and his allies had linked themselves to the storm in the factories, and joined the denunciations of the New Rich and had placed themselves at the head of this mass movement, the result could well have been different. It is good to keep in mind, however, when one engages in this kind of questioning of history, that Molotov, or any other prominent figure who might have tried to act in this way would have had to confront and defeat not only speeches and maneuvers. Khrushchev's policies, but also the military power of the Red Army commanded by Defense Minister Zhukov, not to mention the state security police, also under Khrushchev's control. The expulsion of Khrushchev's group would have required already in 1956–57 the very real risk of civil war. Had the troops opened fire on the workers? Which divisions would have remained loyal to Zhukov-Khrushchev, which would have supported Molotov? Obviously, no one can give an answer to these types of questions. However, precisely this type of issue would have been at the top of the agenda of any leadership attempting in 1956–57 to lead a mass movement against the Khrushchev group. Then the international situation would also have to be considered. What would have been the effect of a new civil war in the USSR on the Eastern European allies? Wouldn't such a development have encouraged further attempts at counter-revolutionary return, as in Hungary? Was there not a real danger, given the Cold War climate, of imperialist intervention? In short, when one looks at the historical situation more concretely, dozens of very difficult and complex questions arise that quickly mock anyone who today tries, like an armchair field marshal, to tell Molotov and his allies what they should have done. What might have happened if is a matter of speculation. But what happened once Khrushchev's group consolidated its position in the highest organs of the party is a matter of history. In this regard, the British Sovietologist Crankshaw, already cited above, has converted a phrase that deserves repeating here. Khrushchev, he said, stepped back into the future. While Crankshaw understood it primarily as a description of the Khrushchev style, it applies even more to the concrete policies and programs that were put into practice by the Soviet state once his group gained a foothold. His grip on the rudder. Just as Khrushchev freed or rehabilitated thousands of individuals whom the dictatorship of the proletariat had previously repressed as counter-revolutionaries, so he also began to resurrect, piece by piece, the counter-revolutionary political line that the Bolshevik Party had at various times in its history fought and defeated. This was the internal logic of his attack on Stalin, and necessarily so. Because there was nothing substantially new in the Khrushchevite program except rhetoric. Its concrete elements, its content, had been presented before by other leaders or potential leaders, most of whose names and ideas could be consulted by any Soviet citizen in the widely available history of the CPSU brief course written under the supervision of Stalin, or in any number of other documents. Therefore, to revive a program that had previously been defeated, Khrushchev had to rehabilitate the person who had introduced it, and vice versa. The rehabilitation of the person served as an accompaniment to the reintroduction of the policy. Thus, for example, it was no coincidence that Khrushchev's abolition of the Central Economic Planning Ministries in 1957 came hand in hand with a lavish press campaign in honor of Voznesensky, the former planning director whose own much more timid steps in the same direction had been cut briefly by arrest and execution in 1949–50. And it was only the feeling that there were certain limits beyond which he could not go in public that prevented Khrushchev in 1956, as he relates in his memoirs, from openly rehabilitating Zinoviev, Bukharin, Rykov and other people's leaders who they had opposed the collectivization of agriculture in the early 1930s and defended the interests of the kulaks. Unmistakable also in the oratory of Khrushchev's 1957 against the Moscow bureaucracy are echoes of Trotsky's earlier demagoguery from exile, and the silence in Khrushchev's memoirs regarding Trotsky is notable. To carry out his program, Khrushchev had, first of all, to obtain a complete victory within the Communist Party. Even after the expulsion of Molotov, Kaganovich, and Malenkov from the main party bodies, this group retained a number of sympathizers and allies even in the Presidium and the Central Committee, who formed pockets of resistance and delays in the Khrushchevite course. For the rest of 1957, until the 21st Congress in January 1959 and the 22nd Congress in October 1961, Khrushchev and his group waged an uninterrupted campaign of controversy and smear against Molotov's so-called anti-party group and all those associated with it. There was a wholesale removal and replacement of leading party members during this fight. According to the publications of the Chinese and Albanian parties, which were in a position to know the complete list of the Central Committee of the Soviet Party. Almost 70% of the members of the CPSU Central Committee who were elected at its 19th Congress in 1952 were purged over the course of the 20th and 22nd Congresses held respectively in 1956 and 1961. And almost 50% of the committee members' central officials who were elected in the 20th Congress were purged at the time of the 22nd Congress. At the regional and local level there was a similar rotation. At the grassroots level, the underground Marxist-Leninist pamphlet cited above reported that in 1957 at party meetings all those who were known to be critical of the decisions of the 20th Congress, that is, of the Khrushchev line, they were forced to recant. No figures are available on the turnover at the base. The objective of these quantitative changes was to produce a change in the character of the party. The cadre that knew that Khrushchev's theory of the peaceful transition to socialism was contrary to Marxism-Leninism, for example, had to give way to other cadres who supported it. Khrushchev's general line of peaceful coexistence and peaceful competition with imperialism, to become the line of the entire party, had to be imposed by expelling party members who had read Lenin's criticism of Khotsky and sided with Lenin in the discussion, rather than with Khotsky, whose views Khrushchev was exhuming under a new guise. In this way, through a series of far-reaching changes in the party's membership, its ideological character was transformed from a Marxist-Leninist party into a revisionist party. But Khrushchev went beyond these ideological transformations. In 1961 he declared that since there were no longer hostile classes in the USSR, there was no longer a need for the dictatorship of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie. Consequently, the Soviet state was reformulated as a state of all the people. As a corollary, the Soviet Communist Party was declared a party of all the people, rather than a party of the proletariat. As far as the class composition of the party was concerned, the meaning of the new doctrine was to eliminate from the party statutes any effective impediment to the entry of people of bourgeois origin or current bourgeois position. Since there were no classes, a candidate's class position did not matter, so went the official reasoning. As several Western writers point out about this reform of the party, the effect was to throw wide the doors of the party to managers, engineers, administrators, high-ranking academics, and others with positions far removed from the ordinary daily life of the Soviet proletariat. Membership in the party, wrote historian John Hazard, became like British knighthood, an honor bestowed upon successful administrators and engineers regardless of their ideology and leadership abilities. Along with the new social class composition of the party, a new definition of the party's role was introduced, what Khrushchev called the principle of production. Based in part on quotes taken out of context from Lenin's writings in the initial phase of the new economic policy, Khrushchev decreed that party cadres must give priority to the task of economic management and the promotion of production on political leadership or ideological debate. The party thus became explicitly, even too explicitly for the sake of appearance, a party of the managers, whose own powers had meanwhile been considerably increased. To take the principle of production to its logical conclusions, Khrushchev then divided the party into industrial and agricultural branches united only at the top, and proposed that the salaries of local party officials be tied to indicators of economic success from farms and factories under his authority. This meant, in short, that party members were to be paid according to the profit their companies made. In addition to its obvious effect on the class composition of the party, Khrushchev's party reform also had another consequence, namely the breakdown of the alliance between workers and peasants, the basis of Soviet state policy under Lenin and Stalin. Dividing the party into agricultural and industrial branches meant that party cadres at the local and regional levels could no longer make the preservation and strengthening of worker-peasant and town-country relations part of their business. They were one or the other, divided and contrasted with the companions of the opposite branch. All these and other measures in politics and economics were advanced under the cover of a constant barrage of attacks against the dogmatism of Molotov and his allies, and with renewed smear campaigns against Stalin, which culminated in the removal of Stalin's body, in 1961, from his resting place in the mausoleum on Red Square. As the Khrushchev program progressed along its course, there were increasing signs of unrest and resistance on the part of the Soviet working class. The Sovietologist Conquest, already quoted, by no means a supporter of Stalin, states categorically that every relaxation has been marked by strikes and other protests of the working class, including cases such as major riots like that of Novokirkis in 1962. Such acts of resistance, about which very little is known, were most likely one of the reasons why the leadership after each campaign against Stalin retreated a little, paid compliments to Stalin and retreated from some of its own proposals, although without changing its basic direction. About the inner life of the new Soviet Communist Party, after its conversion into a party of the newly generated bourgeois forces, it is difficult to find much information. We can deduce from history that there were and are fights, faction fights, and disagreements of all kinds, in particular the overthrow of Khrushchev himself in 1964 and the events that followed. But it does not appear, at least since the early 1960s, that any party leader or public group has remained in strategic and basic opposition to the line launched by Khrushchev. The high-level disagreements that have come to light, or that can plausibly be inferred, have not been between revisionists and Marxist-Leninists, but between one bourgeois faction and another. What life is like at the lower levels, especially for the workers and peasants who remain members of it for whatever reason, can only be imagined. An Albanian party publication described the inner life of the Soviet and Eastern European revisionist parties in 1968 as a cruel caricature of Leninism. In these parties they talk loudly about democratic centralism, but that is no longer Leninist. They talk about Bolshevik criticism and self-criticism, but they are no longer Bolsheviks. They talk about party discipline, but it is no longer Leninist but fascist, of proletarian morality, but the morality is bourgeois, anti-proletarian, anti-Marxist, of free expression of opinions in the party, above all and everyone, but the expression of thoughts in the party spirit, in the proletarian spirit, in revisionist countries leads to prison and concentration camps. It is approximately around this time, in the early 1960s, under Khrushchev, judging from the comments in the clandestine pamphlet cited above, that the first clandestine groups Marxist-Leninists began to take shape, necessarily in extreme secrecy and isolation from each other. 13. Expropriation. After the decisive victory of the Khrushchev group in the battle for state power, a historically unprecedented situation arose in the Soviet Union. A ruling group representing the newly engendered bourgeois forces was in command of an economic system in which socialist, proletarian relations of production had the advantage. The superstructure of Soviet society, in other words, was now, at least at its decisive points, in the hands of bourgeois forces. But the key infrastructure or base centers continued to function and operate more or less as before in the established socialist form. As far as elementary property relations in Soviet society are concerned, the seizure of state power by Khrushchev's forces already constituted, in itself, the expropriation of the Soviet proletariat and the end of the socialist period of Soviet history. The main means of production remained property of the state, but the state itself was no longer owned by the working class. The bourgeois forces, in the very act of conquering state power, usurped the title of ownership of the means of production. Khrushchev's group thus reintroduced the great divorce between the working class and the means of production that the Soviet Communist Party under Lenin and Stalin had fought incessantly to overcome and eliminate. The great reconciliation, unification, between the working class and its tools, achieved during the socialist period, was broken again. Khrushchev's seizure of state power in the USSR was the primitive accumulation of capital of the newly engendered Soviet bourgeoisie described by Karl Marx in Capital. The process that opens the way to the capitalist system cannot be other than the process that takes away from the worker the possession of his means of production, a process that transforms, on the one hand, the social means of subsistence and of production in capital, on the other, the immediate producers in wage earners. The so-called primitive accumulation, therefore, is nothing other than the historical process of divorce of the producer from the means of production. Like the primitive accumulation of capitalism on the basis of feudalism, which Marx analyzes, the new development of capitalism in Russia, this time off the socialist basis, was in essence a violent process. As demonstrated by the role played in the bourgeois leadership's takeover of the Soviet army, the methods of primitive accumulation are anything but idyllic, as Marx correctly noted. Strength played the main role. The USSR, in short, ceased to be a socialist country in the full and complete sense of the term already in 1956–57, with the expropriation of the proletariat. In the same sense, the Soviet Union shortly after its birth in 1917, with the formal expropriation of land, banks, and major industries by the proletariat as the ruling class, ceased to be fully capitalist. Ownership of the means of production was assumed by the working class. At the same time, however, the transfer of ownership of the means of production from one class to another, both in 1917 and the reverse case in the mid-1950s, did not in itself produce any profound change in real relations of operational production in the economic base of society. As noted in parts 2, 3, and 4 of this series, the economic base of the USSR in 1917 remained predominantly capitalist and, moreover, petty capitalist. The new Soviet power had to undertake a long struggle, full of twists and turns, to transform the economic base and lay the foundations of the socialist economy. It had to isolate, restrict, then attack and destroy, the key areas of economic life where capitalist principles prevailed, and establish socialist relations of production in their place. Khrushchev's group had the opposite problem. By seizing state power, they gained legal title to the means of production. But the transformation of real production relations into infrastructure, isolation, restriction, the destruction of key bastions of socialist relations and their replacement by capitalist relations were still to come. The main blows that Khrushchev and his followers dealt in the economic field were mentioned above, the abolition of central planning ministries and the sale of machine and tractor stations to collective farms, and some details about can now be given to complete the picture. The abolition of the central industrial ministries in Moscow, as several writers of the time have suggested, was in part a purely tactical move on Khrushchev's part, motivated by the immediate needs of his factional struggle against the so-called anti-party group. For his main opponents in the leadership had powerful positions and close ties with the ministries. By abolishing ministries, he deprived his opponents of key power bases. These short-term tactical motivations explain why Khrushchev himself in 1962 and 1963, and even more so his successors in 1965, were able to turn around and re-establish the central industrial ministries to some extent. The re-established ministries, as will be seen, had different personnel and the type of planning they were going to do had nothing to do with socialism. Of this, later. Meanwhile, Khrushchev's coup of the centralized socialist planning ministries, their functions were assumed by 105 regional economic councils, had the immediate effect of a widespread revival and expansion of the sphere of goods exchange relations and money. The minister in Moscow, correctly noted one bourgeois writer of the time, may have had his views distorted by narrow departmentalism, but at least he could see things on a national scale. The chairman of the Sovnarkhoz in Omsk cannot see beyond the confines of the Omsk province. Whenever he has to make decisions, he cannot, with the best will in the world, take due account of the national interest. An immediate result of the abolition of ministries, therefore, was to create in the economic decision-making process a strong element of narrow localism, each small region by herself. But, while planning could be fragmented into 100 pieces, the materials production process cannot. Large-scale advanced industry extracts its materials and ships its production to many different regions across the country. Therefore, Soviet regional planners, and company directors even more so, found themselves under the new system facing an enormous headache in acquiring essential raw materials and supplies and distributing their production outside the immediate regional planning area. The remaining central coordination and forecasting bodies were of little help, as numerous complaints in the press attested. They were forced by the configuration to rely on their own initiative and ingenuity. Thus emerged what another writer describes as an unofficial network of interbusiness relations in which Blatt and Tolkache created the national links that central planning previously provided. A company manager who needed materials called a crony in another region who had them or contacted a broker who knew where to get them, and this entire system of agreements was worked out off the books, informally, under various covers, through person-to-person negotiations. A veritable army of Tolkache helped industrialists deal with their most difficult problem, that of securing supplies. These specialized intermediaries took care to know where equipment and materials of all kinds could be obtained in the ubiquitous free market. In fact, this was not yet a free market, hence the quotes. It was an illegal market, and both managers and specialized brokers could be severely punished under existing Soviet law if they were caught doing business outside the plan. But this black market was so necessary under the system, and prosecutions so few, that it should more properly be called a gray market. It is easy to recognize in the figures of the Tolkache the reincarnation of the men of the NEP of the 1920s. Likewise, the manager's own interfirm dealings outside the plan revived a relationship that was legal in the early phases of Lenin's new economic policy, when companies could be bought and sell to each other on your own. But what was temporarily legal in the early days of the NEP, as part of the limited retreat from state capitalism at that time, was outlawed and effectively eliminated. When the 1920s ended. Quite the opposite with Khrushchev. There, the rights and powers of company administrators gradually expanded. A key step here was the abolition of the law on economic sabotage, which had made directors subject to criminal charges for failure to comply with the plan. The new regulations, granic rights, are much less severe than before. Khrushchev, this student of Soviet executives observed, went a long way toward eliminating the trauma previously embedded in Soviet executive positions. He did so not by giving greater responsibilities for coordinating production to the workers themselves, but by enhancing the powers and legalizing many of the illegal practices of company directors. Khrushchev's general report to the 22nd Congress of the CPSU in 1961, a document purporting to chart the move toward communism in the USSR by 1980, included the gradual expansion of management powers in the party program, to leave no doubt about this score. Around this time also, there were a series of court cases in many areas of the USSR where workers protested because managers had fired them from their jobs illegally. Most were reinstated at this time. The managers had been too hasty. Later, after Khrushchev, managers gained the power to fire virtually at will and their private businesses were legalized, as will be shown. Thus, Khrushchev's major reforms in industrial organization reveal a definite general pattern. Step by step they expand the scope in which the exchange relations between goods and money, the breeding ground of capitalism, govern economic behavior. At first, this extension occurs in the shadows, it is gradually legalized, and the demand for further extension is written into the party program. In agriculture, Khrushchev's attack on the bastions of socialist relations of production was, if anything, more direct and complete than in industry. During 1957–58, as already mentioned, the Soviet state under Khrushchev sold the machine and tractor stations to the collective farms. It was a case of the state expropriating itself for the benefit of collective farms, the only openly declared manipulation of socialist property relations in which Khrushchev and his successors participated. The measure gave the collectives, as Stalin had said, the exceptional status, not shared by any other company in our country, of possessing basic instruments of production, but this analysis, together with Stalin's warning that it would lead to the regeneration of capitalism, was attacked and dismissed by Khrushchev as dogmatism related to the cult of personality. Along with the liquidation, Khrushchev abolished the plan objectives to which the collective farms had been subjected. Farms were therefore, more than any other type of enterprise at the time, for themselves, with few relationships, other than commodity exchange relationships, to link them to cities. Shortly thereafter, due partly to the cost of having to maintain their own machinery, partly to the spirit of profit taking over the farms, the controlled prices paid to collective farms by the state had to be increased on several product lines. In 1962, as a direct result of the new configuration, consumer prices for meat and dairy products increased by 30 and 20%, respectively. The political impact of the sell-off was also considerable. The EMTs had not only been the mechanical backbone of the collective farms, but also played the role of outposts of the industrial proletariat among the peasantry. His actions in the execution of state policy necessarily exerted enormous influence on the collective farms, and among the workers of each EMT there was a branch of the party whose role was to participate in the collective agricultural leadership and guide it in a proletarian direction. With the sale of the stations, these roles collapsed and a large number of party cells on the collective farm ceased to exist. All these and other Khrushchevian measures, however, did not yet amount to a restoration of capitalism. When the 22nd Congress was held in 1961, the socialist fabric of production relations was very thin and full of holes, but the main thread still held. A new bourgeois offensive was required, 4 more years of demagoguery, destruction, and purges, before they broke out. 14. The debate. If a history is ever written of the great hypocrisies of the 20th century, especially those perpetuated in politics, a chapter must be devoted to describing the program for moving towards communism presented by Nikita Khrushchev at the 22nd Congress in October 1961 of the Soviet Party. It was a period of disorder and confusion in the USSR, especially in the economic sphere. The old system, destroyed and partially sold by Khrushchev earlier, no longer worked as it used to. However, the contours of what was to replace it had not yet crystallized. As if to give meaning and direction to this murky transition, Khrushchev intervened with the declaration that the USSR would be a completely communist and classless society by 1980 and that the period of building communism had begun. This declaration seemed to give coherence and legitimacy to Khrushchev's political theses on the abolition of the proletarian dictatorship and the proletarian political character of the Communist Party. Town. Because if communism were just around the corner, if class distinctions had disappeared, if everyone were proletarian, then with respect to which class can there be a dictatorship? There is no such class, Khrushchev argued. But, on the other hand, even this superficial appearance of formal coherence disappeared when it came to the question of Khrushchev's proposals in the sphere of political economic reorganization. Those who cherry-picked the soup of Khrushchev's general rhetoric for the meat of specific proposals regarding the economy found a peculiar clash of flavors. Under the rhetorical title, for example, of the need to take advantage of the creative initiative of the masses and give it ever greater scope, it is explained that this requires a greater gradual extension of the management powers and responsibility of local businesses. This is pure doublespeak, where masses really means managers and directors, and unleashing creative initiative means increasing the repressive powers of directors. The same slice of logic marks Khrushchev's approach to economic categories. In the course of communist construction, it is our task to make even greater use and improve financial and credit levers, financial control, prices and profits. We must elevate the importance of profits and profitability. The advance toward communism, in other words, is not achieved by gradually degrading and eliminating profit and profitability as impulses that regulate economic behavior, but rather by extending and strengthening them. To illustrate more clearly what he meant, Khrushchev observed, "It would do no harm if we also learned from mainstream capitalist models how to speed up construction, start and manage new businesses. We should not disregard useful foreign experience, and we should critically adopt all the technically and organizationally valuable points available in West, including the field of accelerating the turnover of funds and obtaining higher returns on capital investments. Borrow from the West not only technology," Khrushchev said, "but also the secrets of its economic organization, which allow its corporations to obtain maximum profits with maximum speed." These passages, no doubt, were wrapped in so many layers of communist guarantees and promises that an inattentive reader could completely miss their meaning. However, the fact that these passages contain the essence of Khrushchev's program, while everything else was rubbish, became clear in the course of the great economic debate that began directly after the Congress and lasted until early 1964, shortly before Khrushchev's own dismissal. The debate was essentially a factional struggle, carried out, as far as its visible part went, in the pages of economic magazines and Pravda, between two main camps within the newly emerged bourgeois forces. Within Soviet society, very broadly, one side defended the interests of the economic planning bureaucracy, or what was left of it, over and against the power of business directors and managers, while the other fought for the supremacy of companies over the remnants of economic planning structures. Significantly, neither side fought for or was allowed, in the pages of the party-controlled revisionist press, for the resurgence of counter-planning or other forms of direct mass participation in the planning process. To the extent that Marxist-Leninist views occasionally crept into the debate, they were on the side of the planners, but this planning machinery had moved away so much of working-class activity at the point of production that it represented, at the time of the debate, just another form of bourgeois hegemony. Proponents of planning promoted a scheme known as VNP, an acronym for Value Normative Processing, a slightly novel way of keeping company accounts and assessing their performance against the plan. It was basically a minor adaptation of the old machinery, and was said to force managers to be more economical in the use of raw materials and inputs. Because the intention of the new wrinkle was to keep the old forms of planning basically intact, the VNPeros were labeled conservative in the debate. On the other hand, calling themselves liberals, was a loose coalition of economists whose best-known spokesperson was Yevgeny Lieberman, a professor at a business administration institute in the Ukrainian city of Kharkov. Although there were many differences between them, and they often changed their emphasis as the winds of debate blew, the main points in their case were strengthening the role of profits and improving the autonomy of the plan companies. When it came to profits, the liberal school denied, Khrushchev style, that there was anything contradictory between socialism and a more prominent role for profit maximization in the conduct of business. After all, Lieberman argued, society as a whole must show profit, and an excess of production over consumption, and what is good for society is good for all businesses. But while the role of profits was a key storm center in the debate, Lieberman and many of his supporters emphasized that this was not the underlying issue for them. We find it strange, Lieberman wrote, when people argue, what is better, the cost of regulatory processing, for example, or the profits. What they proposed, Lieberman stressed, was not simply a revision of the indices, but a reform of the company's relations with the national economy. It was, he said, the whole system of relationships that required change. There is little doubt that the proposals of the Lieberman school echoed the views mainly of directors and managers of companies who wanted to gather in their hands not only more power over workers, on this both sides agreed, but also more power in relation to the planners. What the liberal ideologues implied or explained in various ways was that the management of the company, in order to obtain maximum profit, must be freed from the restrictions imposed from above and allowed to decide more or less where to buy supplies, and where to sell their production and at what price. Since Khrushchev's reforms of 1957–58, they had already been doing so to a large extent, but in the shadow of illegality. The slogan "New Relations Between Business and the National Economy" was intended to legalize it. Basically, these managers and directors wanted to establish themselves as classic capitalist entrepreneurs. Lieberman, with his sophistry borrowed from Adam Smith, "What is good for society is good for every enterprise" is almost literally Adam Smith, was their prophet. However, during the first 2 years of the debate, by various accounts, the liberals had the worst in the press. VNP supporters have force of habit and familiarity on their side, and its new wrinkle, the VNP index itself, had been experimentally tested in the Tatar, Donetsk, and Lithuania regions. Good results had been obtained. What liberals defended, on the other hand, was pure unproven theoretical speculation, and even as a theory, it was doubtful to many, because its emphasis on profits smacked of capitalism and meant an obvious degradation of the plan. As 1964 began, the liberals became increasingly defensive and silent. A note of triumph crept into the statements of the VNP supporters. It was then, in early 1964, that Khrushchev personally intervened, making a strong official statement in favor of profits, which threw the weight of the party leadership behind the Lieberman school. In summer came the coup de grace against the VNPeros. In a series of articles appearing in Pravda, prominent Khrushchevites led by academician L. Leontiev accused the anti-profit school of Stalinism. The problem we now face in determining whether profit should be the basic index for judging the work of the enterprise, wrote Leontiev, can be largely attributed to the lack of consideration of the immutable law of economic construction during the era of Stalin. This immutable law, regardless of the system under which it operates, is universal. An economy must produce more than it spends on production, and it is this principle, no matter how ignored it may have been in the past, that theoretically provides the basis for the acceptance of benefits today in the Soviet Union. This impressive impudence, as if there had been no economic growth in the USSR under the leadership of Stalin, and of metaphysics, served as a warning sign to VNP advocates that, if they persisted, they would follow the so-called anti-party group's path into oblivion. In these circumstances, the liberals emerged triumphant. They were granted an experimental test of some of their ideas in a series of light industrial enterprises producing for the consumer market, while their opponents' experiments were discontinued. Nikita Khrushchev, however, did not remain in power long enough to tend the fruits of what he had sown. In October 1964 he was defeated and deposed by his colleagues, led by Leonid Brezhnev and Alexei Kosygin. A failed harvest due in large part to Khrushchev's Virgin Lands plan, the unviability of some of his tactics, such as dividing the party into agricultural and industrial regions, his foreign policy mistakes regarding Yugoslavia, Cuba, China, and Albania, and to a large extent, the vulgarity of his style in particular, banging his shoe on the United Nations podium had turned Khrushchev into a figure of contempt and ridicule that threatened to discredit the class he represented. His successors criticized him for subjectivism and for moving too quickly, and made a series of small adjustments of substance and style in Soviet policy, internal and external. But they were quick to announce, in early November, that their economic reorganization would continue and be extended along the same basic lines. At the end of the year they expanded the scope of the Bolshevik-Mayak experiments, injecting the new system for the first time into heavy industry as well. Then things started moving very quickly. In March, a plenary meeting of the party's Central Committee declared that it was time to start devising measures to improve the rationality of the system. In June, a major conference was held in Moscow, bringing together economists, business managers, and planners from all parts of the USSR, to devise measures. The consensus of the meeting, according to the Pravda report, was that the time had come to scale back detailed top-down planning and reduce the number of indices assigned to companies and, in doing so, provide the conditions for operational independence and to develop a healthy economic initiative on the part of the company. The time had also come when the role of profits in the valuation of business operations could be raised to a more prominent position among the set of indicators, and that profits themselves should provide the main sources for the formation of business funds. They also agree that the time has come to address what was called the market problem, which, according to Pravda, exists not only for consumer goods but also for the means of production. There is no end of work in this area. Towards the end of September 1965, the Central Committee met again. In the end, Prime Minister Kosygin, in a long speech, announced a series of economic reforms, which one writer correctly called undoubtedly the most outstanding in the economic sphere since Stalin's reforms in 1928, which they finished NEP. These measures, however, went clearly in the opposite direction. Instead of subjecting businesses to planning, they virtually subjected planning to businesses, instead of eliminating the market for means of production and labor force, they expanded, legalized and strengthened it. Instead of eliminating profit, they elevated it to a principle. In short, instead of building socialism, Kosygin's reforms restored capitalism. 15. Slowdown. The speed with which the Soviet Party leadership moved in 1965 to reorganize the economy was dictated primarily by a worrying slowdown in industrial productivity. When presenting the party's proposals in September of that year, Prime Minister Alexei Kosygin was careful to emphasize the positive side. He rattled off a score of statistics showing increases in production during the 7-year plan period that had just ended. But there was also a cloud on the silver lining, he added, and it was this that led him to the actual topic of the proposals. It should be said that in recent years the volume of national income and industrial production per ruble of fixed assets has somewhat decreased. Labor productivity growth rates in industry, which constitute an important index of the efficiency of social production, have slowed somewhat in recent years. I would not go beyond these vague indications, and did not delve deeper into the probable causes of the slowdown. However, fairly detailed statistics were finally made public more than 5 years later, and before examining Kosygin proposals, it is worth examining these data to get a clearer idea of the situation in which the Soviet leadership found itself. The USSR's leading specialist in matters of what is called investment efficiency is academician Tigran Kekacharov. The most general indicator of the efficiency of investments in the national economy as a whole, according to Kekacharov, is the ratio of national income to the sum of fixed and circulating assets in the national economy. This ratio is expressed as a certain number of kopecks of income per ruble of assets. If the number of kopecks of income earned per ruble of assets is increasing, then efficiency in the economy is increasing, and this is good, and, in Kekacharov's opinion, the opposite is also true. Thus, in a single proportion it was possible to estimate how rationally the plan is formulated and how fully the available resources are used. Kekacharov presents the following trend in this general index. 1959 62.6, 1960 61.6, 1961 60.5, 1962 58.2, 1963 55.0, 1964 54.7, 1965 53.2. Therefore, the overall indicator of economic efficiency showed a steady decline from year to year, ending the period almost 10 kopecks per ruble below the starting point. As Kekacharov said, a decline of this indicator during the 7-year period speaks of the existence of unfavorable phenomena in the Soviet economy. What were these phenomena, more precisely? In the article just cited, Kekacharov emphasizes subjective reasons that depended on deficiencies in planning and management. This is a cautious but clear reference to Khrushchev's planning system through regional economic councils, which, under the 1965 reforms, was scrapped as unreasonable. But in a later article delving into the matter, Kekacharov tacitly withdraws this line of explanation, without, however, offering a substitute. Here he compares the rate of increase in the quantity of capital per industrial worker with the rate of increase in the quantity of output per industrial worker. Tincture Rees 1950 to 1955 increase 1955 to 1960 increase 1960 to 1965. Capital per worker 50% 44% 43%. Production per worker 49% 37% 26%. Difference -1% -7% -17%. Thus, as shown in the top line of the table, there was a slowdown in the growth rate of capital per worker. Deficiencies in production planning and coordination could well explain this. Although hampered by the localism inherent in regional planning, one could plausibly argue, the administration was unable to put additional means of production and materials into factories at the stormy pace of the previous period. The same reasoning could be invoked to explain why output per worker also slowed. However, the delicate point is to explain why the latter slowed down much more abruptly than the former. During the period 1950 to 1955, a 50% increase in capital per worker produced a virtually equivalent increase in output per worker. This is what one would expect: give the worker more machinery, correspondingly more output. But in the following 5-year period, output per worker increased 7% less than capital per worker, and during 1960 to 65, the years immediately preceding Kosygин's reform plan, the gap between capital growth and production growth widened to an alarming 17%. More and more means of production were thrown at the workers, but proportionally less and less came out. Kaczmarov does not even attempt to interpret these thought-provoking data, and this is not surprising. Because, apart from the refutable hypothesis that the new machinery was much less efficient than the old, the data points directly to the uncomfortable conclusion that the Soviet industrial working class no longer gave a damn about productivity and was getting away with it. Despite the fact that Khrushchev had ordered a realignment of industrial jobs across the country, which set significantly higher production targets for machine operators, workers simply were not putting the same measure of energy and enthusiasm into their work, which they had shown, often with dazzling and heroic results, during the period of socialist construction. Instead of doing everything possible to produce more, better, and faster, industrial workers changed their strategy in the battle for production to passive resistance. The power of the means of production faced by workers on the shop floor continued to increase. But the workers now applied their energy and ingenuity not to the realization and development of that potential, but to its frustration. The new negative attitude towards work reflected in the statistics of the Khrushchev period derived mainly from the development discussed at the beginning of Part 13 of this series, namely the expropriation of the working class following the revisionist seizure of state power in 1956–57. Perhaps very few workers summarized the situation at that time in terms of expropriation and drew the parallel with the expropriation of the mass of the people by a few usurpers at the dawn of the capitalist order that Marx described so vividly in Capital. However, change, however formulated, could hardly escape even the moderately conscious worker. Under Stalin, the party had been the workers' weapon against factory directors who exceeded their authority. Could it escape the attention of the workers that, after Khrushchev's seizure of power, the party changed its class position and called for strengthening the managers against the workers? Could it escape the attention of the workers that the directors who did not comply with the plan and who violated the rules on speed, organization, and working conditions, were, under Khrushchev, almost never punished or removed from their positions? Is it possible that the workers are not aware of the fact that such managers were not only members, but often also leaders of the plant unions? These and similar changes in power, perceptible at least to a large number of workers, were quite sufficient to communicate the essence of the new property relationship and generate in response to the new attitude towards productivity described by Marx a century ago. Since the worker finds that the instruments of labor exist independently of him as the property of another man, the economy in their use does not concern him. However, the truly surprising fact about the Soviet workers' slowdown, and certainly the most worrying aspect from the point of view of the party leadership in 1965, was that the workers were getting their way. This was due to the strange transitional situation in Soviet society at that time. The workers had been expropriated. They no longer held state power or owned the means of production. Therefore, they resisted at the point of production by slowing down. But the bourgeoisie, although it owned the means of production and had state power, still had its hands tied by many of the old socialist relations of production. He did not yet have in his hands the full arsenal of weapons to speed up the workers. The last of these weapons, as mentioned above, is the power to fire workers, to fire them for economic reasons. This power implies that labor power is a commodity that is bought and sold like any other, or, to put it the other way around, where labor power has the character of a commodity, the owner of the means of production has the right to throw the workers out onto the streets. The necessary companion to this right is the right of the owner to sell means of production also like any other product, for example, by closing unprofitable divisions, discontinuing one type of production in favor of another, etc. A moment's reflection will show that these two powers cannot survive apart from each other. The exercise of one requires the exercise of the other. However, it is precisely the exercise of these two powers, as noted at the end of Part 5 of the series, that turns the owner of the means of production into a capitalist and converts the relations of production of a society into relations of production of a society. Capitalist character. In a fully capitalist society, Soviet workers could not have continued their deceleration for as long and as effectively as they did. Long before the gap between investment and productivity reached the dimensions it did under Khrushchev, investment would have stopped and a spiral of layoffs would have stimulated those remaining in the factories to make greater efforts. The stimulating effect of capitalist relations of production can be observed in the advanced stages of each economic crisis, such as the current one. As the lines of the unemployed stretch outside the factories toward the horizon, the regime of acceleration, sweating and humiliation inside reaches its most brutal extremes. In this way are produced the investment efficiencies and the close correlations and short lags between capital per worker and output per worker that the academic Kakacherov and Khrushchev before him looked upon with such envy. It is a fallacy to assume that the transition backwards, from socialism to capitalism, in the basic and determining relations of production can occupy a very long period of time. The seizure of state power by a bourgeoisie and, therefore, the expropriation of the working class, necessarily provokes among the working class a movement of resistance to the increase in production. The advance of this movement quite quickly throws the expropriators into an unsustainable economic position, a crisis of generalized underproduction that is no less real for being hidden. The most active forms of resistance, strikes, rebellions, riots, can be repressed and dealt with at gunpoint. There were several, as mentioned above. But the bayonet is a notoriously ineffective and impractical stimulation in the daily routine of industrial production. The bourgeoisie cannot place one soldier behind every 3 workers in every factory without provoking open war. To break the passive resistance of the workers at the point of production, the bourgeoisie needs weapons of a different order. These are the weapons inherent to capitalist relations of production. The bourgeoisie cannot waste time in applying them. No matter how much he hesitates to convert the means of production and labor power into commodities with all their consequences, he must overcome his scruples, if he has any, and march full steam ahead towards the capitalist order. This was the background of Alexei Kosygin's statement, highlighting the reform proposals of September 1965, that existing forms of management, planning, and stimuli in industry no longer fit modern technical economic conditions and at the current level of productive forces. 16. The new system. A complete system of measures is being proposed, said Soviet Premier Alexei Kosygin in his September 1965 speech, in order to expand the economic independence and initiative of enterprises and associations and to increase the importance of the enterprise as the main economic unit in our economy. Presented by Kosygin on behalf of the party's Central Committee and the supreme government bodies, the proposals were formally promulgated within a short time. The conversion of the then more than 50,000 non-agricultural companies to the new system, a complex and demanding task due to the breadth of the measures, was carried out in a series of steps that required several years. By the end of 1968, the new system covered industrial enterprises that produced about 72% of all industrial output and contributed about 80% of the total profits earned in the industry. By the end of 1970, the figures stood at around 92% and over 95%, respectively. In other words, the measures were implemented completely and comprehensively. What exactly were the features of the new system? At the risk of tiring the reader with quotes, here is a brief summary of the main specific proposals in Kosygin's words. In order to expand the economic incentive for companies, it is proposed to reduce the number of indices that are assigned from above, that is, by the planning bodies. To guide the company towards greater efficiency, it is better to use the profit index, the profitability index. The size of profits largely characterizes a company's contribution to the country's net income. In this way, companies will be encouraged to seek ways to increase labor productivity. The system whereby virtually all corporate profits go to the state must end. Instead, it is necessary to leave companies a greater share of their profits, in direct proportion to the efficiency with which they use the fixed assets assigned to them. The situation where the company's achievements in increasing profits and profitability of production have no direct effect on the income of the company's staff must also be put to an end. To do this, a set of new funds must be created in each company, including a material incentive fund and a production development fund, aimed at business profitability. Furthermore, companies will enjoy broader powers in the use of their current assets, depreciation allowances, and also money from the sale of surplus equipment and other material values. Companies will enjoy broader powers in the use of money saved in the salary fund during the year. In this regard, a positive example is the Moscow Transport Combine, where the new system was introduced as a pilot experiment the previous year, showed considerable gains in productivity after sold superfluous trucks and equipment and discontinued employment of superfluous personnel. In their relationships with other companies, the economic responsibility of each company will be enhanced. Direct contacts between manufacturing companies and consumer companies should be developed more widely in the sphere of material supply. Regarding prices, the transition to new forms and methods of economic stimulation of industrial production requires the improvement of the price formation system. Prices must increasingly reflect socially necessary labor expenditures and must cover production and turnover expenditures and ensure a profit for every normally functioning enterprise. Financial relations between companies and the state must also be placed on a different basis. Financial grants granted by the state to companies for capital investment must be restricted and the use of credits must be expanded. Finally, instead of the regional economic councils, there will once again be central ministries for each major industrial branch, and at the same time, in close collaboration with the ministries, there will be a new form of organization, the mergers of branches that operate under the principle of cost accounting, to which the ministries must cede many operational functions. The new ministries will work under completely different conditions from those of the old ones, and to think that a mere return to the old ministries is being suggested, means ignoring a series of new factors and being wrong. So much for the basics of the new measures, to the extent that Kosygin's less than lucid formulations allow them to be seen. How wonderful it would have been if Kosygin, summing it all up, had the wit to say, in short, friends and comrades, what all this means is that we are establishing capitalism, and an adequate setup. It will be old-fashioned capitalism, with trusts and monopolies and all the trimmings, as fast as we can fix it. It would have saved enormous efforts for all Marxist-Leninists in the world. A vain dream. Instead of such a refreshing ending, Kosygin concludes with an air of complete conviction that the new measures are an essential part of the process by which socialist property in the USSR is becoming communist property. Not only that, but the central feature of the new economic measures supposedly bears the endorsement of the great revolutionary teacher, Lenin himself. V.I. Lenin pointed out, Kosygin declared, that every enterprise must operate on a profitable basis, that is, it must completely cover its expenses with its income and must make a profit. In short, anyone who resists marching in the direction indicated by the Soviet leadership not only blocks the path to communism, and is therefore an anti-communist in the most literal sense, but also presumes to try to give lessons in political economy. To Lenin. It is a telling comment on the political climate in Lenin's land in 1965 that the supposedly Leninist press did not run Lenin's actual words and used them to ridicule Kosygin and the entire leadership from morning until midnight. This is what Lenin had said about corporate profits. The conversion of state-owned companies to what is called the profit base is inevitably and inseparably related to the new economic policy. In the near future, this will surely become the predominant, if not the only, form of state-owned enterprise. In reality, this means that with the free market now permitted and developing, state-owned enterprises will largely be placed on a capitalist commercial basis. This circumstance, in view of the urgent need to increase labor productivity and make each state enterprise pay its share and show profits, and in view of the inevitable emergence of narrow departmental interests and excessive departmental zeal, is bound to create a certain conflict of interests between the masses of workers and the directors and managers of state-owned enterprises or the government departments in charge of them. Therefore, it is undoubtedly the duty of trade unions, also with regard to state-owned enterprises, to protect class interests of the proletariat and the working masses against their employers. Lenin, speaking on behalf of a proletarian state that is forced by the ravages of war and famine to resort temporarily and in a limited way to capitalist relations of production, does not hesitate to call these relations by their name. It also insists on exposing the antagonism of class interests between labor and capital linked to these relations, and asks the mass organizations of workers to openly put in the foreground the protection of the class interests of the proletariat in its struggle against capital. And Kosygin? This spokesperson of a bourgeois state, forced by the resistance of the workers to try to impose capitalist relations fully and without a time limit, makes the most ridiculous claim about the communist character of its measures, denying any basis for antagonisms, class or even conflicts of interest, and he also has the nerve to invoke the authority of Lenin. It would be ridiculous, except that this type of big lie technique dominates state power, enjoys an undivided monopoly of all legal means, controls the educational system, and is backed by the entire apparatus of repression, police, courts, and the like. The conditions prevailing at the time Lenin proposed the NEP, the passage just quoted dates from January 1922, have been outlined previously, and there is no need to expand on this topic. Once these conditions were overcome and socialist relations of production became predominant, the role of corporate profits naturally underwent a fundamental change. Under socialism, not only certain individual production units, but even entire industrial branches were managed deliberately, for shorter or longer periods of time, with a planned loss, i.e. in such a way that your accounting books, even with the best efforts of workers and staff, are not likely to show an excess of revenues over costs, or any other monetary measure of profit. Thus, to give an example from Soviet history, the price of raw cotton could be deliberately set quite high to encourage collective farmers to produce more cotton, while the price of cotton textiles would be set low enough to put clothing on the backs of workers and farmers. The textile industry, responsible for converting cotton into fabric, necessarily showed a loss in its accounting books. The difference was compensated by transferring to the textile industry a part of the funds generated in other branches that showed profits. Since all profits generated in any part of the state sector were directly centralized in the state, their redistribution from profitable to unprofitable branches and units was regulated by the plan. The plan, in turn, reflected the order of priorities decided by the working class political party, the Bolshevik Party. In this way, the goal of immediate profits in the textile industry became subordinated to the immediate higher goal of putting food in the mouths of cotton farmers and clothes on the backs of workers. Or, to put it another way, the profits of the textile industry were not made in monetary form, but in the form of satisfying people's needs. Later, as the textile industry modernized, it also began to generate income for use elsewhere. In this way, the long-term objectives of the working class could also be given appropriate weight in relation to the short-term objectives. The production of means of production, to give the most important example, generally requires a longer period of time and is less immediately urgent, and much less immediately profitable, than the production of consumer goods. However, the latter depends on the former for its expansion. What's more, the long-term objective of facilitating and shortening labor, making the physical work process less onerous and reducing the working day. It depends largely on the expansion of industrial branches that produce means of production and employment. Should workers be fired from plants that produce socially necessary but unprofitable products and transferred to more profitable ones that produce luxuries, or simply thrown out onto the streets? To these and other related questions, the bourgeoisie has responded since the dawn of its consciousness with a set of arguments, proletarian thinkers with another. Profitability from the point of view of a company or branch of production cannot be compared in any way with the higher type of profitability that socialist production gives us by freeing us from crises of overproduction and ensuring the continuous increase in production. This was the Soviet socialist response. Lieberman's view that what is good for society is good for each enterprise, embodied in the 1965 measures, is its opposite. Direct and its contradiction. It's just a more elegant, really evasive, way of saying that what's good for General Motors is good for the economy. 17 Workforce. Like certain tribes in the Old Testament who trembled when pronouncing the name of the Omnipotent, the defenders of the new Soviet system refused to consider labor power as a commodity. In official Soviet literature, other economic categories and relationships are freely discussed, such as profits, interests, and rents, among others. In fact, it talks about little else. It is also quite permissible, even obligatory, to praise in general terms the virtues of commodity-money relations in the socialist economy. But when it comes to the category of labor power, Soviet economists become strangely mute, and the rhetoric of political spokesmen, generally so flat, stands on tiptoe to avoid the unmentionable. There is no plank in the 1965 Kosygin platform, for example, that calls for transforming labor power into a commodity. There is not even an explicit requirement that company directors have the power to hire and fire workers for economic reasons. There is only an indirect reference to giving companies broader powers in the use of money saved in the wages fund during the year. For those in his audience too dense to understand how money can be saved from the wage fund, Kosygin draws a picture, the pilot project of the 5 transport companies, which prospered when they sold superfluous trucks and equipment and stopped employing superfluous personnel. A more detailed description of this pilot project in the review Voprozy Ekonomiki gives the detailed breakdown. Costs were reduced by laying off several employees. At Motor Vehicle Combine No. 1, the Central Garage and Construction Group was eliminated and its functions were transferred, leaving 100 employees discharged. In Department No. 5, Vehicle Maintenance and Repair was centralized, reducing the number of repairmen and mechanics. Department No. 9 laid off 101 workers, and so on. Similarly, as the new economic system radiated from the pilot plants in Moscow and Leningrad to take hold across the vast territory of the USSR, the security of employment of Soviet workers, all that was left of relations production socialists, broke. They were reduced once again to the status of day laborers, wage slaves with nothing to sell but their labor power, like their colleagues in the capitalist West. The new system of economic planning and stimulation, Kosygin commented cynically in his summary of the pilot results, increased workers' interest in the results of their work. A 31% increase in output per worker was achieved, he noted with satisfaction, and business profits more than doubled. The longer-term results on a national scale, when the data were collected a few years later, did not live up to these early figures, but the basic trend was the same. The investment efficiency specialist, academician Kakacharov, observed in 1973 that the widening gap between increases in capital per worker and output per worker during the period 1955 to 65 narrowed again to a narrow 2% during the period of 5 years after the introduction of the new system. The whiplash of capitalist relations of production had broken the passive resistance of the workers. The slowdown was over. The acceleration had taken hold. When the first results became known, a sector of the Soviet bourgeoisie found its appetite only whetted and began experimenting with methods of supercharging the new economic engine. The most important of these experiments began in 1967 at the Shchikino chemical plant. Intensive personnel release is planned at the companies participating in the Shchikino experiment, writes economist T. Baranenkova in an overview of the Shchikino design. On average, each of the participating companies released between 10 and 15% of their workforce. Between 1/5 and 2/3 of the layoffs, according to the company, were possible, it reports, through the methods of combining occupations or increasing the volume of work performed by the remaining workers. In compensation, and this was said to be the novel side of the Shikino method, the remaining workers received as a bonus a portion of the funds saved in salaries by dismissing their colleagues. As a result, absenteeism decreased markedly. Working under the conditions of the experiment has allowed companies to achieve positive results in their productive activity in a short time. In short, the standard capitalist methods of slave driving were complemented by the cannibalistic touch of throwing surviving workers a few pieces of the flesh of their deceased comrades. But only leftovers. Baranenková says the bonuses received by the survivors were an insignificant amount. Another writer, the fervent Shikanita Imanovic, says that the bonuses in most plants under the experiment are very small. The rest of the savings goes as a bonus to profits. The originality of the Shikino system, the evidence tends to indicate, lies not in the sugar-coating layer of bonuses, but in the stronger dose of layoffs and acceleration. A total of 1,000 workers were laid off in the original trial at the Shikino plant itself, indicating that this is more than a bit of pruning of the workforce. Shikino's principles were endorsed by the Central Committee of the CPSU in October 1969, and by the end of 1973 they had spread to approximately 700 enterprises. Additional company directors who believe it is in their interest can go Shikino at any time. Most companies that turn to the Shikino system, Baranenková says, are located in larger cities, where qualified worker grades are in short supply. Therefore, they have a good negotiating position. The economic objective of companies when adopting the method, very consciously, is to convert the shortage into an oversupply. Mainovic quotes a company director from the city of Kirov, Vizonov, who reports in a triumphant tone, "Before, we did not have enough drivers, metallurgists, turners, mechanics. Well, we have been working for a year and a half under the system Shikino, and we are coming to the conclusion that in many cases the shortage of workers was artificial. Having received the right to pay a worker more if he partially assumes the duties of his neighbor, we are, as it were, discoverers of a new reserve of labor. It turns out that the problem does not lie in the shortage of people, but in the organization of production and the ability to use economic levers. Needless to say, the worker who is initially paid more for partially assuming his neighbor's duties may then, once a reserve is created, be replaced by a new employee who will do the same job for less. As Marx said, a century before Shikino, the excessive work of the employed part of the working class swells the ranks of its reserve, and, conversely, the redoubled pressure that the latter, with its competition, exerts on the sector occupied by the working class, forces them to work excessively and submit to the dictates of capital. The condemnation of one part of the working class to forced leisure through excess work imposed on the other part, and vice versa, becomes a means of enriching the individual capitalist, or company directors as the case may be. The new Soviet thinkers, while they are busy devising new methods of creating a short-term reserve army of manpower, are also not losing sight of the long-term perspective. K. Vermishev, among others, advocates the liberation of an average of 1 million mothers from social production to allow them to concentrate on producing babies. The dismissed Soviet workers belong to a category that has no official existence. The bourgeois Sovietologist Marshall Goldman wrote in 1971, in a sarcastic tone, while rummaging through the capitalist tool bag to find ways to accelerate labor productivity, the Russians have devised yet another device, unemployment compensation. Until February 1970, the Russians stood firm in denying that there was unemployment in the USSR. And since unemployment didn't exist, there was no need to have unemployment compensation. However, this reasoning was of little comfort to those who found themselves out of work. True, but the professor seems to be wrong about unemployment compensation. Already in 1969, the Mainovic cited above wrote, "So that liberations related to technical progress do not affect the standard of living of workers and their families, the question of establishing some material support from the government." The following year, Voronenkova emphasized that Shchikino's experiment once again confirms the need for practical implementation of the previously advanced proposal on material support of workers during the time they are between jobs. But at the end of 1973, 3 years after unemployment compensation was supposedly instituted, Mainovic again writes, this time insistently, to ensure the liberation of labor and achieve the rational utilization of labor it is essential to execute a series of other economic and legal measures. For example, the solution of a long-standing urgent problem, the problem of material support for released personnel, is extremely important. It seems clear that the unemployed in the USSR, as in any capitalist country, will not receive unemployment compensation as a gift from the bourgeoisie, not even if a guilty liberal like Mainovic asks for it. The position of Soviet workers is even worse than that of their colleagues in the West in some respects, because their real position is not officially recognized. The official position remains firm, there are no unemployed as such, because under socialism labor power is not a commodity. Thus, the unemployed are forced to pay materially for official hypocrisy. An even more bitter aspect of their situation is that all dismissals carried out by company directors for economic reasons are strictly contrary to Soviet law, as expressed in the Constitution of 1936, Stalin's constitution. Companies have no legal basis for the regime of acceleration and economic terrorism that they have imposed on workers. But the leadership of the revisionist party and the state treats the Soviet constitution with contempt. Writing a new one, as they have said for almost a decade they would do, however, seems to present some problems. The revised constitution has been postponed several times and will now be announced in 1976. Meanwhile, the workers' law is a dead letter. The average worker spends 25 to 30 days between jobs, Mainovic says in the 1973 article cited above. However, that average is made up of both the skilled, who are in relatively high demand and find it easier to find a new place, and the unskilled, of whom there is a much larger reserve. Their number is increased by the influx of the countryside, where the parallel restoration of capitalism has made them superfluous. Between 1959 and 1970, more than 16 million people moved to cities from the Soviet countryside, 13 million of them of working age. One of the other reasons for this, the scholar Usyakov observes, is that some companies and organizations recruit labor in rural areas, that is, cities raid the countryside of their people, as in the Tsarist era described by Lenin in his Development of Capitalism in Russia. Furthermore, this migration does not necessarily end in a stable settlement pattern, on the contrary, there are continuous and apparently unpredictable population movements between different points. Soviet writers call this variable migration. Lately the scale of variable migration has increased with increasing intensity in the USSR, says demographer L. Lugovskaya. This testifies that workers and collective farmers, recognizing that their labor power has become a commodity, actively move from place to place in search of better, or at least oppressive, conditions for their sale. If they must take their skins to market, they at least aim to get the best price. It goes without saying that, from the point of view of the production lost by this itinerancy and floating, the social cost of this instability is high. The time lost by floating workers in industry during 1972, according to an estimate in Planowe Hozyaistvo, amounted to about 4 billion rubles. The conversion of labor power into a commodity has thus brought a large-scale labor market from one end of the country to the other, with a high rate of exchanges. The first published study that has attempted to obtain an estimate of how many workers change jobs and how often has found that over the course of a year 59.1% of all personnel in the national economy change positions. The average time a worker spends in the same company is only 3.3 years and, on average, every 12 to 15 years a worker migrates from one region to another. Every year in the national economy several tens of millions of people make transfers, estimates the author of this study, their total number exceeds 100 million. Approximate calculations show that no more than half of this movement is associated with the interests of the development of production and the workforce. In short, although neither economists nor political spokesmen will admit that the labor force in the USSR has become a commodity, the reality is quite clear. The workers themselves, judging by recent Soviet sociological surveys, have no illusions about being the masters of society that official propaganda portrays. In a 1974 survey in Yaroslavl, 78% of working-class parents who were questioned said they did not want their children to be factory workers. In families where only one parent was a factory worker, 96% did not want their children to enter that life. A survey of high school students ranked the occupation of steel worker 28th in preference, turner, position 39, tractor driver, rank 51 and carpenter, rank 68. Another survey of workers, aged 18 to 25 at a large locomotive plant in Voroshilovgrad in Ukraine, found that 66% said they were dissatisfied with their salary, 71% were dissatisfied with the equipment and 70% with the sanitary conditions of the plant. The dissatisfaction rate was 18% higher, according to the survey index, than 5 years earlier. Workers were particularly critical of the so-called socialist emulation system. It exists only on paper, said a worker. It's just fiction, said another. What emulation? Asked a third. There is simply a quota that must be met. Translator's notes. The Guardian was a weekly newspaper, established in 1948, which by the time of the text had openly adopted Marxism-Leninism, although Nicolaus a year later would accuse them of centrism between Marxism-Leninism and revisionism. Stalin says in volume 13 of his complete works, it is said that collective farms and state farms are not profitable enough, that they absorb enormous resources, that there is no reason to sustain such enterprises, that it would be more convenient to liquidate them, leaving only the profitable ones. But only those who understand nothing about issues of the national economy, about economic issues, can speak in this way. A few years ago, more than half of textile factories were not profitable. Some of our comrades proposed that we close these factories. What would have happened to us if we had listened to them? We would have committed the greatest crime before the country, before the working class, since we would have ruined our developing industry. And how did we proceed back then? After just over a year of waiting, we managed to make the entire textile industry profitable. And what should we do with our Gorky automobile factory? Because it is not profitable for now either. Do you think we close it? And our steel industry, which is not profitable at the moment either, should we close it too, comrades? If we understood profitability in this way, we should only fully develop some industrial branches that produce the highest profits, such as, for example, the confectionery industry, the flour industry, the perfumery industry, the knitwear industry, the toy industry, etc. I have, of course, nothing against the development of these industrial branches. On the contrary, they must be developed, since they are also necessary for the population. But, in the first place, they cannot be developed without the machinery and fuel supplied by heavy industry. Secondly, it is impossible to base industrialization on them. Therein lies the problem, comrades. Profitability should not be considered in a mercantilist way, from the point of view of the moment. Profitability must be considered from the point of view of the national economy as a whole and with a perspective of a few years. Only such a point of view can be called truly Leninist, truly Marxist. And this point of view is not only obligatory with regard to industry, but, and to a greater degree, with regard to collective farms and state farms. 18 Means of production. There is a widespread belief that today's USSR, regardless of what may be said about it, remains fundamentally a planned economy, as opposed to an economy governed by the anarchy of production. This theme is recited 7 days a week by every mass propaganda organ available to the Soviet authorities, and no revisionist manual for popular consumption fails to declare it as one of the most important advantages of the current Soviet socialist system. Millions of people take this statement for granted, including many who are critical of the Soviet revisionist government in other respects. Even some people who set out to expose how capitalism has been restored in the USSR echo the refrain that under the reforms of 1965 central planning, unquote, was maintained. However, this is a fallacy. Among those who know from practical experience that the fundamental planning of the new Soviet economy is a myth are not only the Soviet workers who know it more concretely, but also the directors of Soviet enterprises, Soviet economists specialized in the study of the planning process, and the more responsible and authoritative Soviet planners themselves. Writing in the isolated pages of specialized academic or professional journals, behind a protective screen of jargon, with other economists and planners as their audience, Soviet writers are more or less obliged from time to interrupt their declamations of mind-inducing generalities to the dream with comments that touch on important practical problems that arise in the work of his brotherhood. In those moments the talk is very different. In the course of a monotonous account of the progress of the reforms of 1965, for example, the head of the Department of New Planning Methods of the State Planning Committee of the USSR, Y.N. Drojichinsky, cannot help but touch, however lightly, about the fact, it is no secret to its core audience, that the eighth five-year plan unfortunately did not leave the drawing boards before the planned period had already ended. The work on drawing up five-year plans, from the enterprise to the Gosplan of the USSR, was not completed in the last 5 years, and therefore the enterprises did not have such plans with a breakdown of allocations by year. A little later he asks for the conversion of the five-year plan into a work program for each company. What is a plan if it is not a work program? Or again, in the course of a discussion on the topic of the relationship between planning and prices, the deputy chairman of the State Price Committee of the Council of Ministers of the USSR, A. Common, expresses the complaint that, due to the frequent change of prices that have become practice, it is practically impossible to draw up a five-year plan, since the potential of modern methodology cannot keep up with price fluctuations. Speaking on the same topic, the deputy director of the Gosplan department, V. Kotov, admits that in fact, distribution planning never reaches a complete form. Merging with the operational management of production, it is completed only with the end of the planned period. In a considerable and constantly growing portion of the economy, he admits that there is not even an attempt at planning, but rather the actual cessation of planning, and in this situation the plan essentially loses its meaning and an objective evaluation of the plan's fulfillment is impossible. More admissions of lawlessness will be cited later. They appear, it should be noted, not in a mass circulation medium, but in the magazine of professional planners, whose name ironically means planned economy. It is as if chaos had broken out in the construction industry of a country where architecture is the religion of the state. Politicians speak enthusiastically, as before, of the glories of national design, covering up, but architects among them must somehow confront stubborn facts such as the failure to complete plans before buildings are finished, the need to convert construction schedules into work programs for contractors, the tendency of editors to design one thing and builders to build another, and so on. One of the most frequent complaints of Soviet planners, in fact, is that they cannot even know what is really happening in the economy, much less foresee what will happen, let alone impose a coherent design. How did the Soviet economy get to this state? The answer, in a word, lies in the conversion of the means of production into commodities. It has already been shown that the reforms of 1965 turned the labor power of Soviet workers into a commodity. That is to say, the relationship between workers and their companies was put on a purely commercial basis, make a profit or get out of here. The issue now is on the side of the 1965 measures that imposed the same social character on the means of production and created the same commercial basis for relations between one state company and another. The socialist point of view on this question was succinctly presented by Stalin in 1952. Can the means of production be considered commodities in our socialist system? In my opinion, certainly not. A commodity is a product that can be sold to any buyer, and when its owner sells it, he loses ownership and the buyer becomes the owner of the commodity, which he can resell, pledge or allow to rot. Do the means of production fall into this category? Obviously not. First of all, the means of production are not sold to any buyer, they are not even sold to collective farms, they are only assigned by the state to their companies. Secondly, when transferring means of production to any company, its owner, the state, does not lose ownership of them at all, on the contrary, it retains it in its entirety. Thirdly, the directors of enterprises that receive means of production from the Soviet state, far from becoming their owners, consider themselves the agents of the state in the use of the means of production in accordance with the plans established by the state. It will be seen, then, that, under our system, the means of production certainly cannot be classified in the category of commodities. To this must be added the fact that, in Soviet socialist practice, enterprises could hardly have purchased means of production even if they had the right to do so. The company had no funds at its disposal for this purpose, not even depreciation funds to replace worn-out equipment. When it came time to replace or add equipment, or when machinery was transferred from one plant to another, always in accordance with the plan, the corresponding sums of money were allocated or transferred from the center as an accounting operation. By the time we come to the reforms of 1965, the principles that Stalin outlined in 1952 had already undergone major modifications during the Khrushchev years. As shown above, the state under Khrushchev sold machine and tractor stations to collective farms, converting these means of production into commodities. In addition, central industrial ministries were abolished, along with much of the remaining mandatory nature of planning. As a result, a widespread gray market emerged, in which company directors illegally traded means of production and other goods with each other. Thus, the conversion of the means of production into commodities, the restoration of a basic capitalist relation of production, was already well underway during the Khrushchev years. Reference was also made earlier to the Moscow Conference of June 1965, which concluded that the market problem exists not only for consumer goods but also for the means of production. A week later there was what Sovietologist Felker called a major departure from traditional centralized controls over heavy industry. It was announced that several Soviet machine tool companies would be allowed to enter into direct business relations with their customers. Furthermore, plant performance would be evaluated in the future on the basis of profits rather than the achievement of objectives outside the plan. At that time, however, the companies that wanted to acquire these machine tools and establish direct links with the producing companies for this purpose, did not yet have funds with which to make the payment. Therefore, special administrative action was required to create effective demand for the producing companies in the experiment. There was also still no leading market in second-hand means of production, since company directors were not yet authorized to sell the state property entrusted to them. These limitations in the market for the means of production, however, did not last long. In September the reforms arrived. Alexei Kosygin's summary of the experience of the Moscow transport pilot plants has already been cited. These companies prospered, he said, when they sold redundant trucks and equipment and stopped employing redundant staff. The explicit right to sell the means of production according to their own judgment of what constitutes surplus equipment was guaranteed to company directors under the terms of the new Statute of Production Enterprises of the Socialist State, approved by the Council of Ministers of the USSR on October 4. The new law also states that sums obtained from the sale of material securities representing fixed assets will remain at the disposal of the company and will be used for capital investments exceeding the annual plan. Even more important than making funds available to the company director was the reform provision that allowed companies to retain a substantial part of the profits they generated. In the first year of the reform's operation, companies retained 26%, on average, of their profits. By 1968 this had increased to 33% and by 1969 to 40%. The largest and fastest growing portion of these retained earnings went into a production development fund, earmarked for capital investment by the company. Additionally, the law allowed companies to retain their own depreciation funds for the complete renewal of fixed assets and to decide when to amortize existing equipment and purchase new equipment. Finally, companies were given the right to request loans from the state bank to finance the purchase of means of production. In this way, companies, which had been financial beggars under the rules of the Soviet socialist period, quickly became awash in liquid assets. Their treasuries increased particularly after the wholesale price reform of 1966-67, which was carried out, along the lines laid out by Kosygin in his speech, to allow all normally functioning enterprises to operate with earnings. And what a profit! By raising industry-wide wholesale prices by an average of 8% and prices in heavy industry by an average of 15%, the price reform raised average business profitability to a rate of 20%, while several branches of heavy industry, mainly machine building, established profit rates above 40%. The resulting flow of income into enterprise funds, although somewhat short of realizing the principle of full self-financing that was said to be the objective, was quite close. In 1969-70, around 80% of total capital investment within the USSR, presumably excluding the military sector, was classified as centralist and 20% as decentralist. The latter represents capital investments from companies outside the plan and is derived entirely from own funds. Of the so-called centralized investments, that is, investments that are classified as included in the central plan, despite the failure to prepare the central plan before the end of the period, approximately 73.5% also came from the company's own funds. Another 23.5% of centralized investment was centralized in a genuine sense, representing subsidies from the national budget for the establishment of new industries and the development of new regions. The remaining 3% of the centralized investment was in the form of long-term loans with interest by the State Investment Bank. Thus, the investment financed with the company's own funds amounted to 78.8% of the total investment in the USSR. In Soviet literature, by the way, the word own in this context, the context is not usually put in quotes. The 1965 measures, in sum, removed the legal and financial barriers that had kept the emerging market for means of production underground during the Khrushchev years. The exchange of means of production as commodities, difficult to finance, illegal, but widespread, under Khrushchev, became respectable, universal, and widely provided with liquidity. So well stocked, in fact, that some companies cannot profitably place all of their funds, but accumulate what is called a free profit remainder, in which case they have the right to offer loans to Gazbank for a certain interest set by the government. Within companies, all power to dispose of company funds is concentrated in the hands of the director. Except for money spent for socio-cultural purposes, where union leaders must be consulted, the director of the company, according to the new law, does not allow internal interference in decisions about how much to invest, when, where and for what. Here there is no claim to worker management or worker co-participation in investment decisions, as in the Yugoslav and West German variants, respectively. Evidently, the new economic system has brought great changes in the role of company directors. Gone was the company director from the previous period, who could not fire workers or suppress their criticism, that he risked going to jail or worse if the plan was not carried out. Gone was the mere agent of the state who could not resell, pledge or allow the company's assets to rot and who could barely raise more investment funds than a church mouse. The company's former director was little more than a hired band leader. Under Khrushchev, many of these people, voluntarily or involuntarily, became black merchants, embezzlers, and other varieties of swindlers. The circumstances left few alternatives. But this was only a transitional stage in the process of metamorphosis. With the reforms of 1965, a new type of company directors emerged. They became not only iron-fisted dictators of the industrial production process, but also managers of significant sums of money, who must have the eagle eye of investors to succeed. What is the political economic character of these directors? This can be seen by briefly tracing the cycle of its activity. The cycle begins with money, with a certain wage fund and a certain fund for the development of production. The director's activity begins with the purchase of the corresponding commodities, labor power and means of production. Your task, then, is to combine and consume these elements of the production process in such a way that, with the sale of the product, the money initially spent becomes expanded and multiplied. How the directors organize the production process to achieve this has been given some glimpses in Part 17. The task of a director, in a word, is to make the elements of the production process function for him as component parts of capital, as value that engenders value. If any part of these elements ceases to perform this function for him, the director, as has been seen, sells the superfluous equipment and suspends the employment of superfluous personnel. The greatest benefit to society, or even a consistently high rate of profit, such as might be allocated to a given company under a social plan, is of no interest to this type of director. As Kotoff very rightly observes, companies are not interested in high profits in general, but in increasing profits brought to their funds. Not just high and constant profits, but more profits, unlimited profits, and, above all, profits for them. Then, with the company's funds once again replenished, the cycle begins again. In the words of Kakacharov, a company has to decide for itself what investments it is advisable to make to expand and technically improve production. Of all the alternatives, a company will choose the one that provides the greatest increase in profitability. What is the political economic character of the director of such a company? Marx noted it a century ago: the expansion of value becomes its subjective objective and is the sole motive of its operations. Only the restless and endless process of making profits is what you seek. Therefore, it functions as a capitalist, that is, as capital personified and endowed with consciousness and will. The fact that the director is appointed and removed from above and occupies a defined place in a bureaucracy does not alter the nature of his function. He is a bureaucratic capitalist, but he is put in his place to function as a capitalist, and, if he fails in this role, the bureaucracy relieves him of his duties. His capitalist side is the decisive and primordial element of his character, on which the other side depends. However, the proof of this does not lie in abstract reasoning, nor even simply in comparisons of the new Soviet director with his twins in Western state and private corporations. It lies rather in the shreds and shreds to which Soviet directors, as capitalists, have reduced the power of the bureaucracy that is supposed to harmonize their efforts, the central planning machinery. 19 Means of production. The essence of the reform, writes the prominent Soviet academic A. Rumyantsev, consists in concentrating all centralized planning in formulating the most general indications of national economic development, extending the independence of enterprises, giving greater material stimulus to the increase of production efficiency and the development of cost accounting. Its essence, one might say in other words, consists in giving central planners the task of maintaining the economy as everything in balance while each particular unit works uncontrollably in search of its maximum benefit. The new company law of 1965, cited above, grants Soviet company directors written protection against the change of their plan objectives by an authority superior. The objectives of the plan set by the company, says the statute, may only be changed in exceptional cases. The result of this provision is that planning not only begins when the business director prepares his business plan, but practically ends there as well. Even if central planners were able to perceive the general interest of society, they could only impose this interest against the profit optimization plan of the company in difficulties and in exceptional cases. This is one of the main reasons why the 1966-70 plans prepared by companies and sent to Gosplan did not come down in the form of revised programs for companies, or even for ministries. In Soviet literature this is coined as planning from below, although this does not mean, of course, planning by the workers. In any system where labor power is a commodity and where workers do not have state power, they cannot participate in planning in a true sense. It means planning by company directors, who are, technically speaking, below central planning, as are the directors of the production associations and the directors of the new ministries that operate under the principle of profit maximization, as we will see later. Under this system, as the French socialist theorist Charles Bettelheim rightly observes, the central plan ends up functioning simply along the path chosen by companies and groups in search of maximum profit. In the extreme case, he writes, the development of commodity relations ends in the result that the planning bodies leave the enterprises free to work the main lines of their plans for themselves. In this case, the ability to control money reaches its maximum development and the plan becomes nothing more than an accompaniment to relationships of merchandise. It is this direction that has been taken in the Soviet Union since 1965. In other words, the plan follows where the small units take it, seeking to maximize profit. A graphic illustration of what it means for everyday life is given by a radical American economist who traveled to the USSR in June 1974 as a member of a delegation organized by the revisionist Ussr. In our discussion with company managers, the visitor relates, two important characteristics of the planning process emerged. First, all plans originate at the company level, and are then sent to higher authorities for review. In no case were we given an example where the authorities edited the submitted plan in any important aspect. Second, companies are allowed to keep a third of their income after paying taxes to reinvest outside the plan, that is, managers are free to invest the profits in expanding capacity or buying other plants in the same industrial branch, in whatever way seems most profitable possible. Any productive capacity built or purchased is then incorporated into the plan for production, but these plans originate again within the company. This example shows the emptiness of the category of centralized investments, which was mentioned earlier. Apart from the true central investments carried out directly by the state, from its funds, most of the centralized investments coming from the funds of the companies are nothing more than their investments outside the plan of the previous years. This year's off-plan investments in pursuit of profit maximization will merely be renamed the following year as part of the plan and therefore centralized. Brilliantly, even the most socialist-spirited planning would be corrupted within a few years into a record of socially useless opportunism. As Stalin had occasion to say of a similar planning proposal from the opportunist right wing of the party in 1929, it is not a 5-year plan but 5-year rubbish. The current lack of planning in the Soviet economy and, moreover, the use of planning by the largest and most powerful companies and combined against the rest, is shown especially clearly in the Soviet market for the means of production. In any society, the way in which the means of production are distributed reflects as well as shapes the course of economic development. This is why in the Soviet socialist period, as Dobbs certainly observes, special attention was given to the planning of the distribution of the means of production, since it forms the main artery on which the other branches depend. In the opinion of Pavel Bunik, a member of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, the 1965 reform is distinguished by its uniformity or uniform approach, under which, for example, all companies without distinction are guarantees equal rights to purchase means of production by closing detailed contracts with suppliers, in wholesale centers and in stores. What he is referring to is that the sphere of bourgeois right, which under socialism still operates in the distribution of consumer goods personal, has been extended by the reform to the sphere of the distribution of means of production. He forgets to mention that while companies can enter the market for the means of production with equal rights, they do not do so with equal resources. Let's see. We can affirm without a doubt, writes economist V. Budagarin, that the current market and material technical supply system in the USSR is more extensively using the money commodity mechanism of circulation of the means of production. Budagarin considers that the market in the means of production, his term, counted in 1970 as more or less 2/3 of the nation's total wholesale turnover. As big as this market is, however, there is really no room in it for equal rights for all companies. Some are more equal than others. Budagarin continues, At present the customer cannot actively participate in the establishment of an upper limit for the price of new tools or objects of work or oppose the frequent efforts for the arbitrary price increase for which the means are sold of production. The producer dictates the price, especially in setting one-time, temporary prices on newly developed products, and often uses the existing scarcity of some type of resource to add pressure on the customer. What Budigarin describes here is the elemental exercise of monopoly capitalist market power. This can be observed as a characteristic of almost any industrial wholesale market in the West. In view of this, Budigarin's observation that these practices take place on an indispensably planned basis seem almost an attempt at humor or a formal salute to the dominant rhetoric. But, as we will see, it is true in a perverse way. The planners come into play and sanction these market tactics with the label of planned. A special place in the development of wholesale exchange and its application in the price mechanism, Budigarin develops, carefully choosing his phrases, belongs to economic associations, modern integrated enterprises that adjust to the current dimensions of the means of production. On the one hand, as large producers and clients, these associations have a greater economic base to develop permanent direct relationships and to exert greater influence on the entire price formation process. On the other hand, they have economic conditions to influence production through the contractual and economically based system of accounting prices. A closer look at these economic associations will be taken later. What distinguishes them here, gives them a special place, as Budigarin says, is their better ability to establish direct relationships with other companies or combinate, their power to influence the entire price formation process and to influence production of society in general. Thus the rule of equal rights in the market for the means of production leads directly to the conquest and occupation of a special place for the largest institutions in terms of profit maximization, those whose size and diversity make up, as Budigarin would say, to the present dimensions of the market for the means of production. Other symptoms of the anarchic distribution of the means of production, distribution made according to the dictates of the increase in profit for one company or another or combined, are elaborated by the prominent revisionist ideologue and Fedorenko. He invites Soviet economists to work out concrete proposals for further improvement of the entire system of circulation of the means of production in the national economy. A certain form of the existing distribution of the means of production frequently leads to artificial scarcity and the formation of excessive inventory in some sectors of the economy and shortages in others, and does not serve to improve the quality of production. The system of distributing the means of production as commodities, in other words, also brings with it the fact that the means of production are allowed to rot in the form of excess inventory that no one wants or can afford to buy. At the same time, artificial scarcity is created, which producing companies, as noted above, exploit to dictate higher prices and put pressure on purchasing companies. Both Budigarin and Fedorenko point out that this phenomenon is not exceptional but frequent. Our experience points to the existence of a dangerous tendency towards arbitrary price increases, reports economist L. Maisenberg. A harsh lesson against companies that increase their profits by arbitrarily increasing the prices of new equipment is also given by the economist M. Rubinstein. It teaches on the basis of comparative statistics that this trend is the main cause of the low production rate of new objects in the Soviet machine-building industry, a phenomenon seen alarmingly in Soviet literature. He omits, however, to expand on a comparison with Western countries, which would have shown how a resistance to technological modernization and the low pace of introduction of new machinery are standard characteristics in the branches of Western industry where the monopoly is established. Progressive-minded Western engineers, industrial consultants, and economists have pointed out the excessive age and backwardness of the existing stock of the means of production in the United States. Both in the West and in the present-day USSR, the official ideology defends, of course, rapid technological progress, but current economic relations, based on the production of means of production as a commodity for monopoly-dominated markets, challenge ideology and dictate restrictions on the development of productive forces. A pathetic effort to test the planning of the Soviet market for the means of production has recently been made by the head of the Department of New Planning Methods of the Gosplan, Y.N. Drojichinsky. He struggles to demonstrate that most exchange of means of production is not unrestricted free trade because there is not a free choice of suppliers and customers. It seems to be unaware that, in Western countries too, the current free choice of suppliers and customers and free trade has long been restricted and is increasingly reduced by monopolistic corporations, precisely on this basis of commodity relations. Money. The independent owner of a gas station, for example, can hardly have a free choice of gasoline suppliers, and so-called free trade has not existed for some time in most industrial markets. Western antitrust literature is filled with examples of exclusive dealings and so-called reciprocal ties between large corporations in different branches, by which any free choice of suppliers and customers is excluded. In 1965, a survey conducted by Fortune magazine, for example, found that all large heavy industry companies in the U.S., and 78% of small industrial corporations, generally had this type of exclusive relationship with at least part of their suppliers and customers, normally with those of greatest importance to them. The mere restriction or absence of free exchange or free choice of partners is far from being proof of the presence of socialist planning. Drojichinsky's only example of planning in the market for the means of production, significantly, is drawn from the Soviet automobile industry, which, being a novel industry with initial capital supplied directly and entirely from the state budget, occupies an exceptional position, like the new industrial centers artificially implemented in the Far East or Siberia. The entire planning of supplier-customer relationships in Drojichinsky's example boils down to the depth that automobile companies are not free to buy rolled steel from, for example, the fishing company or distilleries. Vodka, but you must buy it from a steel concoction. Even at this level, the Drojichinsky example shows that, even so, the supply plan between the automobile and steel industries is not confirmed until after these plans between the companies involved have been taken into account, meaning in this context, after profit-maximizing goals on all sides have taken shape into a plan. Drojichinsky's attempt to assert the general validity of his case is truly comical. Some 70% of the market in the means of production, he says, consists of a lot of wholesale exchange directed directly between suppliers and customers. This exchange, he directly admits, is based on a 5-year plan for the production and shipment of products with an annual distribution of 5-year plan objectives. He then draws an elaborate flowchart with lengthy supplementary explanations to show how the new planning system works. In the end, even so, comes a little disappointment. The experience of the plan period of 1966 to 70, it seems, unfortunately showed that there were some problems, such as the fact that there were no 5-year plans of ministries, associations, and companies with objectives broken down by year. This is hitting a nerve. Shot in the foot. 20 prices. When Central Soviet planners looked for reasons for their inability to plan, they pointed mainly to price instability. The prices charged by state companies, under the conditions of the new economic system established in 1965, changed quite frequently. These are wholesale prices or rates, and changes may or may not directly affect the retail price. But whether they do it or not, the frequency of change of wholesale prices is a new phenomenon in the new Soviet economy, a phenomenon that was the final blow to the planners' efforts. There have also been price adjustments in the past, even if they were considerably less frequent, writes V. Kotov, deputy director of Gosplan, in an article cited above. It refers here to the socialist period of the Soviet economy. But with the comprehensive centralization of administration, less developed economic relations, stable prices, and a formal attitude towards cost accounting, this problem was less urgent. That is, during the period in which there was true centralized planning and direction of the economy, when the relations between merchandise and money were restricted and subordinated to the political priorities of the proletarian dictatorship, and when companies did not seek maximum profit for themselves, so prices were stable and rarely had to be changed. It's different since the reform, Kotov continues. Now that more complicated management has been partially decentralized and the role of commodity monetary relations in economic incentives has been elevated, its importance has increased considerably. And this is not surprising. Since the goal or incentive of each company or combination of companies is to increase its profits, there is pressure built into the system for each company to drive up its selling prices and or drive down the prices at which it buys from other companies. As buyers and sellers of commodities, state-owned enterprises face each other as contenders in an economic tug-of-war. Those in a stronger position impose the price on those who are weaker, but the relative strengths of the combatants are constantly changing, as price fluctuations attest. At the beginning of the 1965 reform, Kotov writes, it was envisaged that prices in business-to-business trade would be reviewed approximately once every 5 years. Even this seems to Kotov too frequent from the point of view of the central planners. But in practice, wholesale prices have been changed officially annually, and unofficially more frequently than that, notes Kotov, among others. What happens to central planning under such conditions? Kotov says, plans are generally designed at current prices. With the introduction of new prices after confirmation of the plan, disparities develop between your targets for value indices and the prices that are actually in force. As a result, an objective assessment of plan compliance is impossible and the level and effectiveness of planned management and economic incentive are reduced. Another Soviet revisionist economist, planning specialist Ussr, explains apologetically that under current conditions, at a time when the relations between commodities and currency and its most important attribute, prices, are being used widely to economically stimulate rapidly growing production, the importance of its influence on the quality of the plan has increased substantially. As a result of the practice of making partial price changes, a practice that has been established in recent years, higher-level economic bodies were unable to properly plan and exercise effective control over the fulfillment of plans or make higher demands on their companies. In simpler words, in an economy in which monetary commodity relations between enterprises prevail, centralized planning is impossible. Kotov says the same thing in different terms when he complains that the current Soviet central pricing system is practically divorced from production planning. His colleague A. Kamen, who is vice chairman of the State Price Committee, writes that it is practically impossible to compile a 5-year plan while simultaneously revising wholesale prices and taking into account the changes in prices. For Kamen and others, the problem is no longer how to set prices and plan their evolution, but how to forecast them. The USSR has, of course, an extensive apparatus that is supposed to control prices of all kinds, including especially those current in trade between state enterprises. However, a closer look at the activity of these bodies shows that their effectiveness is hardly much greater than that of the Cost of Living Council established under Nixon's new economic policy in 1971. All the great capitalist states of the century XX have resorted at one time or another to price controls, but none have long managed to achieve their proclaimed objectives. What are the Soviet price bodies doing about price instability, a phenomenon whose very existence violates the principles of centralized planning and control? First of all, they are working intensively on the development of questionnaires and surveys, which they send to state companies in order to obtain average prices of supplies and items that are spent in the production of the different branches, as reported by the statistician Edelman. In other words, the central offices that deal with prices are trying to find out what prices are actually in effect throughout the economy. They don't know. Since 1959, central statistical offices have been sending out questionnaires at the end of each plan period, Edelman reports, proudly adding that in 1972, for the first time, all companies in some industrial branches will receive the questionnaires. In this way, the Central Statistical Administration hopes to raise the most important interrelationships and proportions in the national economy that determine the development of the economy in the 9th five-year plan and which is of great importance for economic analysis and planning. Of course, it would be unreasonable for central planners to control or even have up-to-date information on the prices and quantities sold of every small item and service in every corner of an economy as vast as that of the USSR. But the ignorance of the Soviet planners is not limited to these marginal matters. The development not only of the details, but, as Eidelman testified, even of the main proportions of the entire economy, proceeds independently of his will and prior knowledge. A necessary result, as will be seen in a moment, is that the principal proportions develop disproportionately. How can price control agencies maintain the pretense that they are controlling prices when they do not even have enough current price information to determine the main lines of development? The answer is what Soviet planners call the normative method of pricing. As Kamen explains, because of all the price changes there is an annual increase in the volume of work involved in price confirmation. Headquarters can't keep up. For this reason, Kamen writes, it is essential to widely incorporate the normative method of setting prices. The essence of this method is the centralized confirmation of the base prices and their norms, and the margins or discounts by the price formation and establishment bodies of specific prices by the companies or associations themselves. A fine method of price control, this is it. The central bodies set theoretical prices and set prices in the abstract, but as for the specific prices, the companies and combined companies establish them on their own. This method reduces price controllers to the role of dispensing general formulas to guide companies and combines them to determine how much they should charge. The content of these formulas, however, could not be more convenient from the company's point of view. Because, as Kamen explains, socially necessary production expenses are the economic basis of prices in a socialist economy. In other words, the real content of the process of bringing prices closer to socially necessary labor expenses is the coordination of prices with the costs of social production in monetary terms. For this reason, in practical terms, the economic substantiation of prices is equivalent to the definition of the company's production cost and the magnitude of the surplus product. What Kamen has really defined here is nothing other than the elementary theory of prices in a capitalist economy, as established by Marx in Capital and other works. It is the basic method by which capitalist companies seeking to maximize their profits establish their sales prices. It does not contain even a hint of socialism. The only modifications of this elementary capitalist method that have been introduced in the USSR are the monopolistic capitalist methods of setting prices on the basis of the cost of production plus profit of the least efficient company in an industry and of raising the prices of a given industry. Basic products at the level of more expensive substitutes. As Kamen colleague Kotov reports, as an example, oil and gas industry prices are set to raise low prices for these products to the level of high coal prices. Furthermore, he writes, in some branches there is the need to build prices on the basis of marginal companies and charge a differential rent. If these are socialist pricing principles, then General Motors, U.S. In summary, the role of the Soviet price control bodies appears to be, at least in part, to enforce the capitalist monopoly prices that prevail in certain industries, especially in the raw material extraction branches. That this is not entirely a coincidence can be seen in an observation by the economist Kholagin, who noted as early as 1969 that price control bodies were being infiltrated by those whom they were supposed to control. Increasingly, Kholagin writes, individual economic elements or their representative bodies that have a direct interest in the price level are beginning to engage in work related to centralized price formation. Foxes, in other words, are increasingly participating in management of the chicken coop. Kholagin warns that the continuation of this trend could lead to runaway prices, as has been experienced in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and the German Democratic Republic. However, he is naive in his belief that the gradual takeover of the control apparatus by the controllers is an aberration in the new system. The basic design of the 1965 reforms, as will be shown, is to promote precisely that takeover, and on the largest scale. What Kholagin is pointing out has, of course, its innumerable parallels with current American monopoly capitalism. The antitrust literature in the United States shows case after case in which federal regulatory agencies are staffed by representatives of the industry they are supposed to regulate. The bourgeois state with all its branches is nothing more than an instrument to serve the most powerful sectors among capitalists. It is no different in substance in the current USSR. To imagine that the Soviet central state apparatus today genuinely plans and controls the Soviet economy independently and even against combined enterprises and enterprises is, as the facts show, an erroneous notion. Cyclical crises, the capitalist pattern of boom and bust in the economy, is a feature of revisionist rule in the Soviet Union that is now hinted at by Soviet economists themselves. After examining the reasons for the absence of genuine planning behind the so-called Eighth Five-Year Plan, Gosplan Deputy Head Kotov makes the following gloomy observation regarding the ninth edition, which was projected on the 1971 base prices. Even the new prices will hardly maintain their stability during the new five-year plan. As experience has shown, a broad revision of prices during the period of validity of a five-year plan is not advisable, as it causes changes in national economic proportions and norms, disturbs the interrelationships and continuity of the plans and makes compliance difficult. In such a case, the five-year plan in terms of value indices essentially loses its meaning. As Kotov had foreseen, a new general price revision was carried out in early 1973, once again mixing up all the initial calculations. Even more elongated is Kotov's gaze towards a slightly more distant future, and with good reason. For planners, the inability to control the main proportions and interrelationships of the national economy as a whole means an unstable and unbalanced course of economic development. Kotov admits precisely that, albeit indirectly, saying, "Experience in the preparation of the prospective development of the national economy until 1980, and of five-year plans at the existing prices, has shown that subsequent price revisions fail to maintain the continuity of prices at long-term and current plans not only with respect to goals in terms of value indices, but also with respect to general proportions of value. That is, in so many words, that basic economic properties such as the relationship between the production of means of production and the production of consumer goods or the relationship between the production of consumer goods and the effective demand for them, develop the Soviet economy in an erratic, unplanned, and basically uncontrolled manner. However, the development of imbalances in such general proportions of value is precisely the precipitating cause of general crises in any capitalist economy. The conclusion is inevitable that the pressures causing the alternation of boom and bust, of so-called prosperity and general depression, are built into the basic structure of the Soviet economy. It remains to be clearly seen to what extent the Soviet state, like its Western counterparts, are able to conceal it. Soviet economists so far do not speak directly on the issue of business cycles in the Soviet economy, nor do they openly refer to labor power as a commodity. However, the literature shows a great deal of cautious concern about fluctuations in the rate of Soviet economic growth, which revisionists generally attribute to the effects of weather on the harvest. There are also a number of articles on the topic of economic indeterminacy. Economists Babinin and Belousov, for example, explore methods for predicting the uncertain course of Soviet price trends. Kamin says that the problems of price forecasting have not yet been solved in theoretical or practical terms, a complaint in which he would be joined by the main body of Western bourgeois economists. The mathematical economist Veger attempts to construct a formula for predicting profit rates on the basis of unknown price trends. Academician Rumyantsev, finally, observes, in a truly academic manner, that centralized planning in conditions of broad independence of companies also faces the need to develop methods of managing an economy marked by increasing indeterminacy, probability of their processes. Indeterminacy, probability, stochastic, all these are merely evasive ways of saying that the current Soviet economy is characterized by anarchy of production. 21 Finance. Where are the commanding heights of the new Soviet economy? One thing should be clear from what has been said so far: to seek the top command post or even the key instrument of economic power in the Soviet central planning offices is to undertake a wild goose chase. The Soviet planners do not know what happened, what is happening or what will happen in Soviet economic development, and there is not much they can do about it in any case. To get a more complete idea of how the new Soviet economy is organized, it is also necessary to take a closer look at the role played by the Soviet State Bank in it. On the surface, the Soviet state banking system has changed little since the socialist period. Now as then, there is a single state monopoly bank that combines within its various departments most of the different banking functions that are usually kept at least formally separate in the West. However, the nature of their operations, especially in relation to industrial enterprises and combines, has changed profoundly as a result of the reform measures of 1965. Kosygin explicitly referred to a key feature of this change when he called for restricting the system of granting interest-free subsidies and instead expand the role of credit, that is, lending at interest. Before the reform, the general rule was that industrial companies received what they needed in the form of short-term funds and long-term funds for production. Production expansion of the respective departments of the state bank without interest and without repayment. This did not mean that the utopia of capitalist dreams had occurred, an economy where the bank gives away free money. Otherwise, there was also the flip side that any idle funds in the company's account instantly passed under the control of the bank, not the company, and, as noted above, virtually 100% of all corporate profits, if any, were directly centralized in the state. Thus, the interest-free grant financing system did not benefit the company in the slightest. Neither Gazbank nor Stroybank made profits on their monetary operations. Another aspect of the Soviet socialist banking system also essentially distinguishes it from capitalist banking. The point was that the Soviet State Bank with all its departments was legally and in practice subordinated to the central plan, which expressed the political economic policy of the proletarian dictatorship led by the Bolshevik Party. The bank served the central plan by allocating and transferring funds to, from, and between companies as set out in the plan, maintaining and balancing national accounts, and conducting audits on how companies were using the funds allocated to them. This is the reason why the Soviet Socialist State Bank was often called Post Office or Courier Service for the plan. It is evident that such a banking system could not survive unchanged under the economic conditions created and consolidated by the 1965 measures. First, in the absence of a comprehensively developed central management plan, the bank, if it had not changed, would have failed aimlessly. Secondly, you would have quickly divested yourself of all your funds if you had continued to issue them free of charge. For now that companies were allowed to retain a large portion of their profits and their directors had a personal incentive in maximizing profits, nothing could have been more idyllic from the point of view of company directors than to obtain free money from the bank. It would have meant free and unlimited benefits for the duration of the giveaway. The old economic charlatanry of a capitalist system with free credit, already advanced by Proudhon in the time of Marx, and as persistent in petty bourgeois thought as weeds, would have been realized for the first and last time in history. In short, once the funds left at the disposal of the company acquired the social character of capital, the funds at the disposal of the bank also had to undergo this transformation. The conversion of socialist production units into capitalist enterprises was not possible without the transformation of the socialist state monopoly bank into a capitalist state monopoly bank. Starting with a nominal 2 to 3%, the base interest rate in the USSR was raised after 1967 to a more almost commercial 6%. A Western bourgeois observer of this development, a correspondent for the Financial Times of London, commented in 1971 that it was still relatively cheap, but that it represents a great advance compared with the devastating interest-free credit or state budget financing of a few years ago. That, in harmony with these sentiments and with the applause of the Western capitalist banking world, Soviet economic literature has devoted ample space to arguments that the interest rate should be raised even further. This may well have happened. The ideological acrobatics by which Soviet revisionist economic theorists attempted to reconcile the principle of a substantial interest burden with the principles of Marxism constitute a sometimes amusing, but more often repulsive chapter of the Soviet economic debate, which would take too long to follow in detail here. Aside from rare strokes of brazenness, such as ultra-revisionist Leontief's open declaration that a charge of capital fixes the commodity nature of capital assets, and that this is good, the discussion is marked by conspiracy general of silence about the clear and complete analysis of interest found in Marx's Capital, as well as about Marx's explicit statement that in the case of socialized production, money capital is eliminated. Lacking this firm, materialistic foundation indeed, evading it like the plague, the Soviet contenders only managed to entangle themselves in a Gordian knot of sophistry, which was cut, as in the debate over profits, by the sword of a decree of party. As the economist E.G. Efimova says, the proclamation of the principles of economic reform by the September plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU put an end to the discussion on the advisability of introducing taxes on productive capital. The question is no longer whether the real principle of the charges corresponds to the principles of socialist management, but rather refers to obtaining the specific economic content of the category of capital charges and, on this basis, to the development of the procedure for determining the size of charges and the rules to collect them. In other words, the question is not whether money should be converted into capital, but with what terminology should this conversion be disguised and how high the fees should be. It is prohibited to discuss the basic principles. A complicated problem for Soviet ideologues has been how to define the economic relationship between business and the state. In addition to paying interest to the state bank, companies pay so-called capital charges to the state budget. Originally, the two types of payments were considered to have the same content. The distinction between interest and capital charges was considered broadly identical to the distinction between interest on short-term and long-term loans. However, as the reform progressed, new long-term investments to expand the capacity of existing companies virtually ceased to be financed from the state budget. The material basis for the claim that capital charges were payments for borrowed capital evaporated. However, companies are still responsible for the payment, which is calculated as the basic interest rate on their total fixed capital, adjusted by the rate of profit. The result was much fruitless experimentation among substitute label theorists. The most logically consistent revisionists in recent years have been proposing that this payment, along with all the other various and sundry state deductions from business profits, be grouped together and collected under the single heading of income tax. With what sophistic resources will this category be reconciled with the doctrine that the state owns the companies? The Soviet State Bank, in short, has been converted by the reform to operate on capitalist lines, particularly in its relations with state and combined industrial enterprises. Since the bank now demands interest on its loans, and this interest, of course, is but a part of the corporate profits, the bank's own profitability depends directly on the profitability of the companies. The bank becomes an auxiliary lever that drives the company director to make greater efforts to extract surplus value from the workers' work. The spirit of this relationship was expressed quite clearly by M. Sveshnikov, president of the Soviet State Bank, in an article published in the London banking magazine, The Banker. The bank is actively promoting accelerated growth in labor productivity, Sveshnikov writes. When accrediting businesses and organizations, it is essential that they improve capital efficiency, reduce production costs, increase production profitability and eliminate loss-making operations. These principles of banking policy could equally have been pronounced, knife in hand, by a Rockefeller or a Morgan. However, it would be a serious misinterpretation of the facts to assume that the Soviet State Bank today, by virtue of its control of bank capital, exercises a kind of general dictatorship over state industrial enterprises and combined enterprises. The image of the Soviet state capitalist bank as a giant octopus dominating the industrial scene, which is sometimes evoked, is a product of fantasy rather than research. Absolutely ridiculous is the opinion sometimes put forward that in this supposed dictatorship of the state bank over industrial capital lies one of the key parallels between the current organization of Soviet capitalism and the organization of capitalism during the Nazi period in Germany. These parallels are truly striking, but they are the opposite of the imagined relationship. The power of capitalist banks over capitalist industry varies, it is generally accepted, with the degree to which industrial enterprises depend on banks as a source of capital. How big is this dependence on the USSR? As already noted, established Soviet industrial and combined enterprises rely very little on bank credit, especially bank credit for long-term capital investments, the type that gives banks their greatest leverage. Only 3.3% of total long-term investments in Soviet industry in 1972 were financed by bank loans, a percentage that Soviet economists themselves rightly consider insignificant. As for short-term loans for working capital, generally 30 to 90-day loans to cover shipping, payroll, inventory, and the like, the bank supplied about 44% of industrial needs in 1970, a not very high proportion. Imposing. Thus, the material basis to speak of a dictatorship of banking capital over industrial enterprises in the USSR currently hardly exists, at the moment. Less so with regard to companies that obtain an average rate of profit from workers. There are even fewer reasons to talk about some kind of tyranny of the state banks over the so-called production associations or combines. These are almost entirely self-financing. In addition to the writers already cited above on this topic, here is the economist Boris Gubin. Whatever the structure of industrial associations, the income they obtain from the commercialization of their products is sufficient, in most cases, not only to cover current production costs, but also to cover research costs, design, and other operations related to technological progress. It also largely covers the capital investments necessary to expand production. In associations, the principle of financial self-sufficiency is given full expression as the basic principle of cost accounting. Financial self-sufficiency, of course, which sounds pretty good in the abstract, means in this context that each combination makes such high profits from the exploitation of its workers that it is not dependent on the bank or the state budget for the capital with which to expand the reach of its exploitation. In no other major capitalist country today are industrial enterprises, including the largest monopolies, as independent of bank capital for investment funds as in the USSR. In the USA, for example, in recent years corporations have obtained about a third of their investment capital from banks, and this dependence is increasing, while in Western European states dependence on banks is generally higher than 50%, and in Japan more than 70%. We must go back in history to find such an extreme case of self-financing by industrial combines as is the general rule in the current USSR. Precisely here, and not in some imaginary banking dictatorship, is one of the parallels between the organization of capitalism in the current USSR and in Germany during the period of Nazi hegemony. Before the Nazi rise, it is true, much of German industrial monopoly capital had reason to complain about a crushing debt burden with the banks, but Nazi policy solved this problem. Through a series of political and economic measures, the Nazi Party engineered an increase in the rate of profit in the monopolized industry to the point where the combines were emancipated from banking dependence. Consequently, as Franz Neumann noted in his 1944 study of Nazi economic policy, German industry is no longer beholden to the banks. There has been a victory of internal financing over bank indebtedness, thus establishing the primacy of self-financing over indebtedness. Neumann astutely observes that self-financing steals taxes from the tax offices and makes comprehensive control of investments impossible. In this way, as Neumann points out, the great German banks themselves were saved from the ruin that awaited them in the event that the combines, due to lack of sufficient profits, they had declared bankruptcy. Self-financing under capitalism means that large industrial companies are their own investment banks. Bank capital as such also flourishes, but the bank plays the role of collaborator and partner of the established combines, not of their master. The material basis of this financing system is a very high rate of industrial monopoly profits. German industry in the period before the Second World War did not have large foreign investments from which to obtain super profits and avoid banking dependence, or delay it. Of course, neither did Soviet industry before 1965. The Nazi program, while aimed at war and the conquest of foreign wealth, therefore initially had to boost profits through primarily domestic measures. It granted, for example, enormous tax concessions that allowed large industrial combines to retain a greater proportion of their profits. He actively promoted the formation and consolidation of various forms of industrial monopoly associations and helped larger associations devour smaller ones. The most basic of all Nazi measures, of course, was the violent denial of elementary democratic rights to the working class. Strikes were banned, as were all unions not controlled by the fascist state labor front. Open terror was used in an effort to crush all workers' resistance, all protests from any source or class, especially if it was of a Marxist-Leninist character. With these methods, large capitalist companies became self-financed. One of the functions of the Soviet State Bank, when it was a socialist bank serving a socialist economy, was to redistribute income from profit-generating enterprises and branches to others engaged in socially necessary but unprofitable production. Under the new economic system, the Soviet State Bank helps channel profits in the opposite direction, from starved companies to well-endowed ones. During operation under the new conditions, writes Drozdowski, some enterprises, and sometimes even ministries, often raise the question that the Production Development Fund, established in accordance with operational norms, cannot be used rationally because a company doesn't do it, it doesn't need it on such a scale. In other words, it's not simply that the profits are quite high. In some companies and branches they are so high that there is a lack of opportunities to invest them in accordance with the logic of profit maximization. Of course, there is no shortage of opportunities in today's Soviet society to spend funds on serving the people, for example by improving the miserable conditions of agriculture or reversing the decline of free public services, of which more later. But allocating money this way does not bring companies any increase in profits. According to the logic of the system, these expenses are irrational. Thus, the economic pressures derived from an overabundance of capital and, therefore, the pressure to export capital abroad, are very present in the new Soviet system. At the same time, there are other companies, as Drozdowski points out, that do not make enough profits to even continue operating at an adequate level. Does the Soviet State Bank in this case come to your aid? Barely. Economist Kulikov, in an article cited above, draws attention to the existence of restrictions on the granting of credit to existing enterprises, that are relatively unprofitable. Banking specialist Ussr says that relatively unprofitable companies must be rebuilt so that they can pay interest to the bank. This usually means merging them with larger companies. Economist Pesel has praised the special procedure for granting loans to poorly functioning enterprises and the granting of loans on a preferential basis to well-functioning enterprises, but is still not satisfied with the results. Companies that perform poorly should be subject to even stricter credit restrictions so that they can eliminate deficiencies in their work more quickly. These writers make no distinction between enterprises that can be said to perform poorly because of administrative incompetence and those whose economic situation, no matter how well they are managed, will not allow them to reach the profitability standard. With the rare exception of companies that receive a state subsidy, the mere fact that a company makes a substandard profit is enough to qualify it as poor functioning. These companies have more difficulty obtaining loans and must pay a higher rate, while the largest and most profitable companies, which are the ones that need bank credit the least, obtain it preferentially. Thus, the Soviet State Bank, like any other capitalist bank, serves to intensify and accelerate the process of concentration of capital, as Lenin noted in his Imperialism, and Marx before him in Capital. Take from the small and give from the big, this is also the philosophy of Soviet banking. 22 Trust formation. Russian industry, even before the Bolshevik Revolution, was the most concentrated in the world. No other country, says Podkolzin, had such a high percentage of workers employed in large industrial enterprises. This situation, created by and contributing to the concentration of capital in Tsarist Russia, was undoubtedly one of the reasons why the Russian proletariat, despite the enormous backwardness in all other sectors of economic life, it knew how to play a vanguard revolutionary role not only in reference to Russia, but also for the entire world. The concentration of workers accelerates the development of class consciousness, facilitates organization, and increases the power of workers to act in their economic and political interests. However, from the point of view of small capitalists, capital concentration is a constant threat. The complaints of small capital against big capital, of the petty bourgeoisie against the big bourgeoisie, of non-monopoly against monopoly capital, are an enduring theme of this social order. With the comprehensive restoration of capitalism in the USSR in 1965, this issue has arisen again. When the reform turned directors of Soviet companies into full-fledged capitalists, it gave licenses to practice capitalism to all directors equally, at least in theory. But companies are of different sizes. So, for example, as Drojichinsky says, in Soviet industry as a whole, more than 50% of enterprises in the late 1960s were relatively small, each with fewer than 200 workers. This means that more than half of company directors became small capitalists. The basic rules of the reform have been stacked from the beginning against these small fry in favor of the larger ones. Already the way in which the conversion to the new system was handled put the petite bourgeoisie at a disadvantage, since the largest companies and combines were allowed to enter the new pastures first. The basic rules of the reform have been stacked from the beginning against these small fry in favor of the larger ones. Already the way the conversion to the new system was handled put the petty bourgeoisie at a disadvantage, as the largest companies and combines were allowed to enter the new pastures first. By the end of 1967, as Drojichinsky relates, some 7,200 of the USSR's largest, most productive and profitable enterprises were operating in the new way. The following year, a batch of 19,650 companies were transferred to the new system, whose total production and profits as a group were somewhat less than the total production and profits of the first 7,200 together. During the following year, 1969, another batch of 9,000 companies emerged, whose output as a group totaled less than a third, and profits less than a quarter, of the first group of 7,200. The number transferred last, in 1970, was probably no less of 10,000. Drojichinsky, curiously, does not give a precise figure, but these, taken together, represented an insignificant part of total industrial production and profits. By the time they hit the new economic depression, that is, medium and small businesses found the big pigs already there, gorging themselves, and had to make do with the leftovers. Therefore, it is not surprising that they have problems surviving, as Drojichinsky admits. While he and other writers prefer to paint these difficulties in terms of the physical production process, it is nevertheless widely clear that the real source of its problems is the small size of its capital. Thus Drojichinsky concedes, bluntly, small businesses face difficulties. Since their economic stimulus funds are not large, they cannot always build cultural and service establishments and housing and also take measures for the development of production because the size of the funds does not allow them to do it in 1 or 2 years. We have to accumulate resources for several years, with the result that sometimes the measures contemplated lose their meaning. That is, workers in small businesses tend to have even worse housing, fewer services, and less access to culture than workers in larger plants. As for the capitalists, they are out of luck and all their dreams of scrimping and saving their capital and becoming a big shot one day lose their meaning. What Drojichinsky describes in his cautious phrases is the substratum of sweatshops and other small businesses that exist next to and below the monopolies in all current capitalist counties. According to official Soviet ideology, it is not possible for a socialist state enterprise to go bankrupt. In practice, however, it is different. The new law of 1965 on companies, cited above, states that companies that cannot pay their debts cannot expect the state to rescue them. The state is not responsible for the obligations of the company and the company is not responsible for the obligations of the state. This sounds like a divorce decree and is difficult to reconcile with the doctrine that the state is the owner of companies. Either way, companies that get into trouble are alone. The law provides procedures for its merger with other companies, or in case of non-liquidation. In the latter case, all creditors must be duly notified and claims against the company in liquidation of its property will be attended to, on which, by law, execution may be imposed. Despite the official ideology, this procedure bears a striking resemblance to capitalist bankruptcy. The available Soviet sources do not provide clear data on the total number of companies existing before the 1965 measures and in the years after. It is therefore not possible to determine how many of the smaller production units converted into capitalist enterprises by the reform have been liquidated in the meantime. The number is probably several thousand. In no other capitalist country today is there so much open promotion and protection of monopoly in all its forms as in the USSR since 1965. In all capitalist countries, without a doubt, monopoly capital dominates in one form or another. The extent to which this is publicly and officially recognized varies from country to country, as does the particular form that monopoly capitalism takes. Everywhere in the West today, however, there is at least the pretense that monopolization is illegal and will be punished, and there is the fiction that state bureaucracy, for example through regulatory agencies, forms a countervailing power for monopoly capital. You have to go back a little in history to locate a country where monopoly capitalism enjoys such direct, absolute, and unbridled power as in the current USSR. The two key features of the 1965 reforms in this regard are the formation of production associations and, secondly, the re-establishment of the ministries of the central industrial branch, but on the basis of maximizing profits. In addition to what has been said in passing about these developments, the following must now be added. The formation of new-style production associations in the USSR began experimentally in Ukraine in 1961. The speed with which they developed can be gauged from the fact that in 1970 there were about 1,400 of these associations in operation, incorporating more than 14,000 industrial companies. A historic decree of April 1973 made it mandatory for all companies to join. There are currently around 5,000 production associations of different types. Soviet economist Boris Gubin describes the main types of associations in these words: Soviet associations of the trust type incorporate, as a rule, companies that manufacture products of the same type and that have a management apparatus isolated from the companies. Within the framework of a trust type association, several possible modifications have been introduced in the composition of the companies, their territorial distribution and organization. Despite differences in the level of centralization of production and management, the principle behind trust-type partnerships is the same. Partnerships of the combined type incorporate companies connected by the sequence of operations in the processing of raw materials and manufacturing products. Unlike them, an association of the company type incorporates, as a general rule, companies in an industry connected by cooperative relationships in the manufacture of products of the same type. Within a company, the larger central company management apparatus manages the functioning of the association as a whole. In addition to various basic types of industrial associations, agrarian industrial, scientific industrial and industrial commercial complexes are being created in the Soviet national economy. The establishment of these amalgamations, it must be emphasized, did not in any way touch the capitalist character of the relations of production. As before, workers are hired and fired, the means of production are bought and sold, and the exploitation of workers' labor continues with profit maximization as the goal. What trusts, groups and companies achieve is simply the concentration and centralization of capital, the reproduction of capitalist relations on a larger scale. In almost all cases, as Soviet writers readily admit, a company entering into one or another type of combination sacrifices part of its real independence of action. The degree to which it does so may vary from case to case. The individual company director may lose control over the marketing of production or the supply of raw materials to the trust headquarters, but may retain some leeway over investment decisions. In many cases, however, the position of individual company director is abolished entirely, along with management and office staff. In this case, the previously autonomous capitalist enterprise becomes a mere branch plant, and the director is reduced to a mere hired manager or superintendent. Office workers are thrown onto the street. Among several examples, Kubin cites the following as praiseworthy. Great savings were achieved thanks to the organization of associations in the oil refining industry. As a result of the creation of the Kuyabyshev Association, the administrative offices of 7 oil extraction companies, 11 oil fields, and 51 oil extraction and extraction sections were abolished. This allowed the release of more than 1,000 workers and a saving of 1.3 million rubles in the annual labor remuneration fund. Even in cases where companies retain some autonomy within their partnership, however, the trust headquarters appropriates a portion of its profits and depreciation funds that would otherwise remain at the disposal of the company director. In all cases, the heads of the associations have central funds at their disposal. Membership in an association in no way guarantees a given company against liquidation. Just as the bank does, Kulikov notes, the trust headquarters often uses its centralized funds to favor the most profitable companies. All powers and resources lost by the directors of the member companies are assumed, as Kubin points out, by the headquarters of the trust, combined or firm. Typically, this headquarters is the single most powerful company in the industry or territory. The powers and resources of small and medium-sized capitalists, even some quite large ones, are concentrated in the hands of the largest in the given field. In itself, this sort of thing is not exceptional in current capitalist practice. In the US, for example, virtually the entire steel industry has long been controlled by the largest company, US Steel. Steel, which therefore heads the informal steel trust. Similarly, General Motors heads the de facto automobile trust and Exxon, the well-organized oil cartel. Similar, generally less hidden, agreements exist in most Western European countries and Japan. In no other capitalist country, however, are all companies in a given industry required by law to join the trust or cartel, and nowhere else are they required by law to follow the orders of their dominant leadership. The maverick U.S. Steel Company, for example, which dares to disobey the leadership of the U.S. Steel has every legal right to try. This is not the case in the organization of Soviet capitalism. Once you enter a production association, and since 1973, as already noted, all companies have been forced to do so, you become formally subordinated to the main company and lose all legal autonomy. In practice, as Drojichinsky points out, individual companies often retain considerable de facto rights and functions, but being formally deprived of legal autonomy, they exercise their freedom of action only with the tolerance of the trust or combination. In today's Soviet Union, monopolistic cartels, run on a profit-driven basis, directly dominate the state and legally force smaller companies to join their combinations. What is the precedent for this practice? Although it is true that it is part of the economic arsenal of the bourgeoisie in all countries, it is not applied at all times and in all places. You have to go back more than 40 years in the history of capitalism to find cases where, similarly, membership in cartels is legally mandatory and where the largest companies enjoy legal authority to shore up their economic power over others in the market. Japan in April 1931, Italy in June 1932 and Germany in July 1933 passed similar mandatory cartelization decrees. Franz Neumann comments on the purpose of the German measures. The mandatory cartelization decree is again directed mainly against small and medium-sized entrepreneurs, who are often reluctant to voluntarily join the cartel and are therefore now completely subordinated to the demands of powerful companies. Another anti-fascist writer adds that the mandatory decree, along with the network of controls necessary to enforce it, served to enhance the power of the big combines by rounding out and complementing the controls they require for the full implementation of their monopolistic interests. Nazi Germany also, of course, had price controls. However, they were based on the principle, as Newman records, that price agreements must ensure sufficient profits for economically necessary plants. Doesn't that sound familiar? Kosygin also said, prices must ensure a profit for every normally operating enterprise. Furthermore, there is the same recognition of the differential profit inherent in each cartel structure, the so-called cartel rent or, in the words of Gosplan deputy head Kotov, the need to build prices on the base of marginal companies and charge a differential rent. This system is a source of enormous super profits for the largest and most powerful companies. The formation of Soviet production associations meant the organization of trusts and other capitalist mergers in different regions and parts of industrial branches. With the formation of the Kuibyshev oil combine, for example, the previously separate oil companies in the Kuibyshev area were formed into a single profit-maximizing monopoly. But there is still the Grosneft Association, which brings together the oil companies of the Grozny region, the Tatneft combination, the Bashneft, and others. With the merger of all the oil plants of the entire country into a single capitalist oil fund of the USSR, we arrive at the real economic content of the central industrial ministries that were restored by the measures of 1965. These ministries, it will be remembered, were abolished by Khrushchev, and this act was one of the many problems that caused the June 1957 confrontation between his Politburo minority and the majority. The 1965 decision to re-establish central ministries, announced by Kosygin, thus appeared to superficial observers as a concession to Stalinism or even a partial return to socialist planning. Nothing could be further from the truth. Kosygin himself was quite explicit, once his phrases were decoded. It may seem at first glance, he said in his 1965 speech, that a simple return to the old ministries is being suggested. Thinking like this, however, means ignoring a series of new factors and making a mistake. The new ministries will work under completely different conditions, in which the administrative management functions of industry are combined with considerably increased application of cost accounting methods and economic incentives, and the economic rights and initiative of enterprises are substantially expanded. A network of cost accounting mergers is being established that will exercise direct management of their respective companies. The ministries will build on their work on cost accounting mergers, handing over many operational functions to them. Furthermore, within ministries, many of their central administrations must also operate on the cost accounting principle. The ministries will focus on the main trends in the development progress of their respective branches. The phrase cost accounting mergers here means trusts or combinations that maximize profits, and the completely different conditions under which the new ministries are to work are the conditions of capitalism. To these trusts and combines, the ministries must cede many operational functions and, furthermore, ultimately, the ministries themselves must operate on a profit-maximizing basis, that is, become capitalist trusts. What these phrases express, in other words, is the principle of the state's direct takeover of its political administrative bodies, by the largest capitalist mergers. This is what Franz Neumann, referring to the predominant trend in Germany during the 1930s, called the handing over of political bodies to the cartels. Soviet economists themselves clearly express the capitalist character of these so-called ministries, although, of course, they do not use that term. L. M. Gatovsky, for example, noting the importance of factors such as the increase in the mass of profit, the level of profitability in making investment decisions, observes that it is natural that ministries also have to consider this circumstance in determining investments in new equipment. This factor becomes particularly important with the transfer of central boards of ministries to cost accounting, their conversion into large cost accounting organizations. Common, the deputy head of pricing, states that in the practice of price formation, one of the most pressing problems is the problem of profitability. While in the past the profitability index was seen only from the point of view of the company, today the profitability index is of interest to associations and ministries. The extension of this principle to all ministries will require an increase in profitability standards and will lead to an increase in the level of wholesale prices in the industry. Gubin gives a graphic example of illustrating the effectiveness of the new principles for the functioning of ministries in the case of the Ministry of Machine Tools and Instrument Manufacturing, one of the first to be rebuilt. During the period 1969 to 70 alone, the ministry released more than 12,000 employees from the administrative apparatus and reduced annual administrative expenditure by 24.5 million rubles. Profits increased. Below are two examples of light industry working directly for the consumer market. In this branch, the ministries are organized by republic, that is, each of the federated republics of the USSR has its own, the Ministry of Meat and Dairy Industry of the Soviet Socialist Republic of Tajik, in pursuit of high profits for its companies, in 1970 and 1971 reduced the production of cheap products that had a stable demand among the population and unjustifiably increased the production of more expensive products. As a result, the companies of this ministry made millions of rubles of profits above the plan. The behavior of the Ministry of Light Industry in the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, the largest, is governed by the same principles. As another writer testifies, another factor that frequently underlies the failure to fulfill orders submitted by trade is the low level of wholesale prices for ordered items, which does not provide industrial enterprises with the necessary profit. In such cases, industrial enterprises try to reduce the production of relatively unprofitable products and especially totally unprofitable items even though they enjoy high demand from consumers. For example, the light industry enterprises of the RSFSR fulfilled only 70% of the orders submitted by the trade for jackets made of a certain fabric for the second half of 1971, while they offered a quantity 2.3 times greater than the demand for men's raincoats of the same fabric, an item that has limited demand. It would be possible to multiply such quotes and illustrations. These so-called ministries represent nothing more than the concentration of capital and the consolidation of capitalist monopoly, on an increasingly larger scale. This development goes far beyond the gradual infiltration of state agencies by corporations and combines, which the Soviet economist Meisenberg, cited above, naively observed in 1969. It is the total, direct, and official takeover of the state management bodies by capitalist monopolies, the reconstruction of state bureaucracies on monopolistic capitalist lines. The restoration of the ministries in 1965, therefore, was anything but a step towards closer state regulation of capitalism, as dreamed of by liberal bourgeois thought. It was the realization, rather, of the most reactionary capitalist design, implemented by the bourgeoisie generally only in times of the most terrible historical emergency, when its very survival is at stake, the direct and open regulation of the state by the most powerful monopoly. Capitalist combines. In every capitalist country at the present time, of course, the state as a whole, and all its parts, is the instrument of the monopoly capitalist class. All of their economic regulatory bodies ultimately serve the same special interests that they are supposed to control. Either they are infiltrated, corrupted, and bribed, or their powers are restricted and their budgets reduced. In this way, monopolistic interests subject them to their will or make them ornamental. It is ridiculous to expect any organ of the bourgeois state to act otherwise. In bourgeois democratic states, however, the rule of monopolies is exercised indirectly and a facade of impartiality is maintained. Monopolies use the state, they use the law. In current fascist and Soviet configurations, they are the law, they are the state. Take the president of the U.S. Steel Corp and appoint him Minister of Ferrous Metallurgy, with full power to run the iron and steel industry. Take the presidents of Con Edison, Pacific Gas and Electric and the other 2 or 3 largest energy monopolies and make them the board of directors of the power ministry, give the president of Exxon the title of Minister of Oil, Petrochemicals, Coal, and Atomic Energy with legal authority to set prices, establish quotas, allocate markets and the like, and there is the political economic organization not only of fascism but also of the current Soviet economy. The complete subjugation of the state by the industrial rulers, says Newman, could only be carried out in a political organization in which there was no control from below, which lacked autonomous mass organizations and freedom of criticism. It was one of the functions of National Socialism to suppress and eliminate political and economic freedom by means of the new auxiliary guarantees of property, by command, by administrative act, thus forcing all the economic activity of Germany into the network of industrial combinations run by industrial magnates. 23. Who benefits? Who benefits from this new economic system? In view of all that has been said, the answer will not be surprising. The new configuration is nothing, and cannot be, anything other than a gigantic machinery to generate extremes of wealth on the one hand, in the hands of a few, and extremes of poverty on the other, among many. In a testament written shortly before his death and subsequently published abroad, the prominent Soviet revisionist academic E. Varga deplored the contrast between the excessive material well-being of the ruling aristocracy and the extremely low wages of the majority of workers, employees, and collective farmers. He lectured the bureaucratic aristocracy for their arrogance and conceit, which lead them to sell and appropriate the property of the state, to satisfy unbridled passions that sometimes lead them to crime. At the same time, Varga observed that the precarious material situation of the workers gives rise to all kinds of reprehensible phenomena: drunkenness, mistreatment of spouses and children, domestic disputes, refusal to work, delinquency, and sometimes crimes of desperation. For this revisionist, who on his deathbed is prey to moral scruples, the working class exists only in the role of victim of the system. He does not see their resistance, their fighting spirit, the numerous strikes and other acts of rebellion. Thus he paints a picture of the USSR that recalls the bourgeois novelists' representations of old Russia, Russia under the Tsars, with the unbridled greed and unlimited corruption of the great officials at the top and a vast panorama of suffering, frustration, and despair below. Precisely in this parallel, however, lies the kernel of truth in Varga's deathbed confession. There are about 13,000 millionaires in the USSR, that is, high bosses whose bank accounts amount to 7-digit sums, according to a necessarily imprecise estimate by Roy Medvedev, one of the most prominent members of petty bourgeois dissident circles, whose frustrations sometimes take a left form, but more often an arch-reactionary form, as in the case of Solzhenitsyn. Is the gap between rich and poor in the Soviet Union today growing, as in other capitalist countries, or is it narrowing, as in socialist countries? On the basis of a study of Soviet sociological surveys, as well as interviews with Soviet émigrés, the American bourgeois sociologist Katz arrives at the following summary. The Brezhnev-Kosygin administration offers various high-cost material incentives to those who can afford them: private cars, imported goods, tourist trips abroad, luxury home entertainment facilities, condominiums, apartments, modern high-cost services. Available now only to a small minority, these items become a mark of status, a Soviet equivalent of conspicuous consumption. Some measures, such as economic reform, incentives for technological advances, the campaign for the improvement of corporate management, the creation of trusts and companies, as well as the Shchikino experiment, the new agricultural policies, apparently reinforce the income differential, benefiting above all those who already have high incomes and better working conditions. A biased assessment, perhaps, from a source with an obvious axe to grind. Maybe. But the Soviet economists themselves, no doubt, in more cautious language, underline and confirm this conclusion at all points. Despite official claims of progressive equality, the evidence clearly and overwhelmingly points to a growing and sharpening polarization between wealth and poverty. Take, for example, the issue of conspicuous consumption, sheer waste of the rich, that the economist Torsten Veblen, decades ago, satirized as a feature of the new riches. Of course, the entire Soviet bourgeoisie, as a class, is of this type. In this regard, the Soviet economist N. Buzlyakov writes, "Currently, families with maximum per capita income are consuming certain types of food and non-food products at the level recommended by rational standards or even at a higher level. There is no doubt that with a further increase in income, the consumption of such families will grow quantitatively and qualitatively in the next 15 years, and with respect to a number of goods and services it will significantly exceed rational norms. In that case, can there be a discussion about irrational consumption? It is difficult to say what is more surprising in this testimony, the timid inquiry into whether, or to what extent, the small-town life of the rich can be discussed in legal publications, or the admission that the consumption of food and non-food products in a level recommended by standards is possible in the current USSR only for families with maximum per capita income. The rest is evidently restricted to consumption at sub-rational levels. The increasing extremes of poverty and wealth are a sensitive topic for Soviet revisionist writers, for obvious reasons. Like unemployment and anarchy of production, this is assumed not to exist and therefore cannot be directly and easily discussed legally. At the same time, however, the practical work of certain institutions cannot continue if the existence of this reality is not recognized and taken into account. This is the case in particular with the management of the quantity and speed of monetary circulation in the national economy, which in the USSR as in Western countries is the responsibility of the state bank. The poor spend money as fast as they get it, they have no choice. The wealthiest strata tend to spend only a portion of their income immediately and put the rest in the bank as savings to spend later. The speed of monetary circulation is slower in their case than in the poor. Thus, in any economy where income polarization reaches a considerable degree, the banking authorities in charge of managing the amount of money in circulation must take this fact into account, regardless of what the official ideology says. And in fact this is what Soviet money managers have had to start doing. Already in 1964, several articles appeared in which the need to know the differentiation of income for the performance of central bank functions was highlighted. After the full implementation of the reform, the problem became more urgent. Thus, in a list of improvements demanded in the planning system, economists P. Koilov and M. Kistiakov write, until recently, the standard of living was planned for two basic groups, for workers, employees, and collectives. Farmers. Today it is also necessary to calculate the increase in the standard of living of population groups with different income levels. This is a cautious admission, or a pale reflection, of the growing polarization of income, a necessary consequence of the restoration of capitalism. Here is a direct admission, albeit from an oblique angle, of the widening gap between the upper and lower classes. The analysis showed that in population groups that differ in terms of income level, savings norms are not uniform. As a general rule, this norm is more important in the more affluent population groups. Analysis of trends in the development of the Soviet economy indicates a gradual change in the character of differentiation of the population with respect to the level of income. An increase in the proportion of those groups that have relatively high incomes. At the same time, there is a reduction in the proportion of families for which a comparatively low savings norm is characteristic. In other words, inequality is growing, rich and poor have emerged and the rich become richer and the poor poorer. Here is some supplementary data on the economic situation of Soviet workers, compiled from Soviet sources by a recent issue of Peking Review. The revisionist leaders and their magazines have to admit that there are a considerable number of families in economic difficulties in the Soviet Union today. The Soviet magazine Socialist Labor interprets the term families in economic difficulty as those whose per capita income is below the level required to ensure the minimum standard of living. These families in economic difficulties involve 25 million people, TASS revealed last November. It can be assumed that the figure is very diluted and that, in fact, the situation is much more serious. Soviet press reports estimate that such families constitute approximately 1/5 of the urban population. The standard of living of a large number of collective farms. Inflation and rising prices have brought more difficulties to workers in the lowest income category. According to obviously underestimated figures from Soviet National Economic Statistics yearbooks, state retail prices for meat and poultry increased by 29% in the period 1960 to 73. Animal oils 28% and vegetable oils 23%. In this period, the retail price of flour rose by 48% in Moscow state stores, beef by 33%, and cabbage by 66%. There are also hidden increases in the prices of many products. Prices on the free market shot up even faster. Retail food prices on the free market were 35% higher than on the state market in 1960 and 63% higher in 1972. The republics of Azerbaijan and Tajikistan were less than 60% of those of the Russian Federation. The number of doctors per 10,000 inhabitants in the Central Asian republics was a third less than in the Federated Republic of Russia. These data are totally consistent with the general trend of increasing polarization. Following the old maxim of divide and conquer, the Soviet state monopoly capitalist bourgeoisie has done everything possible to try to break the unity of the different nationalities, particularly between the great Russian plurality and the minorities, and has concentrated its forces of oppression and exploitation with special force against the latter to try to deprive Russian workers of their closest allies. The divide and conquer tactic, of pitting one worker against another, is, in fact, applied quite consciously, in all the new management methods. This is not only implicit in the arbitrary power of the company director to hire, fire, promote and demote workers, which opens up every opportunity to play favorites and practice discrimination. It rises to the explicit level of theory in Soviet policy to distribute the insignificant bonuses that workers receive at the whim of the manager. Efficiency specialist Gubin reveals the entire philosophy, writing, "The efficiency of any incentive system depends largely on the differentiation between the workers encouraged. Therefore, the decisive factor is not the absolute size of the incentive funds but the relative size per worker. In other words, efficiency is achieved not by paying all workers equally 1 ruble more, but by giving 10 kopecks as a bonus to this individual, 7 kopecks to another, 12 kopecks to a third, and no kopecks to the rest, in the hope of arousing mutual jealousy and preventing the workers from uniting in common resistance. This is the essence of efficiency, from the capitalist point of view. It would be a mistake to imagine that the growing polarization between wealth and poverty in the USSR arises mainly from these types of bonuses or from the inequality of wages between different grades or skill levels of workers. Its main source, rather, lies in the gap between the wages of workers, on the one hand, and the income received by non-workers, income that is not wages, on the other. This is also disguised in the form of bonuses, but at least Soviet revisionist writers no longer claim that bonuses paid to directors and their immediate subordinates are a form of salary. The fact that they are a part of the profits is usually admitted. In fact, it was proclaimed as a principle in Kosygин's 1965 speech. Who receives the bonuses? Since the early beginnings of the reforms of 1965, most of this income, all sources agree, has gone to a handful of high-level personnel in each company or combination. In the Moscow transport experiment, the pilot project mentioned above, it was already admitted that inequitable differentials in payments emerged, with large increases for top management. So large were the increases for the directors that a kind of scandal was generated and the authorities had promised to act with moderation, as Fewell reports. In another early group of companies transferred to the new system, according to the same source, it was found that 46.6% of the material incentive fund went to monthly management bonuses, 15.5% to worker bonuses monthly, and the rest distributed as bonuses at the end of the year. Directors and their immediate staff received bonuses from the material incentive fund amounting to 22.7% of their base salaries. The same source also points out that the size of bonuses from this fund is directly adjusted to base salaries. The higher the base salary, the higher the bonus. Thus, in summary, the average income of industrial workers in a sample of the first companies under the new system increased by a pittance of 4.7%, considerably less than their productivity increase under the impact of the new acceleration methods. Management bonuses from the Material Incentive Fund increased by 35%. Drojichinsky gives the following figures for all companies that switched to the new system in 1966. The Material Incentive Fund was divided almost exactly equally between workers and those classified as engineers, technicians, and other employees, obtaining the first 50.7% and the latter 49.3% of this fund. However, workers made up at least 85% of the company's total staff. Therefore, an equitable division of the Material Incentive Fund is already a great inequity. If the scope is reduced to the category of current bonuses, that is, additional weekly and monthly payments, the breakdown is as follows: 15.7 million rubles went to workers and 72.7 million rubles to engineers, technicians and others. Of the bonuses themselves, in other words, 18% went to the 85% majority of workers, while the 15% minority of senior staff took 82% of the money. However, to complete the discussion on the role of bonuses, it should be noted that the Material Incentive Fund in each company is simply one of the many sources of bonuses that, as a result of the Kosygin reforms of 1965, are controlled by directors. According to Mainovic, who as a Shakinwat has a special interest in the topic, the Material Incentive Fund is not even the most important of the bonus sources. In a 1973 article, he writes, "In most companies, the Material Incentive Fund has not yet become the basic source of bonuses for staff, since there are more than 30 bonus systems in operation simultaneously. Frequently, so-called special bonuses are considerably higher than the total bonuses that staff receive on the overall performance of the company, i.e. from the Material Incentive Fund. Unfortunately, after the first stages of the transfer to the new system, the Soviet legal economic literature simply stops at the matter of more or less exact statistics of who appropriates the amount of profits left in enterprises and combines. Even general suggestions, like Mainovic's, are rare. It is as if a censorship cover has been put on the issue, perhaps for reasons of state security. With the successive waves of capital concentration and trustification, the bonuses pocketed at the top by the heads of the different industrial financial empires had to rise to truly obscene dimensions, the publication of which could well constitute an incitement to revolt. To complete this brief review of the distribution of income in the new economic system, it is necessary to observe the main trends in the field of social services, to the extent that they can represent a form of income that is consumed collectively, and not individually. Static comparisons on this issue, for example comparing the availability of medical care in the USSR and the United States today, prove nothing. The level and scope of public services existing in the USSR is largely a legacy assumed by the Soviet bourgeoisie from the previous socialist era, during which the Soviet working class, led by the Bolshevik Party, built the best and most complete service system in the world at that time. Static comparisons can also backfire for those who push them. Those who argue, for example, that the existence of a comprehensive system of free healthcare is proof that a country is socialist, therefore take on the burden of proving that contemporary England, for example, is a socialist country. Obviously, it is nothing of the sort, despite the vast superiority of the British public healthcare system to that of the United States. The level and scope of public services in a capitalist country primarily reflects the history of the organized struggle of the working class in that country and is a fruit of that struggle, although not always the fruit intended, but more often a bone thrown at the movement to delay its advance towards political power. What has the new Soviet bourgeoisie done with the magnificent inheritance of social services that it usurped? Two main trends stand out clearly from the Soviet literature on the subject. 1. Services that generate profits are developing intensively. 2. Free services, those that show no benefits, are being neglected and passed up. Soviet revisionist writers always distinguish between paid and free services, that is, those for which the user does not pay directly. Among the free services are education and culture, which however serve the Soviet bourgeoisie as a weapon of indoctrination into reactionary ideas, as well as health, medical and physical services and subsidies for construction and maintenance of housing. The relative importance assigned to free services by the Soviet bourgeoisie can be clearly read in the following figures on the growth of business funds 1966-70, provided by Drojichinsky. Business funds for the development of production, that is, funds for capital investment, to increase the intensity and expand the scope of exploitation of the working class, increased sixfold. The Material Incentive Fund, that is, the elementary fund for the personal enrichment of directors and their cohorts, was quadrupled. The Fund for Free Services, entitled Socio-Cultural Measures and Housing Construction. The distribution of business income, in other words, shows a markedly uneven evolution to the detriment of free services. An increasing proportion of the company's profits are being diverted to line the personal pockets of the director and senior staff, and to ensure a greater flow of profits into their pockets in the years to come. An increasingly smaller proportion of company profits serve the needs of workers. The lag in the development of free services is clearly recognized in Soviet literature and is expected to continue. The Plan 1972-1975, in the euphemistic words of the economist Komarov, calls for a relatively faster growth rate of paid services. Paid services include passenger transportation and communications, entertainment, organized recreation, tourism, and others. The reason why their development is proceeding at a rapid pace can be easily deduced from Komarov's observation that as a rule, all basic branches of payment services are very profitable and there is a quick return on investment in its development. They are for the state and its directors, an additional source of accumulation. In other words, profits at the helm. Even in the field of services. These services, however, are nothing more than additional means of extracting surplus value from workers. They are services that above all serve the bourgeoisie to enrich themselves. A significant development within the field of services in general is the appearance of new paid facilities parallel to the lagging free sector. The economist Rutgazer, in this sense, points to the growth of paid polyclinics that operate on a cost accounting basis, that is, hospitals that charge fees and on this basis make profits. Rutgazer doesn't go into details, but these can only be hospitals that care for bourgeois patients. The workers could not pay them. Therefore, in the USSR class medicine definitively emerged, a health system for the bourgeoisie and another for the workers. Since the number of doctors and other medical personnel and equipment is limited, the establishment of a hospital to serve the bourgeoisie amounts to a relative reduction of medical services for the population. It is another way of stealing from the working class. Seeing this trend, which characterizes the development of services in the USSR as a whole under the new system, Rutgazer is surprised, albeit vaguely, by the inequity it represents. The reduction of the sphere of free services and the satisfaction of the increasing range of people's needs on a paid basis are possible only up to a certain limit, beyond which the undesirable differentiation of the enjoyment of services by individual groups of the population with a different level of per capita income in the family can occur. This pale and sickly anxiety about the undesirable differentiation that can take place, when it has taken place and is becoming more evident, is all that remains, within the authorized thought of the USSR, of the great principles of scientific socialism. 24. Conclusion. There is much more that could be said, but it is time to summarize it all and conclude the series of articles on recent developments in the USSR. A general point emerges from the research: a retrograde change in character, from progressive to reactionary, can take place not only in individuals but also in the social systems of entire countries, at least for a time. In the long term the emancipation of oppressed classes and nations is inevitable, but in the short term there are limits to be overcome and setbacks. Friedrich Engels's observations on the end of the Middle Ages in Germany are illuminating on this point. By the 13th and 14th centuries, Engels writes, the German peasants had almost completely thrown off their slavery and serfdom and became free men. But after the middle of the 15th century they suffered a setback. Came the emergence of a second bondage. Servitude appeared in a second edition, Engels wrote, adding that this new serfdom was in no way weaker than the previous one. Only later did the peasants re-emancipate themselves. In this connection Engels criticized the bourgeois historian Maurer for clinging to the prejudice that since the Dark Middle Ages a constant progress towards better things must have occurred. This prevents him from seeing not only the antagonistic character of real progress, but also the individual setbacks. Today similarly, the view that Soviet history since October 1917 has been a steady progress toward better things, a position that fails to see recent setbacks, must be criticized without reservation as a mere prejudice, not a scientific judgment. The Soviet working class, the evidence presented here seems to indicate, no longer lives under socialism, but under a second edition of state monopoly capitalism, almost as in the days of the Tsars. Clearly, history does not literally repeat itself. We should not expect to see the current authorities walking around in brocade robes and holding court proceedings amid clouds of incense. Costumes and forms have changed, and not only them. The Soviet proletariat is today immensely stronger in absolute and relative numbers, in concentration and in cultural level, than it was at the turn of the century. This subjugation, but also its resistance and its revolutionary development is done on a higher basis. However, when all of these differences are weighed and set aside, the equality is clear. The Soviet proletariat has once again become a ruled class rather than a ruling class. It has been deprived of ownership of the means of production as before the socialist revolution. Once again the fruit of their labor is used mainly to swell an army of parasitic officers and functionaries, whose main contingency is indistinguishable from the personification of capital that Marx described. Does this mean that the almost 40 years during which the proletariat maintained state power in the USSR were an illusion, or a mistake, or a waste of time? On the contrary. To be sure, the period had its illusions and its mistakes. How could it have been any other way pioneering such a venture? The struggles of this period brought immense progress to the Soviet people and made immeasurable contributions to the global struggle against imperialism and all reaction. Soviet workers and peasants, led by the Communist Party, illuminated the path of all the oppressed and exploited in the world. This can never be despised or forgotten. The current Soviet authorities claim to be successors and heirs of the revolutionary achievements of the Soviet people. Any careful examination of this statement will teach, however, that the only continuity is found in some of the words or phrases that the revisionists repeat. In fact, they have made a total break with the revolutionary line of development and have attacked its main strengths and achievements again and again. Beginning with ruthless slander of Stalin's rule, the revisionists went after Soviet state property to put it up for auction, destroyed the central coordination of the industrial bureaus, purged Marxist-Leninists from the party, destroyed the central teachings of Marxism, destroyed the unity of the socialist camp and other actions of an anti-socialist and anti-communist nature. The political lineage of Khrushchev and Brezhnev goes back not to Lenin and Stalin, but to the leaders of the opportunist factions of the right and left who were defeated by the party and became renegades and sellouts. The true class character of the Soviet revisionists appears most clearly in the measures they introduced to transform the production relations of the Soviet economy. We have seen how revisionist leaders hypocritically call this new economic system of theirs an advance toward communism, and how they turn around Lenin in an effort to justify their changes. What are the basic characteristics of this new economic system? The labor power of Soviet workers is once again transformed into a commodity, the torment of unemployment is reintroduced, there is an unrestricted intensification of work and acceleration. This is not any progress towards communism. It has nothing in common with socialist relations of production. It is the restoration of the basic relations of production that define the capitalist system and give it its character as a system of wage slavery and exploitation. Along with that, the revisionists again converted the main means of production in the industry from social property to commodity. Instead of a planned allocation of the means of production in accordance with the political priorities of the working class and its allies, there is a chaotic, anarchic trade in the means of production on a national scale according to the narrow and conflicting interests of buyers and sellers. This is nothing more than a second edition of the main line of the original development of capitalism in Russia, which Lenin first analyzed around 1899. These fundamental changes gave the management of each company leeway to increase their profits to the maximum. The revisionist leaders of the USSR got rid of all socialist motives and incentives and enthroned profit maximization as the incentive and highest goal of production, distribution, investment, and service provision. It is not surprising that the revisionist new economic system is plagued by crises. It is not surprising that the future appears unpredictable and indeterminate. It is not surprising that its national economic plan has become a dead letter, how they themselves have been forced to admit. It is no wonder how capitalist monopolies completely take over all areas of economic life regardless of the extent to which the capitalist state merges with them, and nowhere else in the world is state monopoly capitalism more fully developed than in the USSR. The system remains completely capitalist and cannot conquer the anarchy of production, it can only reproduce chaos at a higher level. These basic features of the revisionists' new economic system were not formulated by its architects as a temporary tactical retreat necessitated by circumstances, as was the case with the first phase of Lenin's NEP. They are designed, on the contrary, to be permanent. Nor are these new relationships found in a small, isolated and strictly limited sector of economic life, which is why they could be characterized as atypical. On the contrary, they are the main lines of the entire system that was imposed conscientiously and with foresight throughout the USSR, and whose implementation was more than 70% already at the end of 1958, the year, not by coincidence, of the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. Capitalism has been fully restored, there is no room for doubt about it. The new Soviet bourgeoisie, who are enriched by the system at the expense of the workers, did not fall from the sky. It arose from the objective vestiges of capitalism, bourgeois, within socialist society. It took shape under the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat and was apparently completely assimilated by its environment. For decades this bourgeoisie had neither power nor property, but was therefore hungrier and more ruthless in persecuting them. How the different elements found each other, how they were organized and evolved into a common consciousness and program are problems about which we know very little. Even without being aware of the details of the conspiracies against the revolutionary government, however, we can obtain information about their particular characteristics through their life and history as a class. The bourgeoisie of all countries lies, cheats, and deceives. This is second nature of this class. The Soviet bourgeoisie, however, surpasses almost all others because it also lies about its own basic identity as a class. U.S. imperialist ideology, by comparison, embedded in deception as it is, usually contains at least confessions that capitalists run a capitalist system. But the Soviet bourgeoisie, having grown up under the conditions of a dictatorship of the proletariat, has from the beginning denied its own name. In this it imitates the desperate disguises adopted by the most reactionary sect of the German and Italian bourgeoisie 40 years ago, which like them pretended not to be capitalists but socialists to try to deceive the masses. Such demagogy is not just second nature to the present Soviet bourgeoisie, it has been its nature from the beginning. In their vocabulary, capitalism is communism, revisionism is Leninism, imperialist invasion is solidarity, exploitation is help, harassment is making peace, lackeys and buyers are patriots following an independent policy, right-wingers are leftists, fascism is democracy, and reaction is progress. There is no more repugnant hypocrisy in the world than the systematic inversion of the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism by the Soviet revisionists. A second point follows directly. The basic amendments that the Soviet revisionists, led by Khrushchev, introduced into Marxist-Leninist theory all have a fluid and harmonious tone. There is the state of all the people and the party of all the people, as if class society were a big happy family, and Khrushchev's three peaceful ones play the same tune. But this did not prevent this same Khrushchev in June 1964, when the majority of the leadership of the All-People's Party voted for his expulsion, from resorting to the classic guerrilla tactics of military intervention. This revisionist mandate was imposed by force and is maintained by force. Understanding that the new theories about the Soviet state and its international relations are false, anti-Marxist, social pacificist, and revisionist is only seeing half the picture, and missing the essential part. The harmonious and peaceful fallacies of the Soviet revisionists are only a facade to cover a class that employs violence to advance its reactionary interests, both internally and abroad, as freely as any other class of its kind. It has a less bloodthirsty image than that of American imperialism today, partly because it hides itself more effectively, partly because it has only more recently appeared on the scene. Despite its inexperience on the capitalist board, however, the Soviet financial capitalist bourgeoisie is no longer a young class, in the sense that young carries a new revolutionary spirit and hopes for the future. It is true that Soviet socialist discourse imperialism is gaining ground and influence in numerous areas of the world while American imperialism weakens and declines. Soviet social imperialism is on a strategic offensive, while American imperialism retreats. The violent beatings of U.S. imperialism are those of a hardened mass murderer on his deathbed. But the Soviet leaders of the present represent a class that was already dead and discarded by the Soviet revolutionary people almost 70 years ago, and that has risen from its supposed grave to establish a second empire over the living. Unlike the bourgeoisies that now rule in other countries, which began their reign usually with a revolt against a more reactionary class, the government of the Soviet bourgeoisie has never had progressive content. Having usurped the power of a more progressive class, indeed the most revolutionary class in world history, the current Soviet bourgeoisie is nothing more than an obstacle to progress. It is a leap backwards, a transcendental historical reversal. His rule inspires hope only in the most moribund sections of the world's other bourgeoisies, who pray and plan how they will similarly gain a new chance at life. It is more advanced than American imperialism only in the ultra-reactionary sense in which Hitler and Mussolini represented a more advanced stage of imperialism, deterioration of state monopoly capitalism, and desperation. What will be the consequences of this setback in the USSR for the world's situation is a question that is neither the time nor the place to explore. One thing is certain, however, if history teaches anything. This is that one way or another, sooner or later, the monstrous resurrection of wage slavery and imperialist tyranny that has taken hold in the USSR will be eliminated again by a second edition of the Great October Revolution. The restoration of the capitalist order in this era of the revolutionary proletariat cannot be more solid and permanent than the effort to restore a millennial Reich in Germany. Until the final struggle, this is how the first line of the International's chorus begins. If this idea, applied to the seizure of state power by the proletariat in this century, is interpreted in a narrow, literal way, it is premature. As the Soviet experience has so starkly and tragically demonstrated, the conflict between the two antagonistic classes continues throughout the socialist period and will not be settled for a long period of time. No tragedy, no setback, no episode of restoration, however, can dim the literal truth and power of the climactic lines of Eugene Potier's working class anthem. Let each one take his place. The international working class will be the human race. Translator's note: it may be necessary or just interesting to provide a response to the text given by Martin Nicolaus' own organization, who was confronted by it and fired. A translated excerpt from Martin Nicolaus expelled from OL will be attached. Nicolaus's revisionism was also evident in his widely known book The Restoration of Capitalism in the USSR. This book has been the subject of internal criticism for quite some time, but Nicolaus, who considered this topic to be his own field of personal expertise, refused to accept criticism of the book from the rank and file or the Central Committee. The book was an attack on the dictatorship of the proletariat, stating that for more than a decade under the rule of Khrushchev's revisionists, there were no profound changes in the real relations of production operating at the economic base of society. In other words, the society that Mao Zedong referred to as a Hitler-type dictatorship in 1964 was, for Nicolaus, still socialist in its essence. Nicolaus also concealed the source of the regeneration of the new Soviet bourgeoisie in the party and the state bourgeois right. Inequality in the form of the bourgeois right remains throughout the period of socialism. It can only be restricted but not completely eliminated. By expanding the bourgeois right in the USSR, the followers of the capitalist path were able to become rich and powerful and sit on the backs of the working people. To protect their class interests, this new bourgeoisie led by Khrushchev and his gang actively worked against the dictatorship of the proletariat and finally managed to restore the rule of the bourgeoisie after the death of Stalin. But Nicolaus claimed that the bourgeois right was irrelevant and that followers of the capitalist path only received one or another small privilege that meant nothing. He claimed that the capitalists' representatives within the state and party had only minor material benefits and no political power. In this way, Nicolaus covered up the threat of restoration of capitalism and mystified its causes. Although he made one or two correct statements about the bourgeois right, the vast majority of the book contradicts these fragments of truth. In essence, he parroted the same line of the revisionists who tried to expand the bourgeois right in China without success. Nicolaus, like all revisionists, also slandered Stalin for his repression of the bourgeoisie within the party. Nicolaus called Stalin's attacks on bourgeois elements too harsh and stated that milder measures would have been more productive. While praising Stalin to the heavens one minute, claiming that he was a genius and the only man who could save socialism, Nicolaus turned around the next minute and repeated the bourgeoisie's lies about Stalin the tyrant. It is true that Stalin made some important errors in his defense of socialism, but not the errors that Nicolaus claimed. Stalin was a great Marxist-Leninist who defended Marxism-Leninism against the Trotskyists and revisionists and their attempts to restore capitalism in the USSR. Nicolaus's call for softer measures in the fight against the bourgeoisie revealed his own rotten class position. He is a representative of the bourgeoisie within the ranks of the communist movement.